up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
enemies and we want to smash them. That should be the attitude.
Try to fight them in mid-game a lot. That's when we are strong.
I want to win the strategical game. Okay, we are smarter and we are gonna win this. We've been practicing, we've been working on this.
Show them who you are.
Follow me down to the water. Hold my hand, friends and my love. Don't look back, don't look back into the dark. Follow me on down through the shadows. Take my hand as we wade through the shadows. To the end, yeah, to the end, yeah. Follow me down.
I want you guys to close your eyes, visualize the games that we've played in the past. Visualize what has gone good. Because we have it in us, most certainly have it in us. And today, we're going to bring that forward.
And they have just upset Fnatic.
Hello and welcome to the European League Championship Series, coming to you live from the LCS studio in Berlin, Germany, where you can see G2 approaching the stage as they're up again in the first game of the day. And they're up against Origen in that match as we see the wall with the previous champions. And there's Origen themselves coming off a win versus Splice yesterday, looking for another one. And with just 5 games left for each team before the spring playoffs, it is do or die. I'm Evie Schoogse-Poorteren, here with the coaches of Splice and Unicorns of Love, Yamato, Cannon, and Sheepy, as well as our very own Martin the Fischio Lunga. Welcome to Coaches Week. Gentlemen, that video, that was inspirational.
Woof.
Woof!
So good.
Did you know you sounded like that before you heard that? Obviously.
Well, of course.
He listens
all the
to
great
everything
gasms,
he
you know.
And
Obviously.
And in the end, you beat Fnatic as well. Do you have same things before the game that you say to the UOL?
I don't say so much inspirational stuff right before the game, but I really share the sentiment of, you know, we know what we want to do, we know how to win, let's show them. And yeah, that's kind of what I share.
Yeah, very cool video. Props to our feature team for that. First off, something else. We are excited to announce that tickets for the European Spring Championship and third place decider go on sale tomorrow at 5 p.m. Central European Time, 8 a.m. Pacific. And for all the details on how to join us at the Ahoy in Rotterdam on the 16th and 17th of April, head over to lolesports.com. And well, that is what the teams are fighting for here. Before they can look to the finals, they will have to make it into playoffs first. At the halfway point in week 7 of the spring split, there are only 3 playoff spots left up for grabs, as H2K, Vitality, and G2 are tied in first, and they have locked in their spots. That means that the 2 gentlemen here are still vying for a spot in the playoffs. Sheepy, I want to come to you first because you are just under those 3 teams, and as a crew, we have kind of seen that you've stopped progressing in the last couple of weeks, obviously for junglers coming in. What's your view on the journey you've made so far and how far you can go?
I think that this split especially, we have learned a lot and we have improved tremendously. I think that with the 4 jungle changes, it just really hurt us and we had to like re-find our way with Rudy coming in as a more of a new player, and with Lulex coming in now as a veteran, I think we have way better chances going forward and progressing as a team. So I think we are very close to the top and I'm pretty confident we can reach the finals.
What do you really think Lulex can maybe add to the team? Is it more in terms of shot calling, or do you think just his experience is going to help you guys a lot?
I actually had a talk yesterday with Lulex for like 2 hours where we just walked, and I wanted to understand his history because he seems really, really smart. And apparently, I think that people undervalue him a little bit. He has a really great mindset, and he seems to be very hardworking as well. So I look forward to learn from him as well and try to, you know, make him actually one of the best junglers.
Yeah. With that, you have another jungler again. This is again a learning experience for you, similar to what Splice has been doing. Obviously, Yamato, you've come into this split with this new roster, a big win versus Fnatic last week, then yesterday versus OG. Not quite on point. How do you think the status of the team is right now, and what are your goals?
I feel like the only goal I have is at the end of the split, I want to make sure that none of the players and I have any regrets. I don't want to have any regrets because I want to focus on the process and how we develop as a team, because when I compare to what we were from what we started and where we are now, I'm happy with the progression. But of course, you run into issues and like any other team. But with that in mind, I'm happy with the progression. I just want to make sure that at the end of the split, we have zero regrets.
And then I guess the goal for you guys now, is it still like aiming towards playoffs, even though it's close to impossible at this point? You gotta win like 4 games in a row
Everything
almost.
is possible.
Everything is technically possible, but you gotta win suddenly almost every remaining game. Or is it more just aiming to avoid relegation and just be ready for next season?
Well, the main idea is that obviously we are pretty far away from the top 6. I feel like it's not really in our hands. Sure, we might win 5 games. If we do that, there's a chance, but that means Origen and UOL need to lose games. Fnatic needs to lose games, and I cannot assume that they will lose all games because it doesn't just make any sense. And with that in mind, it's still the same principle. I just want to make sure that we have zero regrets and that we are satisfied with our performance throughout the split.
Yeah, no regrets, and you have a chance to put a good performance here up today as the race to Rotterdam and the Spring Championship continues with OG facing off against G2 Esports in just a few minutes. Then it's Giants versus H2K, followed by the Unicorns of Love versus Splyce. You mentioned there, you can't think that UOL is going to drop those games, but then this game is, of course, very important. After yesterday's performance for the both of you, how do you stand in this match?
I feel that we have still some things to adapt on as a team. I think that coming into this week we didn't have the best practice possible, and that's something we, going forward, have to improve, definitely. I still feel, though, that we have it in us to be one of the top teams, so I think that if we have the good preparation today and we go in strong in the Champion Select, that we can actually do really well in the game and, you know, probably go ahead.
I feel pretty confident coming into this match. So because after your game, like, sure, it's kind of sad for you guys because you have 2 blue side games this week, but after watching the other game and your draft on the blue side, you can figure out a lot of things about you guys. So I'm pretty excited for today.
Yeah, then I'm also pretty excited. Let's see if it holds true.
Yeah.
I'm just happy to sit in the middle here, man, hearing the beef flying around.
It's respectful beef, man. It's a
I like
don't
it.
start
I
any
like it.
stuff
I
or
like
any
it.
stuff.
We'll
But-
respectfully beat you.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll have you guys with us here later today as well, so we can talk about that and what's going to happen in the race to playoffs. And as we keep the week spotlight on the coaches of the European LCS, we want to keep hearing from you. Tweet your questions for our guests from across the league at LOL Esports with the hashtag #AskACoach, and we'll get some answers later today from these guys as well. For now, though, it is time for a closer look at our first clash of the day as Origen looks to climb towards the playoff spot against G2 Esports. Now, G2 yesterday, they had a game up against Elements, the latest first blood for them, all split at 19 minutes 45 seconds when their average lies around 6. Lane swaps, a different style for them. What is your impression of G2? Have they enough tricks in their bag to keep the dominance going? Because in the last couple of weeks, they've seemed to have fallen off.
Yeah, I think actually that Gamers2 is kind of one of the most aggressive teams that are trying to snowball relatively early and then just keep doing aggressive plays. And especially, you see it also in Korea with Rock Tigers, those kind of teams, if they are very, very confident, are really hard to play against. I don't think they're on the same level, of course. But it's kind of their play style. And I was actually really astonished that Elements held up so well. They actually played really well with the Zillion. ACAPS looked actually way stronger than any week before. So I think it was also Gamers2 kind of playing against themselves with the play style they play.
Well, how would you normally say you should play against a team like G2 in like the aggressive way? Like, what's the counter to it?
It's really, really hard. You have first up to be as strong mechanically as the enemy. So that's the first hurdle. And the second hurdle is after that, you need to keep it up throughout the whole game and not make mistakes and be strong in the macro game. And usually this is how teams are beaten in the end.
I feel like when it comes to G2, I like to compare them to the SK we had with Forgiven. They were very dominant at the start of the split because they had this playstyle that was very good against newer teams, fresher teams.
Yeah.
And coming into this season, all we have is new teams, new rosters. And with that in mind, this type of playstyle will be very, very punishing and successful. But as we progress, I feel like if they're going to play this level of macro play, which I think is sufficient enough for this time being, but as we progress and looking at, like, for example, of course, the playoffs, I think teams like Vitality and H2K will just out-macro them because they will not allow themselves to fall behind as heavily as most teams have done throughout the split.
And it's what we've seen now the last 2 or 3 weeks where G2 has lost to Vitality, they've lost to H2K, even lost to Fnatic in that game where they were so far ahead. And it's something we talked about yesterday, about, you know, skipping steps in the way you're making your moves. You might have the correct call and saying we should go and pressure top right now. But there's, again, push out your lane first, set up deep vision, then you move top lane, then you calculate, what can the other team do? G2 kind of just rushes top and say, like, if there's a fight, we will take it. And then they get punished, by the teleports and by roaming or whatever. And that's kind of what's gone wrong now against the good teams. Against the weaker teams, the bottom 4 teams, it's not been an issue because they can't match them, as you said, like individually.
Yeah, so the question is coming into this match, what level is OG at? Obviously, yesterday they had a good showing versus you guys. What did you identify as strong by them, or was it more that one team fight of you guys that was just unfortunate?
I think when it comes to OG, they've always been very, very intelligent when it comes to identifying their win conditions. In this particular game, they will win this match as soon as they hit QSS on the Quinn, so she can no longer, of course, lose against Lissandra in the split push. So in this game for us, it was all about making use of our early game. We got ahead in the early game because OG have tendencies to do very stupid things in the early game where things just fall apart. For example, the gank on top lane they did, I've seen that before. I think I saw it against you guys as well in the UL match where they just dove and 2 people die and things fall apart. But they are very good at identifying their win conditions. They're very good at playing to their win conditions. If they manage to survive for 20-25 minutes, then you get to see this OG where they do this Baron kind of dance and they kind of play to their win conditions. But will they get there against G2? I really doubt it.
And this one not, but it is very interesting, the idea that the strong things we've seen from the macro, Mithy shot calling, the whole team shot calling, it's still there. They just can't seem to get there.
No, again, I think, so one thing is when it comes to Origin and the performance this year is we praise them when they have the good games for like this good shot calling and identifying win conditions and so on. But then we see the next game where it kind of falls apart, where it seems like the team is for some reason almost falling asleep in game. And they've been doing everything correct. To, like take some of the G2 games that the last time they faced each other, Origin held to like 30 minutes. Then they started running around mid lane and started recalling, and G2 snuck a Baron and like used it to finish the game. Those are the kind of mistakes you can't make because when you do fall behind in the early game, yes, you might still be in the game, but you're often so far pushed back that one mistake will cost you the entire game. And that's what's been the issue for Origin against someone like G2, and it's probably going to be the same today.
Actually, I think that against you guys and when you played, that you had so many opportunities to win the game as well, with the game getting really, really strong.
Yeah.
So I actually didn't feel so strong from OG. So I don't expect from them too much right now. If you write on paper what are the biggest strengths of OG, I can't identify them right now. I think they are pretty average right now, and which is also represented in their standings.
Do you think Power Vivo is playing up to the level we saw last year?
I think Power has way more in store than he's showing. Maybe it was different when I was with him, and I got a little bit blindsided. But I think that just generally, he seems like a really hungry player, really smart as well. If you actually work with him, maybe he is not able to develop it in the team. But right now he's not showing enough.
Yeah, that's very interesting to hear from the ex-coach, of course. So, and I hear you guys, G2 is a favorite, prediction-wise?
Yeah, G2.
G2 for you?
G2.
I think it's pretty obvious. The standings tell a story, and I think we've told a story too.
Unanimous. Okay, thank you very much. Now the stage is set, the Rift is ready, and as we head inside to meet our casters, we'll hear what Origin looks for in their team's leadership.
Since our team doesn't really work around having a boss that is our coach, but more of having a coach that gives us suggestions and we as a team discuss together and help each other out, his style just didn't really work with us. He had initiative, so it's not that. It just like it just didn't really work well, like there was like this spark that was missing. Like we just didn't fit well together with him, and we decided to keep trying.
And Origin will continue to keep trying as they try to climb their way up the standings. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Trevor Quickshot Henry here with James Stress O'Leary, which is moments away from picks and bans between G2 and Origin. Let's run down the lineups. On the blue side, it is Origin. And we just heard from Miffy in the bottom lane, but it's Soaz up top, Amazing in the jungle, Power People in the mid lane, Sven the AD carry, and their interim coach, Barley. And we'll see how they perform on stage.
Yeah, and their opponents, it's going to be a tough game, I feel, for Origin, but G2 are loading up on the red side. It is Kikis in the top lane, Trick in the jungle, Perks in the mid lane, Emperor's AD carry, support is Hybrid, and their coach is Youngbuck.
And of course, yesterday, G2, one of the 3 teams that has already locked a spot into the postseason, into the playoffs. The magic number is currently 10. It can adjust later today. We are about to jump into picks and bans. It is patch 6.3 that we're still playing on. Just for you guys at home, Karma has been disabled for competitive play. There is currently a competitively impacting bug in her kit, so we'll not be seeing her at all from the European teams. Yesterday and last week, we've not seen it all anyway, so I don't think that's going to be a big deal. But what are we going to be expecting for this game, maybe other than the Kalista and GP being banned away?
Well, that has been one big bug in competitive in the bottom lane, Kog'Maw. We saw a lot of bans yesterday. We've seen him picked in a couple of games, not so much in the EU LCS. In Challenger, we did see a couple, but that is going to be a priority as well here as we head through the picks and bans. As you said, 6.3 is still the same. Expecting the Gragas. Not too much has changed. I'm wondering if there's going to be any kind of presence here on the Nidalee, because that is a champion that in both of yesterday's games was banned away. We'll have to see again today.
So, no real surprises here. Braum taken away from Hybrid. It is far and away his best champion. Out of the 13 games that G2 have played, Hybrid has played 8 of them on Braum with a 7-1 record, hence the reason it's gone. Corki and Gangplank round out Origin's bans with Bali and Youngbuck on your screens. And it is Lulu plus Alistar and 1 remaining for G2.
And these are 2 bans from G2 that have been very good for Origin when you look at how Origin want to play. Lulu and Alistar have both been very good at protecting Sven. A lot of their compositions have been built around Sven and how he is going to be able to carry later into the game. So no Lulu, no Alistar to either dive or protect from dives as well. Means it could be tricky for G2. The Nidalee was left open. And lo and behold, Kog'Maw gets through as well.
Yeah, let's see who's going to be brave enough to pick it up. Very quick bans, no real surprise with Nidalee still available, insta-locked for OG. The next maybe high priority pick is that Lucian, which Emperor will get his hands on, and it denies that from Sven. So the 80 carry pool has been hit, but there's the Kog'Maw you were talking about.
And this is something I've been expecting from G2. I was actually expecting it yesterday as well. The fact they're on red side probably makes it a little bit easier in their minds is leave the Kog'Maw available and now draft a composition to take the Kog'Maw down. I'm expecting something like a Gragas coming out of the jungle and then perhaps a tank from the top lane, even a Malphite. And what that does is give you a lot of dive potential. If you can hit the Kog'Maw fairly early and often when he's only on 1 or even the half the components of the Guinsoo's Rageblade, you can take out that Kog'Maw and end the game before he ever gets rolling.
Gragas Poppy, if I were G2. We've seen Kikis' Poppy several times in the past, and I think it's something he's shown up on better than the Malphite, and we saw it used exceptionally well in Challenger, the tools to get that stationary Kog'Maw.
And there's going to be a lot of people saying, yes, but last week we saw the same kind of compositions here. We saw people trying to shut down Kog'Maw, and I absolutely agree with you, we did. But I think with an extra week's play, teams are either going to completely ban out Kog'Maw or have this completely locked down when it comes to how they're going to play the game and their composition, putting a lot of focus on that bottom lane pick.
All right, there we go. The lock-in for Kikis will be Fiora up in the top lane. He's only played it once before. It was, in fact, a loss. And we need to see how he's going to handle himself. Maybe play the split push game, never stand in front of Kog'Maw. Maybe that's how you can play it.
Well, the other thing is if you can get in on the flank now, Origin have to pick up something that can deal with the Fiora, because if Fiora ever gets through to the backline, thus far it's only the Nautilus that can actually peel her off the Kog'Maw. Kog can't really afford to stand there and attack a Fiora because she then just runs around it with the Vitals, heals up some of the damage that he's doing, and should be able to burst him down. It's a lot of theoretical late game flank potential from G2, but I'm expecting them to want to shut this game down earlier with that split push from Fiora.
All right, so shutting it down early, that's the name of the game. Nautilus we were expecting in maybe that solo lane, but now I'm expecting that Nautilus support. All of the peel from Miffy, Quinn up top for Soaz, and Origin have got themselves somewhat of an answer into that Fiora the Blind. We have seen it impactful in the past.
Well, in this kind of setup, the Quinn is just going to follow the Fiora around the map. You know you can get to the lanes faster. You know you can put enough of pressure there to halt some of the split push now. So while it doesn't completely shut down the Fiora in this setup, it is an answer to that side lane pressure. Also now gives Origin a little bit more when it comes to damage, because they're not only relying on the Kog'Maw. They do have the Orianna for the team fights. They now have the Quinn as well for those kind of small skirmishes that Quinn likes to take.
And I also think it's important to note that Power of Evil, one of his signature champions was Orianna. He actually got a pentakill with it last year, with a smite build no less. And it was actually banned against OG yesterday by Splice. So maybe PoE's been using that solo queue and scrims to great effect. The last champion lock-in here for G2 is another champion that can potentially dive the backline with the Claw of Doom. Also has some wave clear and single target CC. So for G2, they've got a lot of tools to catch Kog, but Origin also have additional threats outside of just that Kog.
The only thing here is if Power of Evil goes Cleanse, which would be fairly optimal against the Lissandra, you don't want to get locked down too often. it does now reduce the ability of Origin actually playing on 3 waves, because you've got 2 teleports on the side of G2, means they can play across the entire map, or play the 4-1 and just have 2 teleports available at all times. Wherever Soaz pushes out, you move in, clear the wave, teleport back, and you still have somebody else with the TP available. So G2 have drafted a composition to take care of this Kog'Maw. We saw this almost exact kind of thing fail against Fnatic, and they ended up losing that game.
Oh, high pressure situation for these teams. G2 and Origin coaches are about to shake hands, about to do battle. The draft is done. It's time for Origin to fight for their spot in the playoffs.
Run. Just keep running. Finish the game in 3 minutes right now. We do it. I'm moving. I'm coming. I got it. Fine. Nice. Push mid.
G2 Esports are already in the playoffs, and Origin are fighting for their chance to prove their worth, trying to turn everybody's opinion around and show that they deserve to be there.
Well, give us your opinion as well. Head on Twitter, hashtag G2win, hashtag OGwin. Let's see who's going to pick up this victory. Can Origin get some momentum heading into IEM?
Well, that is a very big question, and something that OG will answer shortly. As we load up onto the Rift, we've got 2 team compositions that are potentially going to be very explosive. There's a lot of damage on both sides. Pretty good engage on both sides as well. So if somebody gets ahead, in theory, the team's composition will then have the tools to continue pressing that advantage with the map power that Fiora and Quinn can offer.
There is one thing that can, however, put G2 on the back burner, and that is amazing on this Nidalee. We've heard a lot of talk about how good Nidalee is at clearing the jungle early, moving through your own, and then counter-jungling the enemy. If Trick gets put behind in the jungle matchup, his influence on this bottom lane, onto Sven, kind of narrows down throughout the game. You're then waiting to try and find Sven in skirmish situations where you can pop the ult and kill him before he ever gets rolling, but that is difficult. This Nidalee-Gragas matchup, if Nidalee finds the Gragas very early on, if it's a 1v1, a 2v2, that's the kind of situation that a Gragas doesn't deal with too well. So there are options available for Origin just to hold themselves as they get through this game.
For Origin, we're going to see a lane swap set up. Sven and Mithy going to clear out the Gromp up top, which is something that we've seen multiple times, not only with Kog'Maw compositions, but especially yesterday. Fairly standard PvE almost in terms of the lane swap, but Soaz is doing something a little different. He's actually pushing this wave out, not holding hands with Amazing, so a little bit of early XP on his side.
Yeah, and Soaz feels confident here just to be able to absorb some of that experience here. It now gives Trick a lot more, it now gives Amazing a lot more options out of the jungle here. He gets a little bit more experience coming from the camp, and may be able to get into the game earlier.
Yeah, not seeing anything too exciting from the Keystone Masteries. But good to see a wider variety. The days of Thunderlords ago have now been relegated to the past. G2 gonna find an early little bit of pressure onto Perkz. Perkz will get vaulted on, but easily makes it out with that Glacial Path.
Yeah, Soaz was trying to get that mini interrupt just as the as Lissandra was about to take the claw. Of course, if you interrupt her, not able to complete that, but it is a very small timing window. You've got to hit it right at that second that she wants to take it. But G2 right now, they have really been playing with fairly little vision to begin with. There were defensive starts from both teams set up wards throughout the river. So Trick is being fairly passive throughout his own jungle, not really going into the enemy jungle, obviously too early on. They also now pretty much have a read that Origin started on their bottom side, so Trick doesn't actually have anything to counter jungle now. It's Amazing is in a fairly similar situation. It's only the Krugs on the top side that Amazing can go and take away.
Yeah, we'll make his way up there shortly. Both teams hammering on that outer turret. OG about to take this one down. And as we catch a glimpse of G2, truthfully not very far behind. So as far as my eye can see, tempo is equal. And it'll be Soaz that is gifted the gold, equalized by Kikis down bottom. And the duo is most likely just going to swap out. So standard aplenty, very early cull picked up here For Sven, we're seeing it just a little bit more.
Both AD carries as well. And this is something that AD carries in general in farm situations have been doing a lot more recently. The reason is if you can't really afford a big component when you back the first time, then it's actually a pretty decent item. You just sit on it until the 100 farm comes out, you end up getting the gold at the end of it, and it boosts your later spikes when it comes to the actual items you're picking up. If you're not getting pressured in the early game, it's fine to do. It is not a good starting item, though. If you end up in a situation where you have to trade against somebody, you don't have the combat stats from the health that a Doran's Blade would give you.
So, investment, ladies and gentlemen. Save money, come back to help you later in life. And that's what both of these teams are looking to do. Amazing was spotted out by pretty good wards there by G2, as our observers highlighted. So a little bit more information on the side of G2 Esports. And both squads resetting and pushing down the next outer turret. So, you know, this is one of these things you always want to ask, like, should G2 have tried to figure out where Sven and Mithy were going? Is it even worth it? Do you want to give a Cogmore, a Cull, and 2 towers?
Well, the biggest problem is it's so difficult to force a 2 versus 2 lane now. You basically have to roll a dice and lock yourself into a 2v2 scenario, into like your 2v2 being top lane and hope there's a swap. There's so very little way of actually getting definitive information before the lanes are actually set that you're the one that has to make the guaranteed play. We've seen Unicorns do it by hiding their members topside and anticipating the lane swap. Without doing it like that, it's almost impossible to know that you're going into a 2 versus 2. So that is one of the issues right now with the lane swaps. That brings this meta where you have this tower push, the phase 1 completes, now we're at the end of phase 2 completing where you've traded the objectives both sides of the map. The problem is you can't really defer from this too easily.
Fair enough. In terms of the differences in objectives, OG will get their first dragon in about 6 minutes, whereas G2, they secured a Rift Herald. There's nobody around to really punish Amazing and Mythic. This is going very, very low and very slow. Actually, dragon,
it's going to be fine.
That got me a little racy there.
Yeah, Amazing had smite. So once it hits that 700 mark, it's just a couple of autos off and then you smite it down. So there was the option there for Trick if he was that little bit faster coming out of the base to get there. But you can see how tempered this game is going to be. It's already fairly slow paced, but the wards from both sides that just come off your screen, 4 on the side of G2 are this early. But you know, G2, they may have the wards, but they don't seem to have quite as much support as we're used to.
No, they don't. And, you know, the fans at home, they weren't listening to Yamato. The standing tells a story, and we have 2. I mean, that wasn't a great Yamato.
I was going to say, that was close to like Sean Connery a little bit.
Yeah, that was a bit more like bad guy in James Bond film. But, you know, it is somewhat of a fact. It's at 10-3 record for G2. This is the 7-6 for OG, but a tempered, slower pace to the opening game, which both teams did yesterday.
Yep.
So not overly surprised, and it is also a symptom of both the lane swap, the team compositions.
Yes. Yeah, the team comps, I think, is one of the biggest things. Cogmore on one side means Origin do not want to fight. They also want to get the Quinn into the game to be able to split push, and it's the same for G2. They need the early towers down, next they need to pressure the mid tower, and that opens their composition up. That's when they can start playing on multiple lanes. It's not something you can realistically do from minute 1 in a game and go, okay, well, we're just going to push towers in our 1-3-1 setup. You've got to get the early ones down.
Yeah, get those initial item timings before you can make the next move. Soaz may find himself caught between an Ice Queen and a Blade Master. Perkz flashes over the wall, has access to the tomb, locks down Soaz. There's support coming from Amazing, but it is simply too late.
Too easy for Perkz to roam to the top side. Soaz was trying to maneuver around. They knew it was coming. Origin were actually pinging through the jungle. Amazing was giving the on-the-way pings. Problem is, Quinn in that situation pushed up without a tower. So was the Fiora, but it was G2 that were pushing faster and got to the lane first.
Now for Kickers, this is a big deal. Not only is he on a champion that wants to be enabled, wants to become activated earlier, but he's also shown up better on tank top laners. So having that early advantage against his opposite number, he's only played Fiora once, it was a loss. And I feel he's looked better on a different class of champion. There's going to be some pressure on him to, you know, use this momentum.
Yeah, the thing for Kikis, though, is there is a fairly clear game plan in this game for him, is split push, and in the event that a Cogmore becomes relevant in this game, your one task is flank him, get on him, and take him down. it's more easy said than done.
Yeah.
But you know, for Kikis, that's the only two things he has to be thinking about in this game. There's no other real thing, so it's just ward up and make sure you can get in position in time. Mithy may be forced to flash here.
Body slam finds Mithy. The Flay does too. Hybrid lines up the death sentence, but gets the flash. So Mithy, no summoner. Rinse and repeat from G2 might be in order. But again, 10 minutes in, the slower pace we saw from them yesterday, less so today. And once we break out of that lane swap, it's G2 that make the first proactive positive moves.
And the funny thing about today was G2 actually got their first blood around about or a more similar time to their normal average.
Yeah.
Normal average is 6 minutes. That was just before 8 minutes in this game. Whereas you compare it to yesterday, 19 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock for their first blood. So they're trying to be a little bit more active on the map than they were yesterday. That ward did get spotted. Now Kikis is spotted on a pink ward, so they definitely know he's there. But still, it is quite tempting.
It really is. The blind comes out. Soaz is really winning this trade. Kikis committed a lot of time into the ward clear. We'll have some backup from Perkz, and the tomb is available. Look at the vision that has been fought for. That was what led to Kikis' damage. And if you look at the minimap, there's a number of wards that G2 have left behind in the bottom quadrant of the jungle. All of that tension has backed away. Oopsie. Perkz and Hybrid. Yep. Had to go back in.
Another oopsie was Kikis badly mistiming his riposte. He riposted early because he was looking to riposte the vault and return the CC there, but really weird. He just used it. Maybe, I don't think he actually had the vision, so was trying to just blindly do it, but just a rough timing for Kikis. Kind of gives Soaz. That one's better. He saw the spear coming though. That one's still a lot easier to do.
Still counts. But yeah, I actually saw Kikis fire that riposte off a tad early in the laning phase as well.
Yeah.
Maybe trying to predict that blinding assault.
I mean, it is difficult to predict the velocity of an unladen swallow.
African swallow or European swallow?
Depends what server you're on.
Rift Herald picked up this time by Origin. As Trick and Hybrid continue their counter-jungling ways. Trick has actually moved into the enemy jungle to place some wards, I think 3-4 times already, enabling Emperor to maintain that split push. He's got a small CS advantage. Cull is about 10 CS away from being completed, and there's pressure on turrets.
G2 are prioritizing the turret rather than an overextended Sven in the top lane. This would be an opportunity. If they weren't so set on getting this turret, they will get this. They could have gone top. I think this is the better option.
Soaz is in trouble. Kalin comes down. A flash forward from Emperor. Soaz gets away from the blinding light, piercing light rather. And the double tap from Emperor. That's a second kill for G2.
And this is just a really weird setup here. OG prioritizing farm on to Sven. They put him topside, overextend, which doesn't get punished in this situation, but the punish comes on the bottom side. Soaz tries to defend the turret, goes in when it's already dying in a 3 versus 2. Really weird from Origin. I feel like in that situation, Soaz may have been more beneficial pushing up on the top side with the warding that they've got and have Sven down in the bottom side, because you're never going to win this fight. You just need to absorb the farm that's coming in here. And Emperor's going to take this every single day because he knows with the rest of his team here as backup, he's completely safe.
Zero threat. Once again, Soaz and Amazing holding hands, and they give up first blood. Yesterday it was from a poorly timed dive. This time, maybe sticking around longer than they should have.
And it's just really weird because like a Kog'Maw doesn't have the kind of potential to sit in that lane and look to push a tower on his own in topside. There's no real danger of actually stopping what Sven is doing top. So it's a very easy decision for G2 to take that tower and then take the kills from it. Very strange from Origin, but you can see where their priorities lie. Right now, it is the weak point for Sven. He is on the components of the Rage Blade. This is where you look at it and it's like Blasting Wand, Pickaxe. What's this actually doing for me? Not a whole lot.
Yeah.
But G2 are accelerating the game through objectives.
Yeah, and you contrast that to all of the items on G2. Ravenous Hydra completed, Runic Echoes, Abyssal Scepter, Essence Reaver. So every champion on the side of G2, maybe barring Hybrid, has got their first item timing spike. So they're looking for some action. Maybe they have found it. Perkz teleports in, Soaz has no flash available, and this will be another easy kill.
I don't know what OG are doing here on their side lanes. They are playing really riskily and too far up. They're taking engages where they haven't really got the vision control. Just a very strange set of circumstances. And one thing I want to talk about very briefly is the itemization again. So Sven finished his cull. The 100 minions were gone. Went back to base, bought 2 daggers, has a Doran's blade in his inventory, and keeps the cull. Cull, for its item efficiency now after the payout has gone, is not exactly as efficient as if you were maybe to sell the cull and the Doran's blade and get the like a Zeal item at this point, or the Hurricane. Sorry, the recurve bow. That's what I was looking for. Just a weird one. Yeah. Weird to sit on that cull. At least you can get a pink one because he's already paid out.
That's something that disappointed Dad DeFisher would like to see. But along with the rest of the analysts, both Sheep and Yamato Cannon had specifically called out Origin's early game, specifically called out the decision-making and the prioritization of where they find themselves. And Origin are down 3 kills, down a tower, and down 2,000 gold. But their composition has a very large amount of headroom, so they're always going to scale very well. Look, Sven is just allowed to sit still. Yeah, Shockwave comes up and pulls Trick backwards as Finn gets bounced into the middle of the team. 2 members of Origin are down before anybody can react. Soaz finally starts to teleport. He wants to close this one out. We'll see if he can chase anyone down for exit kills. Comes flying in on Valor, blinds up Perkz, continues to chase. The tomb is going to be available very soon, but not soon enough. Perkz goes down. They turn it back around and the crowd erupts with life. Soaz has got one on the board. It's amazing. Looks to get himself a double kill. And they turned that fight on its head.
This actually ended up way better for Origin than it should have. When we get the replay, you'll see just how late Soaz actually comes to the fight. I want to double check his health and mana perhaps before he TP'd in, but comes up big time for Origin. G2, a little bit of a messy fight to start that one off. Soaz comes in to clean it up. Looks like perhaps the same as yesterday, where the early game is a bit rough for Soaz, but he can start to take over. There was a fair amount of damage that came out from Power of Evil in this fight as well, but G2 may be overcommitting there.
Yeah, definitely the case, and all of a sudden, with the outer turret falling in the mid lane, Origin have the gold lead. So Sven, he plants himself down and starts spitting for days.
Yeah, at this point, I'm trying to look, Hybrid just took a lot of damage from nowhere. And then from there, it was amazing coming in from the side, actually blows up Trick in the beginning of this fight. That's a big Acathian surprise hit Kikis, so he was forced away from this. Okay, so Soaz recalled to make sure he had health and mana to teleport into the fight, which actually ended up okay because he came in his ult form, so he got to the fight very quickly. So this was just G2 not really respecting Amazing's damage in this fight, and it turns out that if you do that, you end up losing the fight.
This is exactly what you'd mentioned in Picks and Bans, Stress, how Nidalee has these abilities in the early stages of the game and has the ability to, you know, skirt on the outside, get the damage down. Amazing played that very, very well. And he's now got Rod of Ages stacking on both PoE and Amazing.
But now you have to question the pick and ban decisions from G2, because we've spoken a lot about how if you have a Kog'Maw, you have to play almost a flawless game. If at any point you give away a team fight or objectives that you really shouldn't, that give the pace of the game over to your opponents when they're playing with Kog'Maw, the Kog'Maw has the time to get to his second item, and I wonder if that fight right there is going to be the death knell for G2. It's very early on to say that the game is over, because I don't feel like it is, but that mistake elongates the game and gives Sven the time to get himself to 2 items.
Oh yes, it does. It also gave Power of Evil a Morellonomicon. She's going to be using great efficiency. Trick has already used Explosive Cast to try delay G2. G2 are now in trouble, rather Origin. Origin are going to run down Emperor. Defensive flash. Have G2 got enough time to take a tower? If they can trade at least one, there's pressure on some of the other lanes, because look at Kikis. Barley clapping his Origin get a kill, but what is the cost of that kill on Emperor?
Yeah, what's the turnaround? But look at Mithy coming down the river, looking for the flank here on G2. G2 taking this very slowly. Will get it from the minions alone.
Ooh, that was close, and they get the tower.
They do get the tower. Bit of a funny situation top there. Emperor thought he was playing dodgeball with Power of Evil there, dodging around his Qs, but in comes Laser, Blazer, and the rest of Globo Gym, and take him down as Emperor was like, this is not fair at this point.
1v4, not fair, bro. Not fair at all. Emperor still sitting on that cull, has completed the static Shiv. Sven got the Hurricane.
He's still got Cull.
Hurricane and Rageblade.
Both of them still have Cull. Look, sell Cull, buy Pink Wards.
Well,
invest in Pink Wards. Yeah. They're good in the market right now.
Wards save lives and win games. They will picked up eventually. Hybrid will get cut down where he stands. Stays alive for a few more seconds. Manages to get away with his life. Emperor culls Mithy. And how on earth did Hybrid survive that?
Hybrid survived it because the rest of the team are too much of a threat for Origin to continue focusing the support. No reason for them to all in on that, and then Power of Evil tries to throw out the Shockwave to tie up G2 as they stood on top of each other, but it looked like the Zhonya's actually... No, it was just an untargetable there at that point. I was a little bit mistaken, but that Shockwave just didn't really hit the targets that it needed to.
Long-range attacks from G2 means they get their 6th kill of the game. There might be some contest on this Dragon. G2 sniffing around. Teleport's available for Kickers, but Dragon goes down far too quickly. I was just anticipating a fight that sadly was never to be.
Yeah, it's...
Curse of play-by-play.
You always see the fights coming.
Yep, that's it. 20 seconds on the clock. Teleport comes out. Kickers is looking, rather Perkz is looking for Sven. There is another teleport from Kickers. He is joining, but I can't quite see where.
It's in the jungle, right behind Quinn.
And now Mithy forced to flash. Kickers will find a Vital, find a second Vital. Robust comes out. A double body slam into the cast backwards. Another culling this time takes out Soaz. He has to fly all the way home. G2 get 2 kills for their 2 teleports.
A lot committed by G2, but that's exactly what they need at this point is if you can't quite get the Kog'Maw, if everybody else is dead around him and the rest of your team is alive, he can't afford to stand and deal damage and has to continue to run back. Sven tried to turn the aggression on, was forced to use both summoners because of it, and OG are in a very bad situation off that.
Yeah, they certainly are. G2 arrest control back. Yesterday, a QSS was the undoing of Splyce when they ran Lissandra, and the reason for that, Soaz just picked up a QSS now. So here's a replay of this fight, Stress.
Yeah, this was the early commit by Perkz. You can see on the top side where Fiora is about to arrive. Has to deal with Quinn on the way in, though, and Mithy here just peeling around. But Kickers is like, I have the damage to deal with this. We don't need to go for Sven anymore. Let's just take out the other targets and then continue to push. They get the summoners. Look at Sven. He's trying to stutter step back and forth, but it's such minimal damage compared to when a Kog'Maw is allowed to stand there and just use his W and not have to move at all.
That's the ideal situation. Made significantly harder when you got to deal with Gragas, Fiora, Lissandra. And if any of them fail to get in, Hybrid can maybe deliver somebody. So G2 still marginally in the lead. Continue to see those items escalating. Hourglass now complete for Perkz, Spirit Visage for Trick, Black Cleaver for Kickers. And we're starting to hit the 2-3 item marks. Look at this, 2 very early QSSs on the side of Origin.
It's exactly what they need, though, is they need Sven to be able to get out of the fights and stay relevant. If he gets blown up by Perkz instantly, this whole composition falls apart from Origin. Then it's all on Power of Evil, is what can he do with the Orianna, which, you know, we've seen him have pentakills on Orianna, but is it enough against the likes of a Lissandra, a Gragas, a Fiora, these champions that can very easily disrupt what an Orianna wants to do?
Yeah. Power of Evil, the pressure is on in those team fights, especially if G2 group. But luckily for OG, Soaz seems to be having a pretty decent time in that lane. We just saw trading with Kickers. Has decided to peel backwards, and there's some, again, every time you look at this minimap, there's some deep wards in OG's jungle that G2 have done a pretty good job of placing.
At this point, though, OG have done a similar thing. Is they've put at least the kind of medium wards, I would call them. They're not deep far into the jungle, but they're just around the entrances here of G2's jungle, and it makes it difficult for G2 to look for anything like a Baron, because they've got blue trinkets and the wards that are already set up. And you can see that G2 aren't really looking for a Baron yet. They're pushing out bottom side with Kickers, drawing Soaz down, but he's got teleport. He should be able to get out of there all right. So we're in a bit of a dance situation here, just with the vision control. Nobody's going to commit to this Baron, and if they do, they're going to get stopped incredibly quickly.
Yeah. Emperor was pushing out the top lane before he was forced to back away. Aegis of the Legion now completed for Hybrid, so he's starting to get a little beefier. And Sven, at 23 minutes, is even on CS with Emperor.
Here comes the teleport.
Let's see who he targets. Gonna go forward. Claws out, Roots, Power of Evil. The tomb instantly cleansed, and the barrel after the flash means Power of Evil gets away with his life. G2, they whiffed that one.
They whiffed that one, but it was a good claw actually from Perkz. Had Power of Evil read completely, there was no other way for him to go but run right into where Perkz was going to sit. So they trade both summoners mid lane for both summoners mid lane. And ultimately, not a massive amount gained from that. Soaz was buying himself a little bit more time in the bottom side, farming up, but now he's got to deal with Kikis, who wants to go aggressive.
QSS has already been used. Kikis decides to peel away. Grand Challenge is timed out, and Soaz has jumped on Valor's back, I believe. Actually, no, decides to push the wave back out. QSS very useful at getting rid of the challenge, so that not going to give that additional HP. Emperor actually sidesteps into the spear after Amazing smote it down. Is that the correct term?
I don't know. Grammar isn't my strong point. I guess he can't dodge a wrench either, or traffic. But G2 right now seem to be dodging the issue, which is Sven is getting stronger and stronger and stronger. The longer this game goes on, he will be able to deal with a lot of what G2 have to offer. He has the QSS we've already alluded to. You can see already Mithy is opting towards, you know, the Aegis way. Could be looking at Locket, could be looking at Banner. But there is a lot of options for Origin the longer this game goes on, and I feel like they're kind of being given a way back into this game very quickly by G2. That earlier fight really has slowed down what G2 have tried to do.
Definitely the case. G2 will be kicking themselves when they review some of the team fight decisions. Maybe a little too eager to play aggressive, despite what I thought was pretty good vision in the early stages of the game. Mithy, dredge line, just gently sidestepped by Perkz as Trick and Hybrid will back Emperor up in this top lane. Emperor was actually pushing the top for a while. Now G2 trying to set up some pressure on this top inner turret stress.
Yeah, trying to set up pressure, but it's going to take a while. Look at Origin actually moving mid lane, looking to try and put the same kind of focus back onto the middle inner tower. It's always more beneficial for jungle control with the mid towers being down. At this point, G2 want to push top. Origin actually didn't commit to it. They're committing to Dragon on the bottom side.
Dragon number 3 for Origin. There's waves pushing into the inhibitor turrets against OG, and they're going to be late to this one. I believe the bottom wave is slowly.
They got Amazing!
By a death sentence, the body slam too. He pounces and flashes away, but he can't put enough distance to stay alive. And with Amazing going down, there's no one to stop G2 wrecking the base. The inhibitor turret is down. Blinding Assault comes out. The inhibitor down to half HP. The shockwave finds nobody as Hybrid flashes away to safety.
But for now, it's enough. Look at Perkz pushing the middle lane in as well. G2 are trying to take the shortcut. You can't take that route at this point. You don't have the control over those paths between the lanes. And what that means is it slows down G2's secondary push. But man, OG making a big timing error there. Thought that Sven could get that Dragon and recall in time, but they had enough vision on the remaining members of Origin that G2 could just push that tower.
And multiple times this game, trying to defend that tower's not worked out.
Don't do it.
Ooh, is this the B word?
Don't do it. Okay, good.
5,000 gold down. An exposed inhibitor, and G2 are showing they can play the side lanes relatively well. This was the death sentence that really started everything.
Yeah, it was. Death sentence into the follow-up. Amazing's not going to survive that one too often at all. Even got the teleport out of Kikis. Maybe not the most necessary TP, but, you know, they got the kill and looking to follow up. Really interesting. Okay, G2 is starting this. There are 2 blue trinkets available, which means they're about to stop Baron very quickly.
And there is a teleport.
There's the first blue trinket.
To vision.
This isn't dying fast enough.
Baron's down to 5,000. Teleports coming in just behind. Perkz finds PoE. Shockwave will not connect because of Riposte. Mithy is now on the back line. And Power of Evil is done. I would love to get a slow-mo to double-check that. Perkz is now in somewhat of a trouble. Self-cast. He has an Hourglass available too, and Sven gets jumped on. Kikis wants to squash the bug under his boot, but he'll take down Mithy first. Sven continues to try and kite back before he's bounced by the barrel. That's a double kill now. They chase down Amazing. Origin get aced.
A great set of team fights there from G2. The way they balanced a lot of their abilities was exactly what they needed. The fact that Trick held his ultimate for so long in that fight just to pop Sven as the fight went longer and longer. And a key thing you cannot overlook with Alessandra on the map is the amount of time that she soaks up from somebody like Sven, where she goes in, instantly becomes the target from the AD carry, ults herself, you can't damage her. Zhonya's, you can't damage her. And by that point, the W is about to run out. Origin aren't done yet.
No, they're not, but the inhibitor will be. 1 or 2 more autos is all it needs. Oh! Shockwave secures a triple kill as Hybrid manages to make it away. Maybe it was a 3-man quadra kill for Power of Evil, and they defend their top inhib.
Origin punishing the greedy G2, stacking. Is it going to be Baron time for Origin? Is this the same kind of situation that G2 were in against Fnatic, where it's one play, one misplay, turns the game around for them and they lose a game that they had almost certainly won?
30-second death time is on the side of G2. Trick, the only man standing with Smite and Explosive Cast available.
He's got the level advantage here.
Let's find out. Baron down to 4,500, rolls the barrel into OG. Soaz and PoE trying to disrupt. Trick needs to use the burst and the Smite for the kill. He's got the shutdown of the Power of Evil. He saves his own life, while Amazing secures Baron. And Stress, we've got a game on our hands.
We have at this point, man. Origin committing 2 people to Trick, ensuring that there's absolutely no way he can get into the Baron to steal. This was the beginning of the fight. There was the riposte, as you alluded to, from Kikis, preventing that shockwave. Even Perkz managed to move out of the way of that, so a big ult didn't hit the mark here. G2 kite back up to the Baron. At this point, there is a ward. You can see it now being swept out, but it's Perkz. They feel like he's too tasty a target to deal with. And Sven, look at this. The amount of time Perkz is soaking up here. Sven's trying to put damage on Kikis and Perkz as 2 targets, but they sidestep, make sure they're not in hurricane radius from each other, and it means Sven has to commit to 1, at which point 3 people commit to him, and that is the team fight done for G2.
Right, and this was the G2 maybe overstep. Look, somewhat split focus. They turn their attention to Mithy. Emperor then tries to catch PoE.
The stack
1,
kick,
2,
Kikis
3.
moves. Oh, that's
3-man
so
shockwave,
painful.
and Hybrid just stepped out of it.
Oh, that's so painful. Emperor dashed in, Kikis dashed in, and that was a... That's like a quadra kill that is given to Power of Evil. All he had to do was just press R and everybody somehow magnetized into...
The amount of damage is on your screen right now. In that shockwave fight, 4,491. That is a 4,491 elo shockwave if ever I've seen one. And may have just given OG another breath of life. The problem is, every time OG have got a breath of life, it is after being pummeled in the head by G2. It's G2 landing the first punch, and OG trying to swing back. They need to make this Baron count.
Yeah, they do. I was trying to remember the quote that someone used yesterday about being punched in the face. Everybody thinks they got a game plan, and whatever that quote is, but it seems like OG had just taken the Homer Simpson approach and just taking as many punches to the face as possible until the opponent just tires themselves out and G2 will start making mistakes, because that's what's happening in this setup, is G2 are making mistakes here. They have Emperor being 8-3-2, should have enough damage to tear through everything, but it's just these missteps. Dashing into the shockwave, losing all of your health. Origin want to push with this Baron right now. They're playing all in one lane though. This isn't maximizing their composition.
Well, they're trying to stop those supers maybe. Trying to push the wave out, very cleverly backing away. Don't want to run the risk of losing somebody important. The culling really somewhat whiffs, only burns through the shield there of Mithy, and now Origin, they've got themselves grouped up, placing the balls and zoning. And G2, remember, 2 teleports available. Wave is pushing towards OG in the bottom lane, and I think towards G2 in the top lane. Inner turret for Dragon and the dot on towers. Probably worth, I think.
So this is slowing Origin from potentially getting a 5th Dragon. They're only on 3 right now. Teleport comes in to defend from Perkz.
The claw.
He goes in!
Through Flash Root! Perkz stuns 3 members of OG. Let's go Golden, and Hourglass is up. All of a sudden, Origin are split up. Soaz is running for his life, may take Hybrid with him, and it's G2 that are split up on the fight.
They've
Trick
got to get
gets the
Sven.
body slam. They've taken Soaz down. Kikis and Emperor, they're peeling, they're running, they're trying to stay away from the Caterpillar as G2 have bought enough time. They've got Soaz down, they've thwarted the Baron push, and you can see everybody backstage watching the game. It is balancing on a knife edge.
Oh, Emperor nearly went in touching range. Does he Ardent Blaze the bush?
Oh,
He's got
no.
He cullings!
That is such a good call. Emperor interrupts. Well,
Well,
it fizzles.
The thing is, he let Amazing recall at that point, so they have the numbers advantage. They just don't know it. They weren't sure that Amazing recalled here. The numbers were in favor of G2.
And now Hybrid, the shockwave's used just to take him down, but he's got the box out. Sven will get slowed by the barrel roll and continues to kite and run away. Ultimates will be available for Trick and Perkz very shortly. Miffy may give his life here. Kikis is jumping onto Amazing, but he's got to be careful. 3 members of Origin sitting in front of him. The Glacial Path not followed through as Perkz is very low on HP. And all of a sudden, we're still not done, Stress. Teleport this time from Soaz.
And this is the counter engage because they just saw how many ultimates we use. Soaz goes on Emperor.
Oh, the crit!
Oh!
Soaz is giggling on the player cam, and so is the audience. Kikis flashes away to save his life. Soaz, you donated a kill, my friend. Last time I saw a top laner do that, it was in Challenger.
Oh, he thought that the blind was going to be enough like that. It was just not enough in this situation. The way he goes in, it's a long way in the future from here. This was Perkz. Very aggressive from Perkz here to go in like this. He catches the important members. Look at how much damage Sven takes right here, but it's the QSS into instantly moving back away out of this fight. From here, look at the target selection. G2, 2 people are on Soaz. Hybrid somehow manages to stay alive for about the 3rd or 4th time this game. The problem is G2 in this situation do not have enough to get onto Sven. He can just back away for as long as he wants here, and now we have this prolonged period where G2 knew where Origin were, but couldn't get to him. And then they had the numbers advantage. But this is a really weird back and forth set of fights here that, you know, they're not very clean overall.
Oh, definitely not. Emperor getting those critical hits really chunked down Soaz. I didn't actually see if the Banshee's Veil maybe block that blinding assault or not. We'll have to keep a close eye as these next team fights break out. But with 35 minutes in, the 6,000 gold difference, I think, is even irrelevant at this stage when you consider how powerful Sven can be if he's allowed to sit in a place and attack. Perkz was waiting on the fountain for a few seconds, and he has teleport available, but no TP play just yet.
And no TP available for Origin either. They know that they can play on 3 lanes. They haven't been choosing to do so pretty much for the last 20 minutes of this game. They've been very stuck trying to just lock down Origin as they're running around the map, and that's kind of like flipping a coin of, are we going to win this game? It's not like, let's play our team composition. It's just, let's try and kill Sven. If we don't get him, we're going to lose.
Well, by this stage, if G2 commit everything onto a target and fail, as you mentioned, we've seen G2 losing games at this stage. Already this split. Already this game. Both squads have overcommitted. G2, though, with teleports playing the side lanes. Look, both Perkz and Kikis are shoving out top and bottom. A recall from Perkz, get those speedy boots primed and ready for a potential Baron play. Maybe we're back onto Baron pressure here, Stress.
We are, but Kikis is the real pressure here. Being in the bottom lane was looking to try and push up to that inhibitor tower. It drew Soaz down, no teleport available. It means if G2 commit in the next 5 or 6 seconds here, they may be able to get a fight started before Soaz can cross it. He will be able to do that very quickly with Quinn, and that window is starting to close as Kikis, as soon as he drops off from that bottom side, Soaz in his mind is like, they're gonna go, and now
the call.
Here comes the call.
Oh, let's see, can they find Sven? They Death Sentence! Hybrid follows it with a flash, and Death Sentence. Sven is pulled into the middle of the team and taken out. G2 may have just won the game.
Big shockwave.
Viva gets a shockwave and takes down Perkz and Hybrid. It's not done yet. Kikis will find Amazing with the help of Emperor. A double kill for Kikis. 2 members of OG remaining. There's some wave clear here. Can they pull off a miracle play? Focused faces on the side of G2.
It's got to be double in here, but then go for the Baron at this point. There's no smite available for 45 seconds. Soaz and Power of Evil have just got to try and deter this Baron for as long as possible. Both of them will die to Emperor in a prolonged little skirmish where Emperor can get damage off. So now they have to catch them with split decision-making on this Baron. Their Baron clear isn't the fastest here, but with not a lot of people around, I say not the fastest, it's going down pretty quickly at this
Fiora
point.
Lucian at 37 minutes?
Yeah, you're right. I was looking at it like 3 people, maybe not so good. That's pretty quick.
Shockwave's up. Will it get stolen? Power of Evil fires the trigger, and it is secured by G2. Good smite hands from Trick. Soaz and Power of Evil decide not to go in, and that may be the final nail in the coffin. Super minions, a 3-minute timer on Baron buff. and all of G2 have respawned.
Well, now you play with a 4-1 setup. Kikis goes to the bottom lane, pushes it out. It's the only remaining inhibitor tower. And this is the unreliable CC landing on Sven, and that's what shouldn't be happening in this game. Because that forces Sven to commit all of his defensive resources to CC that is not going to hit him 100%. He has to be saving that for Perkz, saving that for, you know, the lockdown that's going to come when a Fiora gets on top of him. So it's just a tough circumstance there for Sven to be hit by that hook.
Yep.
He had to try and dodge it somehow. His flash was already down.
Yeah, and when you got 5 members of G2 aiming for you, it's tough. But Power of Evil may have kept OG in the game at least for a few more minutes. Look again at that damage graph. I think that was another 3 or 4 man shockwave, and that may have single-handedly saved the Nexus for a few minutes. The problem is they now have to do it again. They now have to find the shockwave with no summoners on Power of Evil or Sven. No flashes on Soaz or Amazing. This is a tough, tough defense.
It's going to be more than a tough defense right now with the Baron up minions from G2. I'm surprised that they aren't... Oh, Kikis got caught, riposte.
He did get caught. The riposte blocked a lot of the damage, and Mithy's forced to flash away. Depth charge was used. The dredge line may have actually hurt him more than it helped.
They're just buying time now for the top and mid wave to push all the way in. Soaz is looking for a flank, but there are wards there. They're buying time. Now they step up to the plate.
Oh, that tower does not have long for this world. He'll get chunked down. The Baron, empowered siege minion, gets that tower down. 1 or 2 more hits. Emperor's going to step forward, use the passive. Ooh, dredge line, so close to finding Emperor, but I think he just dashed away. As G2 are now looking at the 3rd inhibitor. Look at the minimap. Trick is trying to get that Baron buff onto the supers, let them push forward. So is it Amazing. They have to deal with it, which means the bottom inhibitor is exposed. Emperor will be taking this one down. Depth charge will be available from Mithy, his ultimate in a few seconds, and the shockwave is good, but Emperor is able to flash away. Mithy will be the first victim of the fight as Perkz is running amok in the back line. He stays alive thanks to the tomb, still has an hourglass to go golden as Emperor finds one more. Power of Evil is forced to run with nothing left to do, and G2 pick up their 11th win, 12th win, and sit singly in 1st place. It's not a good week for my win moment, Stress.
It's a good week for G2 though right now. Not only do you lock a playoff spot, you take down one of the European representatives that are going to IEM. You can say, well, we'll see how that goes for you, but we've locked our wins in the books.
Gigantic smiles on the faces of G2. A hard-fought victory. Was correctly their 11th win. I overthought it.
It's all right, Trev. Don't
It's really
never
not.
do maths on stream. Never, never do it.
You know, a lot to take away for both of these teams. Perkz and Soaz having a hug, and you know, Soaz 1-8-1. Punished for overextending so many times this game. Then you have to sit back and say, was that major props to G2? Or was that a major mistake from Soaz, or a combination of both?
It's a combination of both. G2 made some pretty big errors in this game when it came to almost gifting the game back to Origin. Problem is, they just couldn't capitalize on it. Origin couldn't really catch it at that point. Power of Evil seemed to be the only player that was hell-bent on trying to carry Origin through this game. Amazing had a decent early game. You could see what Mithy was trying to do there, but G2 come out the win there.
What a contrast on expressions when you look at the players' faces. There were chances for Origin. There were opportunities to claw back control. But that man there, Perkz, one more of those EU mids. He shows that even through QSSs, even through cleanses, he can make a Lissandra work in every single team fight.
Well, he set him up. Emperor knocked him down at the end of it, because every single fight Emperor was putting out so much damage, so much, just always getting in the mix. And you've got to say, Hybrid perhaps with the game-winning hook on that the mid fight. If you don't hook the Kog'Maw, he still has the QSS available, still has everything else to get himself away. From that, they take 2 inhibs and the game's done.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think individually, every single member of G2 played correctly. And then they made a few misplays and maybe trying to press the vision, maybe getting caught out by Origin here and there. But crucially, when those fights happened, the team fights we saw today was the G2 that we saw in the beginning of the split, where they were crisp, they were clear, they were very aggressive. It was later than expected, but it ended up working in their favor. I believe it did. So with that, we're going to head to the analyst desk to take a look at that G2 win.
Thank you very much, guys. Well, in the beginning, or in the preview, rather, we talked a lot, or you talked a lot about they have to get through the early game, OG, and well, we were looking at the early game very intensively, and let's get the first replay up on the screen, because we saw things happening that has happened in the past for them seem to be too slow on the movements on the map.
Yeah, I feel like in this play, what you see is G2 is just pushing in the bot side, and they prep for the bot lane play, and top lane, Mithy is somehow stuck there. They are recalling way too late for the bot lane turret, and this is kind of summarizing OG's early game rotational play. It is very questionable. They are not in time to defend the turret, and then afterwards you see Soaz, an amazing, not mechanically on the level, and both Soaz dies in the end.
And this kind of play here is where, as a team, you always need to be able to see this play at least like 20, 30 seconds in advance, because it's very obvious, oh, they're pushing in the bottom lane, they have two guys down there, the jungler's obviously going to join. You have to either mirror it on top side, so have your jungler up there with your support AD carry, or you already have to be ready to defend with your jungler and support and top lane on the bottom side. And Mithy was recalling when G2 got to the tower. So like, it's just way too slow reaction from Origen, and then you lose a free tower, and then also gave up the kill, which was a misplay after.
And also didn't get the top lane turret.
And didn't, yeah, exactly, didn't get anything.
I feel like the biggest problem with OG is that there's this arrogance. When they make a mistake, they kind of try to play with it, because it feels like they tell themselves that they will make it work somehow, but a mistake never justifies another mistake. Whenever something goes wrong in the game, another thing goes wrong because they try to fix it. They need to accept that they made the mistake, because a mistake never justifies another mistake. Like Soaz dying here, why did he go there? It made no sense.
Can I put against that the fact that G2 is a team that has been really aggressive, and they actually also have adapted sometimes that way of playing. They make a mistake, they overextend, they go in for the fight again the next time, but they do win it. Is that a difference between OG and G2 because G2 is just a better team? They are allowed to do it in your mind, or?
I feel like G2 in this game in particular, they were very, very decisive. I think that is the biggest strength of G2. They have always throughout the split, they've shown that they're decisive. Maybe it isn't the best play, maybe it's not going to be the optimal play, but since they're all on the same page, it works. They commit, 5 people commit, 5 people on the same page. That is more important than making the absolutely best decision.
Yeah, what will be shown in our next replay that we'll get up on your screen is not being on the same page from the side of OG. Power of Evil is here up doing the blue buff at this point. I do believe this is the replay. I will go up to it. And bottom lane, everything actually kicks off.
Yeah, so multiple things are wrong here. Sven, first of all, as a level 12 AD carry with no mobility, is pushing a lane out on his own. So he obviously gets ganked by G2. Look at your minimap right now, guys. The fight starts, Power of Evil and Amazing are saying, let's do blue buff. We need to get blue buff right now instead of either recalling and having like try to run down to defend the bottom side. If they couldn't be on time, you push up mid there. You had a big wave coming up to the tier 2 tower mid, and you can see the guys are chasing. Because then you at least make G2 make a decision. Are we going to chase for the kills? Are we going to stop and try and run back to stop him from taking tier 2 mid? Going blue buff, in my opinion, is the worst decision you can make out of all 3, basically.
And I think that's kind of that OG is just clueless in the early game where to be, because those rotations are not too complicated. Of course, like, we are not invisible to that too. We make those mistakes as well, but it's just really apparent because Power needs to pressure the mid side. We saw a TP gang roam from the Sundra early game to get the first blood. Like, all this kind of stuff are just parts that need to work together, and I think they don't know how to work together.
It's like in this replay at this point in time, we saw they didn't have any deep vision. Then you can't really send the Kog'Maw for the split push. I feel like in this kind of a scenario, you need to group as 4 mid, push out the wave, make sure you get the mid wave as they did, and then eventually go for the deep vision. But sending a Kog'Maw all alone, all the way out bottom lane is very dangerous. But the worst part is the Kog'Maw survived, right? He could have run away with his heal, with his flash. And then you have Quinn and Nautilus just jumping in and dying, and of course Power of Evil and the Nidalee doing the blue buff. A mistake on top of a mistake. Unacceptable.
And we also have to praise G2 on how they were punishing the mistakes, because I feel like every time we were watching OG sending the wrong member to like push out a side lane, Soaz did it multiple times where, again, I don't think it's on Soaz as a player, I think it's on Origen as a team. valuing getting like Sven farm in the lanes where he could freeze them, and then Source has to like run really far out the lanes to try and push out lanes. Every time that happened, instant TP down from like Perkz on Lissandra or coming down with Trick, and they just instant ganked it. And they picked up so many early kills from it, and if they hadn't lost that early fight in mid, I think G2 would just snowball completely out of control.
Yeah.
It kind of reminds me of a game we had, the game we had with Roccat. We had Steve on Rumble, and he played against this Riven, and we kept sending him in the lane swap to the wrong lane. And of course, that was a team mistake. The same thing here. They need to send the Quinn to the lane that is pushing towards her so she can farm very safely and put the 3-man support jungle AD carry squad on the wave that is pushing out. But the thought process, of course, they identified their win condition, which is the Kog'Maw getting fed, but you cannot shoot everyone else in the foot to make that happen.
In the end, though, a little bit of that UOL power of evil Orianna. Let's take another look at that Quadra. That happens for OG. You can't, of course, rely on that to happen on the point that G2 is about to take 2 inhibitors. They get a Baron off that as well. This is what Power of Evil can bring, of course, in those tense moments, but he should never be put in that position.
Yeah, I feel like when Hybrid took this, Kikis and Perkz were really unhappy. They were like, what the hell are we supposed to do? Lissandra has barely any mana, and Fiora has no mana and half HP, so I think the engage was really doubtable, but then again, you should have just backed off. You need to respect a little bit your enemy, and yeah, Power has just gotten those kills over and over, and I think this is like one of the points where I actually thought OG can come back. So yeah, they turn towards the Nashor, and again, they get so much free DPS. It's a little bit sloppy and a little bit out of place, and they get solo. And 1 versus 5. It seems like they struggle, and it's a little bit,
They get the Baron though. Again, like these are the kind of comeback plays we see from time to time, and they had a good late game composition. Power of Evil scaling, Sven scaling up. He had 3 items and QSS at this point. So technically, Origin now should be a lot stronger. It then kind of comes into a bit of some weird decisions, where again, it's not really a clear call. Randomly, they're trying to chase a few kills here and there, end up dying and losing the Baron buff. And then the late game fights. I just want to talk super quick about this comp and ask you guys about that, because we were talking about it also during the game. Like this Nautilus support pick in the current meta, instead of, let's say, a Tahm Kench or Morgana support to protect Sven. Was that a big issue in the late game, or do you feel like the early game you could have gotten from Nautilus actually makes up for it?
I feel like the thought process behind the Nautilus pick is, of course, taking it away from Kikis, and then again, the support pool was very, very small. We had a Braum ban and Alistar ban, and Nautilus is one of the supports that has a good matchup into Thresh. What we saw later in the game, it's what is actually defending the Kog'Maw that is going to kill everything for us? There is nothing. You have all these pieces that kind of need protection, and in the end, you saw the final fight where the Kog'Maw got hooked and eventually Gragas ultied. That might happen, and with the engage tools that G2 has, there's a very, very high chance that they get caught.
Yeah. So Nautilus protection not enough when things can dash right, behind you, in front of you, whatever, past you.
Dash away.
They can just ignore it.
Dash. Yeah, okay, well, thank you guys for your analysis, and that is G2 walking away with the win. We need to step away for a minute, but we are just getting started. Up next is the Giants versus H2K, and as we go, let's take a closer look behind the scenes and see how coaches lead their team when they're off the LCS stage.
Hey guys, we're here at the Fnatic Gaming House, and we're gonna go upstairs, talk to Daylor a little bit about coaching and what it's like coaching Fnatic in particular.
Hey guys, we're here at the H2K house. I'm gonna go talk to Prolly about his coaching style and of course about H2K as a team. So let's go say hello.
What is your opinion on the balance between being friends with a player or being like this mean authoritative figure?
I think it's really important that you have the authority, that everyone understands that if you say A, they have to do A. But at the same time, I'm not really like a dictator or something like this. Like, I'm pretty trolly, I'm joking around with the guys all the time. So I think it's really important that you have a connection, more kind of friends.
It's definitely not black and white like that. I definitely wouldn't say I'm a friend in the way that they can talk to me like a friend, but I have to be a friend in the way that they can come to me with all their problems and they'll be able to trust me because they know what I'm doing is for them and not for anybody else.
Do you feel structure and eating healthy, working out, something a lot of teams are now investing into with life coaches? Do you feel that's very important, and is it something you guys do here at H2K?
Currently we don't do much healthy food eating or working out or anything like that. I think those are luxuries to reach the highest level. It's less about how much time you have in the day and more about you need to be completely focused on one thing at a time to improve on.
I don't think that we can think of the brain and the body as disconnected. I think if you have a healthy body, this will benefit your brain and the other way around. So players spend, 14 hours sitting? Just by them going outside of the house is already good. If they're going to the gym and they're doing some cardio, this is even better. It's not even about getting fit, it's about being healthy.
2 years running now as a head coach. When it comes to responsibility, in your opinion, a team's performance, how much falls back on the coach and how often can you actually blame the coach if a team is doing poorly?
I think the coach should absorb close to like 85 to 90% of the responsibility of the team. The coach's decision to be doing things. So regardless of if you're taking the player's input, that's your decision as a coach to take the player's input. So you have to take responsibility for that.
I think that the teams or the community, basically everyone, don't understand that there's no league coaches. A League of Legends coach doesn't exist. What's a League of Legends coach right now? A former player that goes directly from player to coach without coaching studies, or there's coaches that studied business or sports or whatever that then go into coaching League of Legends.
Building a team is always going to be something that takes an infinite amount of time. There's never going to be a time where you completely finish your job as a coach. I think in League of Legends, there's a difference between coaches and how coaches should work. And I believe in League of Legends, I would say 3 weeks is long enough for a coach to have an effective job. I can't put it all on luck. It's got to be the way the first week I spent with the team. Like, first impressions really matter. You can't really start the job slowly. You have to start the job running at full speed, or it's just not going to work.
Going into the coaching position, I had a really clear idea how our structure should be. I want to have a sports psychologist, multiple analysts. I saw myself as a head coach, so I explained like all the stuff that I would like to do and why I thought it was important. During the year, we were able to develop a little bit, and this year finally we're able to develop much more. You as a coach, or even the players, we are, let's say, toolkits, or we have our skill set. The thing that I can do for the players or for the team is I can guide them, I can help them, but I cannot make them do everything.
2v1s that go wrong, for Baron calls that go wrong, these are all things that should be controlled by the coach. And when I see teams fail 2v1s, fail Barons, the coach should have been teaching them better. And if this is something that a coach has tried and the players keep getting it wrong, then I would say the responsibility is still on the coach. The coach needs to change his approach to this kind of situation. I've dealt with a lot of problems teaching 2v1s and stuff like that, and every time something went wrong, I always blamed myself because I could have done it better, I could have taught it differently, I could have gotten through to them. And the second that I take the blame away from myself and put it on the players, that's the second I become a worse coach.
And welcome back to the European LCS. You can see G2 hanging out with the fans here in Berlin, Germany. We're just about ready for Giants to square off against potentially one of the best teams in Europe, H2K. Let's start with the lineups. It is Giants on the blue side with Atom in the top lane, Beton Yoka in the jungle, Xpeppy in the mid lane. We have to update that picture at some point. Adrian Godfrey, the AD carry and support. And of course, their returning coach, Lozar.
Yeah, he lost a little bit of the red end of his hair there. But on the red side of Summoner's Rift for this game is going to be H2K in the top lane. It is Odo Amne, Jankos in the jungle. Mid lane is Ryu with AD carry Forgiven. Support Vanda and their coach. You heard from him before the break. It is Prolly.
Really strong words from Prolly. If players make mistakes, it's your fault as a coach. I'll talk about that a little later. I think I have to hit the big story yesterday. Gigantic news dropped as Forgiven says this could be his last professional game on the LCS stage. And for a guy who is considered by many to be the best ADC in Europe, and considering H2K's visa problems, this is a big blow, potentially, to the rest of their season.
Yeah, I mean, potentially a massive blow. He was one of the big strengths of when Ryu was out. He really helped the team stay on its feet. Now they kind of have to do the reverse. The potential is there that now Ryu might have to fulfill the same kind of role.
Yeah, luckily, there is a lot of talent and a lot of support behind the H2K players, because even without Ryu, they were still winning games. They were still competing at the top of the table. The players are ready, so we will be getting into picks and bans very, very shortly. 6.3 with Karma disabled for now. What are we expecting here? I want to hit two obvious ones. Giants have banned Lulu in 8 of their 13 games, regardless of sides. And interestingly, H2K have banned Kalista in 9 of their 13 games.
And the weird thing now for this split about H2K, the biggest evolution I've seen for Forgiven as a player is it's now H2K banning AD carries. It used to be, you know, for SK at the beginning of last year, it was like, oh man, if they ban 3 champions, Forgiven doesn't play anything. Now it's like, Forgiven's like, yeah, just ban the top 3. I've got everything else in my playbook. I can play whatever you need me to, and I'm still going to do it as well. So I feel like that's why you're seeing a lot of the Kalista bans, because Forgiven doesn't need to play it and can play so much more.
And H2K play that style, which is heavily focused around taking towers down. Forgiven's been playing Corki, Lucian, Caitlyn, his most played, and you can see Prolly and Lozak, 2 coaches behind the men. Lulu taken away from Giants, that will be the 9th time in 14 games, regardless of play. GP from H2K, want to deny that to Pepe. He actually had a pretty good performance last week. And finally Lucian as well.
I feel like H2K just leave Kog'Maw open here and say, okay, you pick it, we'll take a 2v2 and I'll crush you. Because that's the mentality. That is the mentality of a player like Forgiven that knows he can win the 2 versus 2 and is not afraid of giving over such a strong pick that has such late game presence but fails so hard in the early game. We saw Sven getting somewhat shut down in the last game, did manage to get into the later game, but honestly, I don't think the same situation would happen here if Giants pick Kog'Maw first.
All right, what is available that we're not talking about? Alistair, Nidalee, Corki maybe, something that has been picked a lot on the side of H2K. It was actually first picked yesterday against Fnatic.
Alistair is available. Alistair is not available. It's Braum that is available in this game that wasn't in the last. So just got to keep track of that. Okay, I don't mind that as a first pick. I feel with Nidalee available, though, a jungler like Jankos will look at this and go, okay, well, I'll take the Nidalee here. And I will just have a lot of presence on the map early game. I wonder what else they go for here, because I don't feel like H2K will get baited into the Kog'Maw pick. I feel like they don't even pick their AD carry here. They may go Braum Nidalee on this rotation. Depends on whether they want to get their hands on something for Odo Amne as well as a priority.
High priority on Nautilus yesterday, and they're going to copy-paste. So this was their second rotation for H2K after they got Corki on blue side. And it worked out relatively well for H2K yesterday. And they're not revealing anything either. Elise still up, something that Jankos has played an exceptional amount. Most played champion, in fact, 5 games, as well as Nidalee. So, you know, Beton Yoka is saying, right, pick whatever you want, and Jankos will still most likely be able to outplay him.
They also have the option now of picking up the Gragas should the Kog'Maw go over. I think there's just a lot of picks still available to Jankos, so probably didn't want to rush that Nidalee if he doesn't feel like he has to have such a powerful pick to deal with Beton Yoka.
Would Forgiven play another game of Kog'Maw? If you've got the protection from Braum, you've got some peel from Nautilus, put Gragas or Nidalee, both can do different ways of helping Kog.
I don't feel like he needs to, is the
okay.
Oh man, he may just look to play Caitlyn here and pick an AD carry that Ezreal can never really hit and has fairly similar strength at points in the game. In the laning phase, Ezreal can't fire Qs at Caitlyn because she just stands behind her minions. We know how much Forgiven does play Cait. He could play the Kog'Maw. That is another option that is available. Looking at other champions that are up. Also, now that Nidalee's been locked in, Jankos has the option for the Elise. Could also pick up something like a Kindred if they want to go the Kog'Maw route of things, and then they'd have a lot of protection for that Kog.
I'd prefer Gragas into all this poke.
That is true.
Giants have got a gigantic alarm bell saying we want to spam skill shots. When a few have hit, we will then do something else. No frontline at all to speak of, but they've got a Poppy that they can throw in there. Atom's also got the potential to run Shen if he wants some sort of protection, and instead, Jankos is going to be going to Lee Sin.
I like it though. I don't mind the Lee Sin here in the situation where it's you're picking something to facilitate a little bit more of the early game. I wouldn't be surprised to see Ryu on something like a LeBlanc in this game that kind of curves out the Caitlyn fairly nicely. Nautilus doesn't provide a massive amount of damage. He has a fair amount from the top lane, but it's not the same as a carry from the top. So now you need something to supplement it. They're bringing some of that from their jungle pick with the Lee Sin with his early game presence, and now some of it potentially from that middle lane counter pick. They know it's going to be Corki. Not too many matchups actually are favorable against the Corki, but we'll see exactly what Ryu wants to run.
Yeah, for Giants, supports in top lane as what we're expecting. Atom has played one game of Tahm Kench. He actually picked that up as a... no, I take it back. I'm looking at the wrong sheets. He's played no games of Tahm Kench. So this would be a first for Atom.
Oh, and as you say that, it gets changed.
I get ahead of myself. Too excited. But now there's no front line, so Giants, look, quasi-front line from Graves, but non-traditional.
Yeah, he's fairly susceptible, or fairly good at staying alive. The problem is, Giants, as you kind of mentioned, they have no tank, so they can't really take prolonged amounts of damage in a fight. They've got disengage coming from the Janna, and then a lot of poke and siege, which is a tough game to play against H2K, especially now that they've got wave clear coming from the Caitlyn. I expect a similar thing perhaps from Ryu if he doesn't want to opt for the likes of a LeBlanc in this game. But honestly, I feel like Giants are picking themselves into what is a very obvious composition here with the amount of poke that they've got, that H2K will be fairly happy to just play around. But right now we have to see what that mid lane pick is going to be.
That's... Assassin would be very happy into all of these squishy targets from Giants. And Giants are a team that are 2 wins and 11 losses. And they've picked themselves a team composition that looks exceptionally difficult to pull off, because there's not a lot of comeback mechanics, shall we say.
No, there really aren't, and good luck poking when you have no minions. You've got an Ahri, you've got a Caitlyn, both champions that will neutralize the single lane push from Giants.
And they're opting into a poke comp with a first pick Braum.
Yep, there's that as well.
How did it take me this long to realize the unbreakable? So Vander, if he can position himself between Giants and the rest of his squad, all of the tools for Odo and Jankos to engage will be there. So, I don't know. Early game's going to be so important for Giants to make sure they don't fall behind and don't start to get picked off by this Nautilus, Ahri, Braum combination.
I think the problem here, though, is so Nidalee is very good at clearing her jungle, getting into the enemy jungle. Now you've got to go up against Jankos in his own jungle as Lee Sin, with the potential support coming from the likes of Ahri and Nautilus. If you take a bad skirmish in the early game from Batayoke, this game could just fall completely out of Giants in any respect.
Yeah, it really can. The coach is shaking hands as they walk off stage, and I loved hearing from Bro that final quote or final sections of the video saying, well, if your players fail, it's because the coach, or he feels, did not find a way to explain what they could do. You guys at home, see if you agree with him. Hit us up on Twitter at LOL Esports with that hashtag H2KWin if they will tie up G2 Esports at the top of the table, or hashtag GIAWin if you think Giants will pull off the biggest upset of the spring split. Stress, the flags are lit side by side, but they could not be further apart as far as the teams are concerned. H2K right at the top of the table, and Giants trying to claw their way out from the bottom.
I'm gonna say something that might shock you, Trevor, but this is somewhat of an improvement from Giants, and I'll back that up by saying they've come in and said, we don't know what play style we want to play. We don't know how we want to play. Well, they've told the world how they want to play in this game. They want to play poke, and they want to see if it works for them. I tentatively will ask you to stretch your mind back to last year and remember the blue build Ezreal games that Adri had. A handful of the games that Giants actually won in the summer split. Saying that, I don't think it's enough to beat H2K in this setting, but it is an improvement of mindset from Giants having a clear game plan.
And I think it is a fair statement that Pepe's Lux last week or week before last was his standout performance in the laning phase. Got a decent CS advantage in a matchup that he could do well. We know Ryu will do fine once he gets to level 6, but he's got to get to level 6, and the Observer's taking us on a walk of wards as we're scanning across both sides of the rift. I think you could say vision advantage H2K. Maybe they've got it a little deeper, but they need to spot champions, and that's not been the case just yet.
I'm always wondering what we're looking for at this. I'm like, are they actually there? Are they not? Because I know sometimes the observers actually just bait us, and they're just showing us nobody behind the wall. But there we see Giants crossing through, and this situation, you can see H2K have locked themselves into the lane, the standard lanes here. They've got the Lee Sin down here as well. Jankos even gets himself the Krugs. Takes a lot of damage for it, though.
Yeah, and he does. Adri was trying to get some autos down, but small advantage to Jankos stealing away at least a camp. We'll see if that holds true, if he can actually clear his jungle. We know how effective Nidalee is at clearing the waves, and we're setting ourselves into standard lane, Stress.
Yep.
So, toe-to-toe. And we'll see who's going to get the early advantage.
So this is pretty good from Giants with the way that they got the information early. Bettingyoke not only has the information that his support got, that Lee Sin was on the bottom side, they had a ward on red anyway, just to see whether he was starting top side. So it means Bettingyoke has the ability now to go into the top side jungle, take away the buff, and Jankos didn't do the same on the lower side. So it means Bettingyoke will end up with a 3-buff start if Jankos doesn't read what's up and heads bottom side.
Yeah. Timing on Jankos, he's low on HP, so it will be risky. But we caught a glimpse of Pepe eating a charm at level 2. So that's already a decent enough start for Ryu, especially if he can find Pepe multiple times. But it is Flash Exhaust Corki into Flash Ignite Ryu.
Yes, the 1-6 is pretty difficult for Ahri against the Corki matchup, especially with how easy you can proc Thunderlords. Just turn on that Gatling gun, and if they're within range, you basically instantly get it. Jankos is behind the play here on his own jungle. Very rare that you see this, but H2K were going for a bit of a different start with having Jankos start down on the bottom side. I think they were expecting to be in a lane swap, but then kind of locked themselves into the 2v2, so Jankos is having to manage with this. We're going to have junglers clashing. Bottom side here, look at Bettingyoke's pathing. Look at where Jankos is. He will, however... Oh, this is risky.
This is scary indeed.
Oh, he so very nearly saw that he was on the Raptors.
Smite and Flash available for Jankos, but Bettingyoke is going to see...
He's rumbled.
The Bramble back is available, does not find a target with the Javelin toss, and Ryu was already moving. He actually pulled in. Jankos is somewhat disappointed on the player cam. But there is the 3-buff start that we've talked about in Jankos with a very, very late blue buff. It'll be interesting to see how the secondary spawn impacts the lanes, if at all, because that'll also potentially give Pepe somewhat of an advantage if he's able to secure his teams, of course.
Now, how does Bettingyoke cope with this? Because he spotted Jankos without the blue buff. So if he gets the read on this and can head to the blue, he knows Jankos is either fairly low or recalls. Jankos recalled. Bettingyoke is low as well, so he can't go aggressive. He's choosing to take the level advantage here. Level 5 to level 3 here on the junglers as we start things off, and I believe he's ahead on gold as well. Bought a cloth armor. Actually refunds the cloth armor, switches it for boots just before we swapped over to the gold there.
400 advantage to Bettingyoke. 24 CS to 10. All of the jungle creeps that Batong's been able to secure, and the fact that Jankos has spent a lot of time just running around for no payoff, means he's very, very far behind at this stage. But his AD carry, Forgiven, plus Vanda, they've got themselves a 10 CS advantage. I think you somewhat expect that, because Janna Ezreal is just a super passive lane.
It is, and also has real difficulties. Bettingyoke right now, once again, stamping his authority in this topside jungle, still has that level advantage. Jankos hasn't been able to get anything in the last couple of minutes, but that bottom lane matchup So every time Ezreal steps forward to either throw out a Q or last hit the melee minions from Caitlyn, she steps just in the gap between her melee and her ranged, autos the Ezreal from extra range, forces Ezreal to back away, and you can't really farm effectively here because you're trading against a Caitlyn who has this lane dominance. You can see Adri steps forward, takes a little bit of damage. This time it goes to Godfred because the shield was on Adri. It's just forgiven, knowing who he has to trade on at what time very, very well, and this is one of his absolute strengths as a player.
It's one of the setups that he speaks so much about as well. In recent weeks, HTK have played the lane swap, have played the tower rush game. Decided to go toe-to-toe. So this is the first blue buff.
Hang on. Are they really doing this? Jankos is suffering significantly, but they want Ryu to stay ahead. So this is Jankos being completely selfless for his team. He's saying, okay, my time in this game is never going to come as a Lee Sin early game. It's already gone. I have to now look to just be an engage tool and offer the kick, and that is basically it. So I'm going to let you carry this game from the mid lane, look maybe from the bottom lane. So Jankos, that's quite I guess I would say it was fairly admirable to know his game's done, if it pays off.
Because the risk, of course, now that Jankos is still very far behind, down 20 CS, has not even picked up a buff yet, against what is actually a lot of damage on the Giant side. He's got to be exceptionally careful when he decides to go in, when he decides to engage. H2K's early game in this straight-up lanes is going to be difficult.
Recall was forced, and actually the early game, as we see Atom and Odo Amne, no kill threat here. The early game bot lane just got so much harder for Giants. The timing that H2K backed away, BF sword into tier. The gank came from Betting Yoke. They had a ward. They stopped the attempt. H2K recall. They recall first, so they'll hit level 6 first when they get back to the lane. And now Adri has to go toe-to-toe with one of the most frustrating things to deal with. He luckily just gets himself a pickaxe, but no potions. He has no sustain in a lane that is going to poke him down. He now has to basically Q farm and try and get himself the melee minions.
Jankos is in trouble, but Song Yaka's Javelin Toss will find Odo. Jankos is so desperate for farm. Invading into the jungle, you can see him rattling off information in your player cam. As Batong has actually done a very good job on this Nidalee, and we continue to see the strength that a Nidalee offers in the early stage of a game. The strong clear time, and you can see how effective Nidalee can shut down an enemy jungler when they commit to a plan that either backfires or just simply, doesn't pay off. Maybe that's the same thing, but...
Well, I mean, you can have something that doesn't pay off with that backfiring. That's not a problem, Trev.
Yep.
It's okay. It's
got wobbly caster legs today, Stress.
It's okay. I'll be your crutch for today.
Thank you.
Don't worry, you can lean on me.
That works for me. And Pepe's package is available. Yesterday, UOL and Fox used their mid lane Caitlyn to really great effect.
Oh, this is killing me inside.
Tell me why.
Look at the trades. Look at how much damage H2K are trading onto Giants because Godfred is stepping on traps and then Adri steps forward because he thinks that Forgiven's going to go on Godfred. Oh, it's horrible to see the amount of damage that gets traded back and forth, but top lane, Atom's in trouble.
Jankos goes full Chuck Norris and kicks Atom at the roundhouse into Odo's hands.
Easy work to first blood there. Atom didn't even have the time to flash because it was the flash into kick from Jankos there. Again, he knew what he had to do, and that is just set up kills for the rest of his team now with the kick. Betting Yoke goes in. I mean, that's not really anything that you want to do against the Nautilus. At this point, you can see H2K's percentage of how often they normally would win when they secure first blood. 62% is a decent one. Ooh, Ryu. Uncharacteristic miss there.
Yeah. And Pepe gets away, winning the trade. He's got that Sheen completed, components of Phage, but hasn't really punished Ryu that much. A 7 CS deficit. As Ryu is still setting himself up very well to go into this mid-game.
We haven't really seen Ryu make too many plays because it's not really his point of the game. He went blasting one first to try and just get a little bit more damage in the lane, a bit more wave clear. But hasn't really been under too much pressure. It is how this matchup plays out though from the Corki. Very easy to farm on him, very safe, hard to gank. So not to be too surprised by the situation. However, Triforce has been delayed by Poppy, not by a big amount. Sorcerer's Shoes is a fairly standard way anyway, just I like to see the Triforce finished first a lot of the time, but now this gives him the option to dodge around the charm coming from Ryu, get out of the way of that Ahri.
See if they can make it work. Down the bottom lane, there is a party happening. True Shot Barrage just to try to clear some of the wave, but Jankos was waiting in tow. Dragon's Rage is available in a long-range package from Peppy. Jankos is taking a lot of damage. Eats a Javelin as well. Odo, he TP'd up top, so he couldn't actually come down to the fight, I believe, unless he cancelled it.
He cancelled it.
Yeah.
He was roaming down, but he was TPing on the last minion in the wave, and the team had already disengaged. Jankos got chunked, Giants were backing away. No real kills from that fight, but there was a couple of big tools used in that. You saw the package used. Now H2K even get the tower from it. It was kind of inevitable that tower was going down from the situation that H2K had put themselves in. The last few minutes has expanded the bottom lane lead to 114 CS to 77 right now. That is a massive, massive disparity.
Blitzong Yoka is coming to help out Atom. Odo, wow, forced a flash, afraid of the end of the line. Collateral damage is up as well, but Jankos is coming to play. He's already been involved in First Blood, but there's way more support for Giants. Depth Charge goes out, knocks up Blitzong Yoka, and clears out the minion wave. H2K realize they may not want to bite off more than they can chew.
Yeah, you could see H2K, as soon as they had vision on Godfrey, as soon as they had vision on Adri, it was just a back away game, but Odo Amne.
Good damage from Blitzong Yoka. Jankos is the next target. Dredgeline pulls Blitzong back. He's running out of mana. Ace in the hole, and the rest of H2K secure their second easily kill.
Oh, and the problem for Giants is they have no tank, and H2K is getting very far ahead in this setup. 2-0 on this game. Sunfire Cape already has a fair amount of gold, or did have a fair amount of gold now as he's backed away, picked himself up a Glacial Shroud. It's going to be tough to deal with that the later this game goes. Yes, they have some sense of magic damage. Corki brings a fair amount, Nidalee brings a fair amount, but if Odo Amne can just last through fights, then nobody on Giants is going to be able to take him down.
Blitzong Yoka and Godfred. I mean, that's over-eager. Adri was nearby, but he's so late to join, and just a good play by H2K to collapse.
It was, and honestly, I was thinking to myself on the lead up to that play, you know, Giants sending their bot lane up to the top side to look for the tower is not the worst of decisions because of how quickly they made that decision. They were like, let's just put him up there, let's try and get this timing where we can have 4 people push the tower and that's it. Problem is, they were like, well, H2K, what are they going to answer with? Oh, they put their duo lane up there as well. Surprise, surprise. They're stronger right now with their itemization. So really, how do you take that play? I think it was the quote we had from Yamato on our quotes of the week coming into Coaches Week that was like, well, 80% of macro game, or was it Sean's? I think it was.
Sean's.
80% of macro game is, you know, anticipating what your opponent's response to your play is going to be. So we didn't anticipate that.
No, they did not. Odo's not going hungry tonight. He's got the hooks. He's getting the food. Different team, of course, but still counts. And yesterday, Forgiven actually skilled traps before level 12. It sent Crepo into a spin. He's done it again today. Lines out the ring of snap traps to try siege the tower down. And I think it's important to note, 140 CS to 99. That's at 14 minutes. Ace in the hole comes out. Godfred almost killed just by the ultimate. Adri uses Arcane Shift very aggressively forward. Vander and Forgiven continue to push. For every CS that Forgiven is ahead, Jankos is still behind. It's totals to 600 gold down because there's 2 assists and a tower in there. So it's actually slightly less impactful than it looks on CS values alone.
There's a lot of maths in there that I'm going to refrain from doing.
Yep, don't make the mistakes
Otherwise,
I've made in the past. Yep,
I'll end up a little bit more confused. But, you know, Giants, they haven't got to the point where they want to group yet. That is fair to say for them. They still are at this big point where they're not strong enough to actually group together, but H2K are taking a lot of objectives off this. They're now up to their second tower from a standard lanes game of 14 minutes is fairly quick when you look at it. And now they'll look to go for the middle lane. Can Xpeppy clear out the middle lane fast enough against the likes of an Ahri, a Caitlyn? I don't really feel like he can.
And even if he could, the risk of a dive from Braum plus TP Nautilus, oh, it's a scary situation to be in. Vander's not that tanky yet. Just Swifties and that Sightstone.
but it's the hidden tankiness, right? It's when he brings up Unbreakable. Teleport comes top lane, Godfrey, he's locked down.
He's gonna flash, but you can't flash the mine. Hook connects. Adri's gonna be the focus of Vander and Jankos. He's killed by the Glacial Fissure.
The 2v1.
He's got 7 seconds left before the dredge line is available. There's a flash and a dash. Baton fails the leap. He didn't make it over, I'm quite confident.
The animation started. I think Betling thought he was over in that situation, but there's some funny interactions around
Spectator
walls.
as well,
Yes,
remember.
but there's funny interactions. If you don't clear the wall completely, it can drag you back over. So Betting forced to flash out from that as H2K were closing in on him.
Yeah, the pressure of being collapsed on. And look at this, H2K in a turret now gonna focus down. They got another kill secured onto Adri. This time it was Vander that picked it up. As bloodthirsty supports, if you will. And a 16-minute inner turret just by pressuring at the right time.
Atom pushing the bot lane. This is getting something for his team, but honestly, it's a minor constellation price considering the amount of pressure H2K put topside. Looking for the towers themselves. I mean, you've only got to now compare odoamne and Atom. I feel like odoamne has got such a better start to this game. Jankos doesn't care about betting anymore. He's just like,
Does not
okay,
wanna fight.
you can just attack me. That's fine. That's not a problem.
Finally got his Warrior Enchant completed. This is Jankos. But with the poke comp of Giants, and with any poke comp, whenever you hear the sentence that the enemy tank is ahead, it begins to completely mitigate because it allows Odo to just literally soak and absorb any of the poke and then decide when to engage with the mine. Dragon comes out and it is smote away, secured by Betong Yaka.
Stop trying to use that word. If you haven't decided which it is.
I got a note from production saying that they believe it was smote. But the thing is, it was a German member of our production team, so I don't know if I can trust him.
Wow.
Yeah, he's busy saying thanks to me, but I think that's a fair statement. Towers under pressure here from H2K. Forgiven. Almost go, summon a heal. Right, that's enough distractions from me. Forgiven almost gets chunked down by the poke from Peppy.
You know, I had a point about something and I've now forgotten what it was. Thank you, Trevor.
Sure, it wasn't important.
I'll get back there. It's fine. No, I completely agree with you. I'll get it at some point.
H2K are currently getting everything they want. The outer mid lane turret to focus. Odo's got a level advantage, holds on to the dredge line and continue trading back and forth. The depth charge will follow all the way over, and Giants are learning through repeated action that you can't flash away from that mine.
I've remembered what my point was. And it's not a groundbreaking point, but it's one that has to be kind of brought into when you're playing against a poke comp. So everybody always knows. Okay, Jankos doesn't want it. Always knows, hard engage beats it well. Nautilus, front on engage tends to be tough, but as soon as he gets to a fight, he has an incredible wealth of crowd control. He has the slow from Riptide. Remember, his autos will root people in place for 3/4 of a second every time he autos a new target every 12 seconds. So he can just walk around a fight, hitting people on the head. They can't kite back, can't land skill shots. And it's so difficult to deal with that kind of champion when he's ahead that somehow Giants have to find an answer to it. Whether it's Atom split pushing and trying to push a wave in that Nautilus is ultimately going to end up clearing and then gets a ZZ Rock portal later in the game anyway, I just don't feel like Giants have the options available to deal with Odo in this game.
No, I do not think they do either. Odo's about to get teleport available. Frozen Fist is up, so Adri and Atom really going to have limited effect on that frontline tank. But luckily for them, there's a lot of magic damage from Betong Yaka and Peppy, so given enough time, there is some possibilities there. But for Giants, in straight up head-to-head lanes, they simply lost the lanes. Betong Yaka did a great job in the jungle against Jankos, but unfortunately couldn't contribute or make that snowball into a laning advantage.
Well, maybe if Giants seem to be getting lost so often, maybe they can ask Adri if he's got a map. But odoamne in the bottom lane. He's going to try and 2v1 this. He's got Sunfire Cape and a lot of ability to just run away with these slow.
Yeah, that Riptide does really good work. Dredge line, he's going to turn away. A flash forward from Betong Yaka. Branda comes in with Stand behind me. He puts down the Fissure. Betong Yaka gets pulled back in, and it's Odo that gets the kill. They're not done yet, and Atom will be the target. He quick draws away, dodges a few skill shots before a flash stun locks him in place. Giants were so desperate to make a play. that they ended up overextending and give away 2 kills.
Zero vision in the blue side jungle of H2K means that Giants, when chasing like that, don't have the information that there are 2 people coming from the base. It's impossible for them to get that vision right now because of how the game state is for themselves. They've basically, as you said, lost their lanes, and now H2K have constantly strangled the vision away from them. But Giants shouldn't be trying to make a play like that onto a tank when they have no real way of knowing who's where.
Yeah, unless you can count to 5. The enemy champions, I mean. Won't be going that deep. And we talk so much about the top of the table and where the guys are. We'll get back to that discussion in a moment, but this is Odo taking Giants on a...
Honestly, I think we can continue this discussion because this lasts a while and it's fairly straightforward at this point. You can see no vision in the jungle. H2K hardly even reacting to this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only now really Braum's there, then Lee Sin's still running over. The length this play went on highlights the issue for Giants. At some point, you have to go, okay, well, let's just stop this. And Bettinyoke is dead.
That's what Giants said. H2K said, let's stop this.
You're talking about the bottom of the table.
That's right, because H2K should be able to close this out as Ardri gets caught out. And all of a sudden, H2K are going to siege up. I'm going to get to make my point. 22 minutes in a turret. Number 5 is under threat. Minion Wave will be dying shortly. Look, there's still good poke. You can see the chunks that get taken out of Jankos. They get taken out of Forgiven. But H2K, they're not relenting the pressure just yet.
Not yet, but every wave that comes in, the Janna shield only Atom gets caught.
He does get caught. Winter's bite. Will tag, but there's no follow-up stun. Look at this, just from pressure line, Bandit even catches are unbreakable. Remember, opted into full poke composition with first pick Braum.
Yep. I mean, the thing is, the bans that Giants put out weren't too bad. Maybe they could have just left Lucian open, but then Lucian into Ezreal is the same kind of thing.
Yeah. And, you know, H2K, they're into playoffs. They're into the postseason. We know that they're going to have their challenges, and we'll talk about that as the split continues. But for Giants, with their current record at 2-11, they're starting to get closer and closer to guaranteeing a position in the promo relegation matches. And then when you start looking at some of the strength of the top of the table challenger squads like Millennium, like Huma, these are teams that can look at games like this and realistically expect to put up a very, very big fight.
Yeah, I would agree, especially when you look at, there is a bit of a divide right now in the playoffs in Challenger. I would also class Inspire as one of the teams that seem to be one of the ones that are performing above kind of what you'd expect, and so, even in some games performing what Giants are doing. Forgiven now gets caught.
He does, and look at the damage from Peppy. It's very, very good. An aggressive flash forward, but a defensive flash from Forgiven means that he gets away from the Monsoon. Red like a book, and Godfrey goes down. The dredge line onto Atom means H2K will find another kill as the Hex Drinker will time out. Ryu's looking for a third, and Odo Omni can tank those skill shots for days.
Oh, well, Janna, you can see she's a good pick to facilitate a siege comp, but when you're then trying to go aggressive against somebody the likes of a Caitlyn, trying to make those flash plays is incredibly risky. You're Janna, you're going to die from that situation, so you have to make sure you're trading one for one. Forgiven reads it. This is one of the other strengths that people have talked about with Forgiven so much, is his ability to just dodge everything. Even flash Janna ultimates like that. It's just like, oh, well, I'll just get away. Not a problem.
What I love about it is there was this just little delay. Ryu, he'll continue to chase forward. Look at Pip, he's got a lot of damage, but he can't take on 2. Orbit Deception does not get the true damage proc. Vander now has to pick a direction from the True Shot Barrage. His Zephyr will slow Ryu ever so slightly, and there's no TP for Odo. So Giants are able to push H2K away. That is the best they do, is buy time.
It does nothing more than just slow H2K until Forgiven is with them. The problem is Giants are recalling off it as well, so H2K actually don't lose anything from it. I want to see exactly how this played out, because did Forgiven have any indicator from Godfrey, or was it just the flash for flash?
Oh, Godfrey, the moment he landed from the Howling Gale.
So there was actually a fair amount of gap from Godfrey that kind of gave Forgiven the window to flash away. I don't know whether you can make that play more crisp. Like, that's not an interaction I'm completely aware of, the flash double QR, but Forgiven still had the time to flash away nevertheless. Regardless of that, that was the play that was made.
You have to expect a player of his caliber, if he has flash available,
to know,
to be able to do that.
Yeah.
One or the other, whether he flash the Q earlier or just flash the Monsoon, but regardless, 25 minutes in, 7,000 gold up, 8 kills up, 4 towers up. H2K just grabbed their first dragon as well. Look at the itemization. Spectre's Cowl and Chain Vest. Jankos has got his hands on Arandian's Omen as well. Even a Locket for Vander. In contrast, you know, Godfred's opposite number, Frost, Queen's Claim, Swifties, and a Sightstone. There is no tankiness to speak of there.
No, none. I mean, get some shields on people.
Yeah.
And the same remains to be said. Atom right now does not have a lot of damage himself.
No.
He's got a Hex Drinker, he's got Death Stance, which he had from the beginning as his first item, and now he's got Last Whisper. Last Whisper is not a very efficient item right now. It's so difficult to chunk through armor. TP's coming in, though, could potentially be a fight as ult gets blocked.
It does. The Unbreakable will deny that. Baron is still beating away on Vander and he's killed by the collateral damage. That's a pickup. Baron did not reset. In actual fact, it's going very, very low. H2K decide to re-engage. Baron's picked up by Giants. They're going to even up the gold gap, but they've lost Baton Yoka. Giants are trying to peel away with their lives. Atom will use the Hex Drinker to stay alive. He takes down Ryu. Odo is still up, but not for much longer. And all of a sudden, the B word happens and Giants claw back into it.
H2K with the misplay. They didn't adjust properly after starting that Baron. There was no real decisive call being made. And we talked about how if you have a poke siege composition into Braum, it doesn't really work out. Well, if the Braum is dead, who's there to stop the damage going forward? Because look at this. Forgiven and Vander were stacked and took a bit of damage here to begin with. Good block on the Ezreal ult, but Forgiven took follow-up damage. I believe it was from Betting. Okay. At this point, I want to see how the fight readjusts back down, because Jankos was already running out. I don't think he was expecting Giants to start this up, because look how low he is here. Forgiven's still low from the fight, still not autoing, still can't output damage at this point. There's no real way he can get into this fight until he goes aggressive onto Adri, who was full health. That's an easy fight decision from the Giants, and that could have just brought them back into this game.
It has evened it out for sure. Only 1,000 gold difference. The Baron power play is already at 4,400 gold. That Giants have earned more than H2K in this time frame. But I think so crucially for Giants is the opportunity to try play the sideways. Maybe try and knock down that last outer turret up top. That's something that they have to look to set up and not be over-eager, because Odo's got his TP.
And that's the thing now, if you're Giants, you've got to commit to the smaller objectives at this point, I feel like. Trying to brute force mid lane probably isn't going to work with the Caitlyn wave clear there. If it was just the Ahri, I'd say you have the wave clear to get... they don't have the wave clear really to hold it. Problem is, there's very easy objectives available. H2K will not fight you over top outer tower at this point. That is not a fight that they ever want to take. So you can get that for free if you send one person up there, 2 people up there maybe, and then just kind of hold mid lane. Problem is, Giants, they've got a big wave pushing in towards them. That's going to slow down their Baron power play in the bottom lane. But they're not making ground in this middle lane. They're just standing here. And they're getting flanked at the same time. Look at the positioning from Odo Amne. Look at the positioning from Ryu. They're looking to come around the side.
Yeah, Pepe forced to use the package defensively. Side lanes are gigantic for H2K. There was nobody from Giants to push that out to start this play. And that's one of the weaknesses that we're starting to see, or that we're continuing to see, might be a more fair term. The minion wave alone is going to take down 50% of the hit points. On that bottom tower, look how quickly it's being hammered.
Baron is timing out at the same time, so Giants, instead of opting to take something, take anything from this Baron power play. Oh, Atom.
Yeah, he is in trouble, but he's got a lot of tankiness, remember. Got that Death Dance available, as well as the Sterex Gauge and a Hex Drinker, so it's going to take a lot to commit. The tower will stand thanks to Giants responding, but the Baron power play ends. It was the equalizing play.
Yes.
It wasn't going to give him the lead, but that has brought Giants now into combat strength of H2K.
It was a decent Baron power play with 4,500 around about. Problem is, they could have got more from it. This is me being a little bit greedy and just saying that if they'd have put somebody topside, they may have been able to push it out. Or at least kill the ZZ Rock portal that Odo Amne put down, because that's now going to mean top's always pushing in towards you, and it creates a problem for a minute, 2 minutes in the future.
Yeah.
Because now somebody from Giants has to go up there and clear it. Dragon's up in 1 minute. That wave's still going to push out. If you don't clear out the ZZ Rock portal by overextending as a single person, then it's just going to continue to be a neutralized lane for you. You can't play off it.
And as Giants team comp, with all of the 80 carries they have in their team comp, that second dragon is just so incredibly important. The damage over time that will allow them to push those waves down. I somewhat feel the same for Forgiven on Caitlyn. Just walk up, get that loss, get that auto attack despite not having the rapid fire cannon.
Yankas got it.
Yeah.
So the funny thing is actually, so I saw a couple of different people do the maths on the Dragon 2 buff. If you actually are constantly attacking the tower, I believe it's actually slightly lower damage. I'd have to get the exact numbers, but I know that if you're kind of like periodically attacking it, then it actually adds up to be more.
That's why I like it with a Caitlyn. Just walk up, get the auto. When you see an opportunity, walk away. Now, there's not a lot of engaged threat from Giants, so technically that risk is lower, but now...
This is the play Giants should have made like 3 minutes ago when they had Baron, because they just stacked everybody top lane. They don't even get the outer tower, and they're losing damage on, or they're taking damage on the middle inhibitor tower right now. That's a very aggressive CC rock portal that will get killed very quickly, because there's no way Odo can get rid of it. But they are now trading it for the Dragon.
Well worth indeed if you're H2K. Only the third Dragon of the game at 33 minutes, 32 minutes. But it doesn't really matter when you consider H2K have all of the map control, really. Every time there's a play or something happening, it's at H2K's decision. Atom's going to get bonked on the head by Odo Wamnet with those passives, those autos. And Forgiven's now on the front line. Remember, there's no tank from Giants. Ryu's used the Spur Rush. He continues to push forward. Atom is still tanking up the team. That Graves is very, very beefy. Javelin Toss will not find anybody. Stand behind me. Comes out from Vander. Unbreakable's been used to block the damage. Nobody's gone down yet, and everything's been thrown into the mid lane.
There may not be a full-on tank for Giants, but look at how much damage Atom was able to soak up with the Sterix, with the Hex Drinker and the Death's Dance. 3 hybrid defense and offense items there to keep him alive. Makes him very difficult to deal with, including the passive as well.
Yeah, I think by this point we're going to call him a non-traditional tank, but Songyaka does get caught out. Teleport's been used by Odo.
Forgiven's
He's
down.
coming in from behind, but Forgiven is down. Odo wants to put damage and wants to put AoE down. There is no depth charge available, and he's been killed by Giants. Giants pick up their 6th kill. They're not done yet. The minions will get to this tower shortly. And all of a sudden, Giants take the lead.
And you can see how well Giants can kite back once the fight has already begun. Yes, the Nautilus has damage if he can auto, has CC if he can auto you and lock you down, but if you've got an Ezreal that's jumping backwards, a Corki that's jumping backwards as well, TP onto the minion, Giants may be looking to wrap this game up fairly quickly.
There is still 25 seconds before Odo's up. Forgiven's back in 10. There's supers to deal with. And H2K have to deal with a Baron threat from Giants. That is not something that I expected myself to say, especially on the looking at picks and bans, but Graves has been given enough time and enough kills to be relevant. This was after he tanked up 5 members of H2K for ages.
At this point, Vander didn't really catch, or maybe just didn't see the Ezreal coming, didn't catch it for Forgiven. And Forgiven, in multiple fights in this game, hasn't been able to output damage because Giants have been poking down and then starting the fight. Like you need to do with a composition like this is you get the early damage on and make sure the enemy can never fight you. And Forgiven is just getting too low before these fights. Just real tough setup for H2K right now. That unless they get Odo Omne in on the flank, Ryu in on the flank, it's tough to lock down Adri.
It certainly is, and Pepe's he's actually finding a lot of damage to put down throughout the course of the fight. 0-0-5. But Atom being on the front line, that Graves with true grit. Now more of Malmortius in conjunction. Very aggressive. Pepe goes all the way forward, but he takes a lot of damage. Will get healed up by the Monsoon. H2K start to peel backwards. No reset tool for Giants now. Odo has no teleport either, so that's at least one of the flanking options down. But look, side lane has been pushed.
Again, there's one lane that the Giants aren't playing off, and it will start pushing down. I mean, it's already there. Next wave should join it and should push to the inhibitor, which draws somebody back. I mean, Giants are trying to set a Baron with a wave behind them and the Rift Scuffler up. This is not the best scenario. They're doing it very quickly, though. That is dying so fast.
There is so much damage. Giants sneak a Baron. They managed to pick up the previous one after punishing H2K.
I mean, there was no sneak about it. That was just Giants straight up saying, we have a fast Baron. We'll take it down. And they are actually making a lot better plays this time in the game. Second Baron of the game for Giants right now. We're at 35 minutes in. They can look for that top side, neutralize a lot of what H2K have been piling on the pressure down there. Ryu has had to come down and deal with the bottom side as well. He will be able to clear it out before the tower goes down. But that's now a low tower that Giants can just swing to very quickly.
Might be the longest standing outer turret in Spring Split this year. I'd have to verify that. It's interesting to note that, you know, Giants, I touched on their record. I touched on the fact that they are facing promo relegation with their 2-11 record. And right now, they are on track to take down H2K by punishing a poor Baron call.
Yeah, they are. I mean, for Giants, they've had a very simple setup here, and they're playing it out pretty well now.
They certainly are. The gold graph, you can see, Giants have never had a gold lead at 30 minutes, even in the games that they have won, and that statement is still true in this game. They finally clawed ahead at about 33, 34 minutes in. Inhibitor can't get respawned.
Giants are killing me. You gotta clear the sideways. Clear the sideways and push multiple lanes. There's no point being mid right now because you've got siege minions pushing. You do not need to be there with them to try and end the game because you're not gonna do it in this setup. It's too difficult to do. Take easy objectives. Go from being slightly, or going from being slightly ahead to way ahead with your gold.
For Atom, no teleports. Odo's just got his available. The only problem is, if they lose Atom, there's no front line for Giants. They need his presence. They need that Graves to be pulling attention from H2K. You can see how aggressive, how far forward he's playing. Every team fight that Giants have won has been with Atom leading the charge. And look, Minions still pushing that bottom inhibitor turret. Giants are committed. Facing the hole doesn't do a whole lot. Actually, doesn't even really hurt Audrey. Thanks to all the AP. That's a lot of damage. Defensive Arcane Shift backwards, and the siege is on. 30 seconds left on Baron and 2 siege minions. 1 siege minion. Still alive.
Still alive and trying, but Smite comes down from Jankos. Atom, that's only a bit of damage. Pops Hysterics.
It does indeed. That's very important. If H2K want to go, there's wards all the way down the lane. Odo can try the flank, but it needs to be right. It didn't work.
There's 2 closer wards behind them as well, just on that kind of middle push that is in the lane. He needs the home guard with it, though, I feel. It's too easy to read without. Goes head on.
Caught Baton Yaka, but there's no charm to follow it up. Glacial Fish is there for Vander. He's not jumped in yet. Zizurot to help deal with the supers in the mid lane. I think that's a clever adaptation from Odo. Giants looking to reset. The inhibitor should be respawning shortly. Has just done so. And all of a sudden, the pressure is now on this turret. It will fall with 1 or 2 more hits, but Vander's playing defensive duty. He's trying to catch it. The Unbreakable's up. Godfrey gets caught, and he's taken out. With Godfrey down, there's no more Monsoon for a reset. Pepe's found by Jankos as well. Kicked on the back foot. Odo and Jankos are trying to play catch with all of Giants. They've traded a support for a jungler, but they've lost an inhibitor in the trade, and Forgiven's going low. Giants are on the cusp of taking down one of Europe's best teams.
Atom got right in the face of Forgiven and denied him entry to the team fight. Now Forgiven, full health, comes back to the fight.
It does indeed. Baton Yaka is killed. Giants stick around far too long. They get supers in the middle lane, but there's minute-long death timers. Baron is not alive. Dragon is, and H2K have got a reprieve in the game.
Atom did such a good job of denying Forgiven anything in that fight. He gets straight onto him, bursts everything. The main focus of the fight was around what was happening on the inhibitor, but the crucial part was over on the right-hand side. In the replay, I hope we get to see that again, because if you didn't catch it the first time, Atom is doing such a good job, and it denies H2K the ability to fight. Ryu's damage has started to drop off on anything other than the likes of Adri and Pepe, and even then, the shields are coming from Godfrey to keep them alive.
And it's very late, but we've simply not felt Ryu's impact. He hasn't been able to find anybody and really burst them down. 0-1-3. Here's that fight. Atom on the right.
Yeah, you can see Atom moving up and towards Forgiven the entire time there. Yes, he has the flash to go back in, but look at Forgiven's health. He can't realistically kite into Adri and Pepe at this point, or at least look to auto-attack here, because they have so much upfront damage. He's not put out autos for a good 10 seconds in that fight, and if your AD carry that is based on auto-attacking cannot auto, you have no damage.
Yeah, certainly the case. Jankos is going to be fending off a gigantic minion wave up top. Finally, that outer turret fell. Giants were able to take it down. They still maintain a gold lead. While we were in the replay, Dragon number 3 was secured by H2K. And a multitude of wards placed in the bottom quadrant of the jungle. Over 40 minutes into the game. And truthfully, this game balances on a knife's edge.
It does, but I mean, Giants have started to find their feet, but do we trust them to end the game with this kind of setup for themselves? It's a fairly straightforward composition, but the way that they just didn't take the initiative off the 2 Barons they've had, is it going to be a 3rd Baron for Giants? Because that surely ends the game for them. The problem is, if H2K fight them at Baron and don't get chunked down fairly early, Giants can't pick it up safely, can't win the game off it, and H2K may be able to turn this game back around in their favor for what was a very heavily H2K-sided game from the beginning of it.
50 seconds before Baron is up. 2 blue trinkets available, 1 blue trinket available for Giants. Audrey needs an ace in the hole, but Godfrey blocks some of the damage with that Eye of the Storm. And looking down, teleport is up for Odo. Looking at flashes, only Ryu on the side of H2K has his available, and only Godfred on the side of Giants has his, so summoners are even running dry.
This is getting a little bit better for the Giants with the way that Atom is playing. He's pushing out the bottom lane. This is the basics. When you're setting up for Baron, put the pressure direct opposite side of the map. He's pushing it out, forcing Odoamne over here, and if at any point anybody other than Odoamne comes to that bottom side, that's when they start the Baron. Problem is, there's wards already in the Baron pit.
There is a lot of
wards. Are they
wards.
really starting that with 2 wards there?
They certainly are.
I mean, you know they're going to use Blue Trinket anyway, but...
Gonna find them. Odo connects with the wall with the Dredge line and gonna back away. So they've at least stopped the Baron attempt for now. Dredge line number 2 will not find a target. Atom held his nerve and has not teleported. So he's gonna be able to expose, if not kill, this in him.
This is a situation that they needed. Do not commit to the Baron now, Giants. All you have to do is posture around the area and threaten the attempt. Now they get engaged on.
Everybody from H2K is going forward. There's no front line for Giants. They needed Atom. Atom's taken the inhibitor. He has minions pushing with him onto the Nexus turret. Can Giants play
Jankos
spoiler?
recalls here, though.
There are recalls coming in. But Tongyaka gets caught by Odo. But as long as Odo's busy, Jankos is going to be jumping onto Atom. There's a fight in the Baron pit as Ryu and Vander are looking for Godfred. Eye of the Storm will keep Godfred alive. He continues to stay alive. Odo finally kills down Batong Yaka. Well, Atom, I think, made it out of the base. But super minions in the bottom lane. 2 death timers on the side of Giants. H2K have to reset.
60 seconds on the jungler for Giants means that H2K could look to do a 3-man on the Baron here and look to take it down. They need somebody like Ryu to stay in wave clear. He's shoving out the mid lane already to buy them extra time.
The problem is H2K have such a slow Baron. It's what cost them 20 minutes of this game, and there's no inventory space for pink wards.
Mid inhib did just come up though, so that is one kind of bastion of hope for them, that they're now not really playing with that disadvantaged mid lane. Look at the traps, this is so good. They know they've got a slow Baron clear, so place 2 traps on either entrance, make sure nobody can come down that ramp. Ezreal ult is coming, but it's too early and not enough damage. Nothing really to be done here. Bettingyoke still not around. That's going to be the Baron.
It does go to H2K. There's no contest. They may be stuck in the pit. The recalls come out, and they're not interrupted. Oh, Vander's actually going to flash over the wall. I got a bit excited for the fight, but H2K, they get their first Baron of the game. And they can now push up, but they are just catching up in gold.
Man, Giants... Bettingyoke started the Baron again. Or somebody started it and it hit him, and I think Giants kind of panicked. And they were like, are we starting this? Do we back away? Atom's pushing bot. We don't need to. We should just kite back. And half the team wasn't kiting back fast enough. H2K closed the gap on them and forced them into 2 separate fights and allowed Jankos to recall with Forgiven to deal with the push on the bottom side. And
we both held up right there.
Yeah. I mean, deep down, it wasn't hitting. We kind of knew it, but you see it. You see the angle line up.
That's it. Odo had hoped it would find its target. Static Shiv, Phantom Dancer, BT for Forgiven. He's pushing forward now with that shield, and Baron empowered minions means those towers and 3 dragon buffs will fall very shortly.
Realistically, if that hook hit, then it's unforgivable. With Flash and the Ezreal E up, there was no reason to get hit by that.
Stress, 40 seconds until dragon number 4 is available. H2K can deal with some Turret. Oh, the charm finds Peppy. The dredge line does too. Peppy's going to get away with his life for now. Monsoon has been used and Sterex has been popped from Atom, but H2K do not find a kill.
Atom's picked himself up a GA though. Ooh, another hook goes wide from Odo. From what was such a good early game from Odo, he's really struggled to find impact in these team fights. Head-on engages are so difficult against the likes of Ajana who has the disengage, and the mobility on the Giants lineup that can just get themselves back and out of fights.
But Giants are still primarily playing on 2 lanes. The top lane is pushing towards their tower once again. Inhibitor trying to catch a glimpse of the timer. They will be respawning shortly for H2K, and it'll buy them time. So this was the replay that got H2K the Baron eventually.
Yes, so at this point, Batinyashki had taken some Baron damage, and look, it's 2 separate fights. They already have collapsed on Adri. There goes a lot of the ability to kite back because they've got no Iceborne Gauntlet anymore. And H2K are able to get Jankos out safely. Nobody spots him recalling. Forgiven goes a little bit further up and recalls himself. But this was fairly clean cut from H2K.
Yeah. Gigantic shield there from Godford with the Locket plus Eye of the Storm. And Dragon number 4. So, damage reduction from towers and 6-minute timer until Aspect is a thing, which will help H2K when you consider Ryu's not assassinating people. Odo with an additional dot with some of his AoE going to play into his favor as well. So more tools to get through the 6 members with Atom's GA.
I've kind of got to give it a little bit to Giants though in this game. No way would you have expected to be in this situation. 46 minutes in and still in an even game with H2K. It looked very rough at the beginning. Lane advantage went to H2K. They won every lane, but Giants, they grouped up well. There was that Baron play by H2K that really turned this game around. And Giants has been back and forth ever since.
It certainly has. Baron, bottom inhibitor will be respawning very, very soon. So H2K push that wave out. I think there's a Srot portal working in their favor. Jankos looking for the flank opportunity, looking for a target to kick. He's got a flash available as well. The opportunity is here. If somebody steps on a trap, Atom takes a gigantic hit from Forgiven. Dredge line is going to follow through, and Peppy! Ryu finally finds his man. Atom is thrown up into the air for days. He will follow shortly. Baton Yoka goes down, and Atom finally goes out. The GA has popped. It's a double kill for Forgiven. Oh, there's some celebration from H2K, but that was very, very close. With 1-minute death timers, they're pushing for the base.
Jankos puts the marker on the floor, and X marked the spot for Ryu of where he had to charm. Completely in tune with each other, the two of them. The kick into the charm. Giants want to try and stop the push here from H2K. They want to take the inhibitor just to start spawning supers. This is a last-ditch attempt here from the Giants. They're not going to get it, but they slowed the minions, if nothing else. Has Odoamne got the tankiness to survive through? I don't think so, actually. With this minion wave, this is the end of the game.
It may just be. It's going to be dramatic, just like the rest of the match. Jankos connects the Sonic Wave with Adrian, continues to chase forward. Dragon's Rage backwards into a re-warp of Deception. That's 2 more kills for H2K. The Nexus turrets fall, and in what was a dramatic finish, H2K finished the weekend undefeated. Forgiven goes uncontested and continues to prove why he is one of the best AD carries in Europe. Vanda very clearly happy. A moment that we've become very accustomed to.
H2-1, H2K, H2-1, H2K, H2-1, H2K.
H2K chance aplenty. But my word, have they got a lot to answer for in that game.
Oh, they didn't make it difficult. They didn't make it easy on themselves. Giants made it a little bit more difficult on H2K, and what looked to be a certain game for H2K really turned around with that Baron play. And Giants, you know, they finally managed to get that composition. It wasn't super clean. It wasn't always the right decisions that were being made by Giants, but they started to look a little bit better in that game. But H2K ultimately come out with the victory off a very good setup from Jankos.
You can see the customary chat there between Adri and Peppy. Probably happy it was a win, but I look forward to hearing his explanation on that Baron call and hearing what the players have to say, because it looks scary. There was a time when I thought Giants may have had what it took to finish that game out, Stress.
It looked like they should have, but
heart goes out to Forgiven. It was a tough situation for H2K and for Forgiven, but what a phenomenal performance. Plus 55 CS by 20 minutes, knocked over 2 towers. Forgiven and Vander definitely deserve a lot of praise. But it is bittersweet, is it not?
It is, especially in such a what looked to be such a clean game.
Yeah.
And the game that you would expect, and the one that would be the lasting impression of win lane, win game, a little bit tarnished by the actual mid-game plays in that setup. But a win is a win for H2K. As a team, they have to just continue looking forward. At this point, when you're on the top of the standings, it's all about now they've got the playoffs. Now it's get that semi-final bye. Book your ticket to Rotterdam before the regular season is even over.
Yeah.
Just get that first or second spot and get yourselves there. That's what the team and the organization have to be looking at now.
Luckily for H2K, not only are they up at the top of the table, but they've got some pretty good head-to-head records against some of those guys around them. So that could play into their favor as we get closer and closer to the end of the splits. And for Giants, it's just getting more and more difficult. 2-12 now they find themselves, and we'll have to see how they perform as the split continues. For now, we're going to head to the analyst desk to talk about H2K's win.
Thank you very much, guys. And it is, of course, very important to know that H2K was playing with a certain stress on their shoulders, which may have led to a couple of mistakes they made in this game, because this turned into a very, very long game, almost the inverse of Scar's quote, up until they're winning, they're losing for Giants at one point, because they were in control. But before that, they were completely out of control in the early game.
Yeah, a very expected start, I feel like, to the game where H2K were outplaying them on the map multiple times, even getting a few catches here and there, and we were kind of questioning a lot of Giants' decision with the siege comp they were running, because it is a good siege comp, but it's hard to execute when you have 0 front line and like Janna's you only disengage.
Yeah, they learned throughout the game though to not use the Janna actually as an engage, like a failed Winsec attempt there in the mid lane by Godfred.
Don't do that, guys.
Yeah, you need to use your flash to actually get behind the target if you want to attempt that. So Giants were learning during the game. But also, I feel like H2K gave them the room to go for these silly plays where sometimes Giants was over-chasing through lanes for absolute ages. And while we can fault Giants for not making the right plays, H2K wasn't proactive at all either. They were just waiting to be handed the game. And that felt like a different H2K.
Yeah, so again, that's the strange thing, because they're early to mid-game, and we were just talking about, you know, H2K being the better macro team. Like the first replay we even have is actually Giants showing to us how they will struggle to play this composition. You're playing a siege comp and you've gotten into mid-game. Your Corki top lane here, he needs to have backup. Like, I know there's a fight going on the screen, but this fight is actually not the right call from Giants. You want to group on towers at this point. You don't want to chase the enemy tank around, because you now give time for H2K to move in and defend Odamne and stop you from ever pushing on towers.
Yeah, Giants just need flexibility in decision-making right here. That initial gank, it can be excused. Once they blow the flash, fine. Once they get the knowledge ult, they back off. But they keep chasing on blind with your Corki in base, the map being empty. Obviously, eventually Vander is going to walk in here and turn that play around, but Giants, they seem very committed to one play, seemingly later in the game too, when they get Baron. They just go mid over and over and over. They don't take into account that their side lanes are being pushed in. They stay there for like 30 seconds, a minute and a half, and then they figure out, hey, maybe we should change what we're doing.
It's just such a big problem for me when this comp was very clearly drafted as a poke comp, so you would assume they've been practicing this comp quite a lot coming into the week. First pick in the Corki, you get to your mid-game point, you've now survived somewhat the early game and you're ready to group in siege. And you start putting Corki in side lane, which is okay if you then move support and jungle to that side lane and you push in on the tower, because that's where he's strongest. You decide to gank the opposite lane and like chase for a kill on the enemy tank. It's just showing complete misunderstanding of how to use your comp where it was supposed to become strong. And that's why H2K were so far ahead up until that Baron, obviously.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Baron, because Giants do manage to get it. But in the end, what you guys have been saying, no control of the side waves means that when and if they get this, they have nowhere to go but mid, or their first instinct is to go mid.
Yeah, well, we have to say this replay starts on the right frame here. Pepe with a beautiful sidestep, and he completely baits out Odoamne. And at this point, H2K in a bit of a disarray. 2 members left, 3 members right. Odoamne no longer tanking the Baron.
This is a big issue, though, for one of the best teams in Europe, because it's not been the first time we see H2K struggle around Baron. Multiple times I feel like they're setting up wrong fights. Odo Amna here is the guy who's supposed to tank the Baron. But he was the guy standing outside the pit trying to catch like Peppy and catch someone. That meant everyone else behind him got poked down by Baron itself. And Giants were just because of Peppy's nice sidestep, managed to avoid the fight and then just poke them, kill them, take the Baron. These kind of mistakes, when we start moving towards playoffs and international tournaments for H2K, ooh, that's instant game loss, like right there.
We're obviously being harsh here. This is
one of the best teams in Europe.
We're nitpicking one of the best teams in Europe. Obviously, the context allows for some excuses, but we have to point out the errors. Also, later in the game, when Giants was sieging, H2K had issues finding the correct flank, because against this competition with Nautilus, with Lee Sin, their goal is obviously to either get a kick in from behind, get the TP in, and then sync the engage with Ryu going in from like a pincer movement from both sides, and they just weren't quite getting there. Obviously, hopefully, in the coming weeks, H2K can pick that back up, because that is something they can do, identify problems and fix them in a very, very short time frame. That is one of the strengths of Prawley as a coach.
It is. For Giants, maybe to wrap up the game, let's take a look at where they ended up giving the game out of their hands again. Because they did play well in that window of about 15 minutes. Adam had some good moves. They did control the waves a little bit, but then it was all over.
Right here, as long as you avoid getting engaged on, you win the game. Because Odo Amna has used his teleport and Adam is already pushing in the enemy base.
Yeah.
But then H2K jumps over the wall and Giants gets caught out and the fight starts.
Yeah.
Get one kill, then you can start recalling now and not lose the Baron at the same time.
Look at your minimap. Forgiven's going to start basing there. Imagine if there was some vision and a rocket would cancel him right here, and then Atom would probably take 2 Nexus towers, and this is such a close ending to a very, very interesting game overall. Totally unexpected overall from Giants of all teams going up against H2K.
Once they finally got that Baron buff and got to group, we saw some good moves. Right here, though, again, it's where some of the bottom teams, they panic a little bit. And it's basically like literally just run away. Just run away, and then when they start recalling, full recall timer, you run back in, and you start poking them, and you just do like in and out, and Adam wins the game. But instead, they get caught out, and then fight happens.
Yeah, for both of these teams, the week that the other teams are in Katowice will maybe very welcome to get everything in order and see what has to happen to move forward. Coming up next, the Unicorns of Love will go up against Splice as they chase a berth in the spring playoffs. Stay right there, because we will be right back.
I'm disappointed. Do you think someone said aww? No one says aww.
He has the highest aww per second of the whole yes. Top lane, Atom's in trouble.
Jankos goes full Chuck Norris and kicks Atom at the roundhouse.
Graves. I got this.
Baron did not reset. In actual fact, it's going very, very low. H2K decide to re-engage. Baron's picked up by Giants.
Man, no blinders. Kill him. Nice. I heal you, Peppy. Kill the notes. No. Too much fight now. I want Corki.
Kick to me. Go. Forgiven goes uncontested and continues to prove why he's one of the best AD carries in Europe.
I think the coach part of the league is, like, the history of it is not too long. Because I remember when we were in the amateur scene, we didn't have a coach, so we had to organize everything and people were late or like forgot about the scrim. We didn't really talk about the games after, so the improvement was way less.
And welcome back. Before we get into the game at hand, I would like to highlight a marquee matchup that is taking place over in the League of Legends Japan League this Saturday. It is between Team Rampage and Detonation Focus Me.
This rematch of the LJL's 2015 Grand Championship takes place this Saturday at 10 a.m. Central European. That's 1 a.m. Pacific, so mark your calendars. And Trevor, while we're talking about Japan, well, it's rugby season here in Europe. And Trevor, I know last year in the World Championships of Rugby, your beloved South Africa lost to Japan in a crucial matchup. So, you know, I figured with Wales taking on France today, I'll give you a present. You can support a good team instead. Don't worry, it's all good.
Welsh jersey.
We appreciate your support. Whoa!
Nope, not for me.
Whoa!
Now, let's turn to the teams on stage behind us, because I don't want to be reminded of the Rugby World Cup. It's the Unicorns of Love on the blue side. It is Vizicachi up top. Lulex in the jungle, Fox in the mid lane, Steelback and Hillisang, the AD carry in support, and Sheepy, their coach.
Can we get like Pyro or Pulse up here? I want somebody that's gonna, you know...
Neither of them know rugby, so no.
That's a good point, actually. On the red side, though, it is Splyce wearing the colors that, you know, on the red side. It's gonna be Wonderwear, top lane, Trashy in the jungle, Senkux in the mid lane, Cobby AD carry, supporting Nisbeth, and their coach, Yamato Cannon.
I'm gonna talk about this later. For now, Unicorns, yesterday they lost to Rocket. Couldn't really handle a split push. And for the Unicorns of Love, I had some moments that I thought were relatively good, but Lulex just did not have a lot of impact. But I did quite like the fact that Fox on that Corki was making some proactive plays. And it's something that I like to see from the team.
But you mentioned Lulex, and as we look at some of Fox's gameplay as we got later into the game, I think this could be a bigger underlying problem, because if Lulex is being invisible in the game, and we've spoken about how Steelbag is invisible in the game, it's only on this man now, Fox, to really do anything. And you can see how he got caught out in yesterday's game. So I just wonder if you've got too many invisible parties in the game, how that's actually going to go.
Yeah, we're going to find out. Their opponents, Splyce, have had a bit more of an up and up. They lost yesterday to OG, but they had a pretty good early game. They punished mistakes from Origin, and it was just a bad target selection that they couldn't find the Lissandra way in once Origin got their QSSs.
Yeah, and that was one of the biggest problems for them, was if you don't have a target to go on, it becomes a much more difficult actual setup to make. And, you know, Splyce, they had some opportunities to win the game. I just didn't feel like the way they were utilizing the Gangplank and the Lissandra was good. This was one of the team fights they actually won. But I feel like Splyce in the pick and ban phase, they're trying to do too much too fast. I think every game, the unique counter starts ticking up and up and up of different things that they're trying to play. And I really much prefer the games where they play a more simple game. Put Wonderwear on a tank. He's played the Nautilus, the Tahm Kench. That's the two champions he's played with. Maybe we can see them play a better game if they go along that route.
If you simplify the game, put somebody on a tank, it's a bit easier to work around. And, you know, earlier we heard from Sheepy and Yamato. They were both sitting on the desk side by side. And Yamato had quite a bold claim, saying that after seeing UOL yesterday, playing against Rocket and losing, he thought he'd figured them out. Blue side again. I thought they were pretty strong words, and I'm very interested to see what that means. How does Yamato, you know, convert that into a pick and ban strategy that favors him? So far, Wonderwear's lost his Nautilus, so there's already a hit to Splyce's performance ability.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how much you can figure out from one game of blue side, if I'm being honest, from the Unicorns. I mean, Yamato obviously is very confident, but I don't, unless they ban the Alistar here and they bait Unicorns into picking the Alistar, I don't really think there are too many bad things that can happen with a first pick Alistar. If you're the Unicorns, it's like, oh, cool, okay, they gave us one of our main support picks here.
All right, what else is available?
Cog is up.
Lister, Cogmore,
Lucian.
Lucian is available. And with Cogmore taken off the table, you have to imagine giving Steelback a champion like Kalista 2-0 at the minute. 14, 1, and 7 is his KDA.
And that's interesting, because this is the inverse of yesterday. Unicorns took the Alistar here and now give it away against Splyce. Yesterday it was the Kalista that went across. I wonder whether that is intended from the Unicorns or whether that's the mind games here from the likes of Yamato, getting into Sheepy's head and saying, I know what you're going to do, so we'll see if you do it again.
So Senkux has played Corki, as has Kobe in the past. And well, they are going to simplify it. Most likely that jungle Gragas and top lane Rammus. So it is what we were talking about, but not from the team we're expecting.
That's really weird that you'd lock a Rammus this early. Corki is a predominantly magic damage threat here. There are other tank options available for Unicorns. I'm assuming they just didn't want to pick... I mean, they could have picked support there and not given away their solo laner.
Hey, maybe it's support Rammus. Fate's call into taunt. I'm a believer. No, I'm being shot down. All right, I'll take it.
Well, you're not being...
No.
I don't think it's going to be the case, but...
No.
The more I'm thinking,
Don't entertain the idea. Do not entertain the idea.
I just find it really weird that you'd pick the Rammus this early. It's not that strong a pick that you can play it into everything. I guess the majority of top laners that are available are AD-based or tanks, so it's very difficult to actually provide a magic damage threat from that.
Well, with Nautilus taken away,
yeah,
it is potentially a denial option to Wonderware. I mean, Tahm Kench is still there. It's not something we've seen a lot, but with Fiora locked in, I'll end that train of thought because Wonderware will be getting onto a split push champion. He's also undefeated on Fiora, 2-0 currently.
He is, but I mean, so this is the discussion, right? Is the amount of resources that go to Wonderware when it comes to his gold income throughout the game and later into the game specifically. To transition that into a lead and a win on a carry is much more complicated. It's reliant on the ability to establish vision control, on split pushing, on good team play around your solo laner. Whereas a tank, somebody can just get into the mix, like a Nautilus, like Tahm Kench, we've seen the Malphite as well. Just get in there, get in the mix, and you're just naturally tanky from the items that you've accrued. And it's such a more simple way of actually playing it.
Simple is the name of the game here for Fox. Victor, wave clear, AoE Death Ray bot. It is his most played champion at 6 games out of the 14 in the split. I quite like the options that UOL have. I feel there's a good mixture of pick potential and engage. Splice, they've got the option for pick with the Fiora Elise combo. That is terrifying. And split push threat, which, you know, I don't know if Rammus, how long he can hold Fiora at bay or at what point he takes over. Somewhat of a natural counter with his armor build and natural itemization. Splice round out their comp, maybe going deeper into that pick mentality with an Ahri mid lane.
Yeah, they've got the Ahri set up for Senkux. It's a champion that we know he's played in the LCS and in Challenger. It is actually, I'm just going to say he's most played, but Ahri, Lissandra, and LeBlanc will sit 2 games apiece, and Lulu for Senkux. So we know he's got the chops on it. Can he get past Fox Victor? It's another wave clear mid laner for Fox, is able to just sit there, hold the game for himself. Steelback is the one that they're really looking at for this game. Now we've got to look at the impact of this Rammus. Can he get it to go from lane to lane fast enough? Can he provide the taunts in situations where he needs them in fights? Maybe it's on the Fiora as she's trying to dive into the backline. Maybe you catch her on the way through.
Maybe. Going to be pressure on Unicorns of Love to figure it out. I want to go back to that story that you mentioned, Stress. Invisible members of the Unicorns of Love in terms of the impact and the presence they bring the game. Cannot afford to have that if they want to pick up a win here against Splice. Rammus and Gragas, you know, Lulex is the second time back on stage with UOL. You're about to see the team comps if you guys think it's going to be enough. Hashtag UOL win. Or if you think the young upstarts can actually close the game. They had a good opportunity against OG yesterday, but failed at the final hurdles, really. Hashtag spy win. If you're going to send them on a mission. Such a cool hashtag. I think it's the best hashtag, actually. It just sounds so fun.
Spy win.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like that you whisper it. Add some drama. Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh. Well.
We're about to jump into game and fun. Unfortunately, we do have a very brief pause as soon as the Rift is loaded up, so you will be sitting with us for just a brief second longer.
So ready.
And we'll get an update on exactly why. But it does give me a brief second. Coming into today, we've hit it multiple times. 3 teams already locked for playoffs.
Yep.
The magical number was 10 wins. If a team had accrued 10 wins, they'd lock themselves one of those top 6 berths. If Unicorns beat Splice, and Elements lose later today, that magic number becomes 9 wins.
Okay.
Because those are the two gatekeepers of 6th and potentially 7th, Splyce and Elements. And if both of those results happen, Unicorns will be the 4th team to guarantee themselves a spot in the playoffs in the postseason.
So as you can see, it looks like an issue right now for Fox on stage. Very quick pause on the game. So hopefully it means we'll just have to restart the client and get back in. But nevertheless, we're all set up on this game, getting ready to go in. Fox versus Senkux. Senkux really, as a player, hasn't stamped his name in the top echelon of European mid laners, like I think we were expecting to. There was a lot of talk about him, whereas I think Fox has done a lot of work this split to undo some of the passiveness that we saw from him in the summer split from SK. So I think they're at a level where Fox should reliably be able to win this matchup versus Senkux.
Yeah, and I think Fox has actually been performing just at a better level throughout the majority of the games.
Yeah.
Whereas Senkux has had very high performances from time to time, but they've been quite few and far between, really. And, you know, you sort of had the pleasure of casting Senkux and the rest of the squad last year, as with G2. Do you think it's fair to say that maybe there was more expectation on Senkux than Perkz coming into the LCS, or do you think Perkz was always the more hyped of the two? Because unfortunately for Senkux, he's qualified through Challenger in much the same way, but not had the same impact.
That's a really interesting question, actually. I think the level for Senkux by the looks of Challenger last year was that he was consistently higher than Perkz, but the problem was when Perkz was carrying a game, you knew it. Perkz was just destroying everybody as soon as he got a lead. But I think it's kind of a testament to the way that Perkz kind of flew under the radar, whereas Senkux, everybody was talking about it.
Yeah.
Everybody. It was like, man, there's this 16-year-old Danish kid that couldn't play in the spring playoffs. This is finally his time to get in. Is this going to be it? Well, we'll have to see.
We will see. Ladies and gentlemen, the pause has been resolved. The crowd here in Berlin are stamping their feet and clapping their hands as the Unicorns of Love are taking on Splyce. And we have another Rammus. We have another Rammus in the game. I want to see what impact Vizicsacsi can have. Just how many targets he can find. I'm very, very excited to see the interactions with Fiora. With Fiora's passive, popping those vitals. And there's the cheeky play here from Splyce.
Sounded like the crowd were enthusiastic to see TSM at IEM next week. You're a week early. It's not quite now, but I'm excited to see that top lane as well. But I don't think we're going to get it, Trevor, because the Unicorns of Love are locking their 2v2 or 2 duo lane top, is what I was trying to say there, against the Rammus, who obviously is melee range, doesn't really do too well in that situation. So if the Rammus goes up top before, it's actually Splyce that are doing this, my apologies. If Splyce show before its time, Chachi could be in a little bit of trouble. So this is a bit of a play out of the Unicorns book that Splyce have stolen.
Thunderlords are go, 4 of them, across the board. As Trashy and Wonderware go to clear out their jungle. And the lane swap has been initiated. So Kobbe and Nisbet will effectively dodge steal back lead. And I think that's probably for the best. There's a lot of frustration that you don't want to deal with when steal back and Helio in your lane.
It's 2016. Did you really just drop a Thunderbirds reference?
Listen, if you're talking about rugby and losing football viewers, then I'm going to throw one of the golden oldies in.
Oh, I'm pretty sure not a lot of people that will even understand that reference from you, Trevor, but it's okay.
I do think I'm allowed to use the age that I have accrued to my advantage. I want to watch the lane swap happen, because Stress, it's not the initial moves in the lane swap that interest me, it's how they handle the next ones. And after all of the hype of Senkux v Fox, I think that's a fairly even trade. Both come away at half hit points. Both Dorans, both got cookies. And Fox's Victor with Flash and Cleanse. Going into Senkux is Flash Ignite.
So nothing out of the ordinary right now in this game. To be honest, I think when you look down the line, phase 1 of a lane swap is so rarely completely messed up by our teams. There's very few teams that actually manage to screw that up. So it tends to be this early phase is very standard. You don't get any real adaptation. We've seen a couple of teams try and do different things, but no real differences. And I mean, that is a good thing in some sense. It means that the addition of like support staff and coaches has normalized the early game, but it does lead to a slower, less action-packed game.
Well, you know, you contrast it to Worlds last year when multiple versions of the lane swap was coming in.
Yeah. And
I distinctly remember a lot of the guys on the broadcast team just talking about, you know, the European lane swap, the Korean lane swap, the Chinese lane swap, or lack thereof maybe. And the theoretical best one ends up coming on top until somebody finds a counter to it. And for now, the gold that you get from these outer turrets, the safety of getting that first item spike, is just so valuable. But the biggest, most interesting thing is like what happens next now. So looks like gold shared by Unicorns, or Wonder where will be gifted the entirety as Splyce marginally ahead of the play. They've recalled, they've gone to lane, and they're gonna push down, push towards this bottom outer turret.
And that's all because of the way that they were the ones orchestrating this swap. So knowing that they are going to be the first in the lane with no real competition ahead of them, they were like, well, we can set this up. It's only a very minor difference between the two. And for me, when I look at what Trashy has done with this lineup since coming into the lineup, so they obviously swapped their jungler over. It was obvious before. Now it's Trashy for the LCS split.
That was his nickname for those that didn't know.
Yeah, I didn't mean to make that bad joke. I just kind of said it and realized I had to backtrack on myself. I don't feel like in every game Trashy has been an upgrade to obvious. I feel like Trashy has also kind of had the same situation where some games he's just very quiet. Same with Kobbe. I feel like the two of them have had games where you just haven't really shown up. That doesn't mean they can't improve from that. We have seen some improvements from Splyce. We're now seeing Trashy on the Elise, looking for a bit of pick potential with Senkux here, but a win here would be good for Trashy specifically. It is his birthday today. So we'll see whether he can get this first gank off.
Is going to try. At least delivers a present to Fox's waiting hands. And for Splyce, you know, if they pick up a win here, with Unicorns dropping a game yesterday, they legitimately keep some playoff hopes alive. I know that is ever the optimist speaking, but whenever I talk about like specifically Splyce and Elements, these are two teams who are going to be contesting for that 6th and 7th position, maybe as high as 5th, depending on how some of the other squads perform. If Origin, Fnatic, for example, lose some games, there is very realistic chances of that happening.
But then to put it in perspective, if it goes the other way, there's no automatic demotion or relegation out of the league in 10th, but what it does mean is the way the playoffs are going to work for the bottom side in the promotion tournament. The better spot you have from LCS, the fewer games you have to play, because if you're in 10th, you have to play in a double elimination setup. Whereas for here, it is important to get higher up the standings.
And you get to see your opponents play a little bit, potentially, depending how that plays out. But for now, it is all about trying to pick up this win. Splyce 4-9 versus Unicorns of Love 8-5. Outer turrets down, both top and bottom. The recalls have come in. Vamp Scepter for Steelback, as well as Double Daggers, and Unicorns of Love got the wards to match their team jerseys. Whereas Splyce, Phage there for Kobbe, Blasting Wand for Senkux. And Splyce are now potentially at risk of getting ganked in this middle lane.
They're backing away though. Hylissang and Ludex were looking to come mid. Can't really get there. There was a ward, pink ward, they moved over. Senkux moves up and out of the lane, comes back in now. Unicorns being very patient in this game. 7 minutes with no real interaction between the teams.
All right, Stress, get out your crystal ball.
Okay.
And tell me, what do you think these teams should do if you were to look into the future?
How far in the future? Because I'm going to start with win the game.
I'm leaving it that way, right? Like,
okay.
Open-ended. So
that's a very open question.
I know. Okay. Swing and take it where you want it.
There's a lot of options available here, but for Splyce, they obviously are going to be looking to pair the Elise and the Ahri together. They've already tried it once. I think trying to make that play is a smart option on Fox in the next couple of minutes while his flash is still down. That's a very short-term goal they could be looking for. Problem is, it's difficult to get there and get on top of him without the knowledge of the gank coming mid. I mean, look at the amount of ward control that is around this middle lane. Teleport's coming out from Vizicsacsi to assist on the push here, but
definitely want this tower. Death Sentence finds nobody, and Lulex has got access to the explosive cast. Vizicsacsi is threatening the Powerball knockback, and wonder where you may be sticking around too long. No, he's going to dash away safely, and Unicorns use TP, and they break open the inner turrets.
That's such a weird TP, but it actually ends up paying off for Vizicsacsi. Kobbe recalled from the bottom lane rather than finishing off the push on the tower. Chachi didn't actually fight anybody when he comes in, so it just helps them push down the tower. And Unicorns get a fairly uncontested tower that they shouldn't be getting right now. 8 minutes on in the game, they get that bottom inner tower, and Splyce don't answer with anything. All they're going to get from it is a blue buff.
All right, blue buff and maybe some vision. A couple of pink wards for Wonderwear and Trashy, and a good collection as Kobbe's got access to the package already. Sheen and Phage. Chachi. Defensive ball curls up and waddles forward, but Kobbe's smart enough not to trade. Not yet, anyway. But as you mentioned in Picks and Bans, Stress, the magic damage from Senkux, Trash, and Kobbe, it's not the greatest into Rammus, but we've seen Rammus work into double or triple AP comps. I actually think he picked up a win, if not yesterday, last Friday.
Yeah, we've seen a fair amount of Rammus recently, not only in Europe. I think it originated in LPL, LCK. Both regions have been playing a little bit of it. Weirdly, though, something I noticed a little bit more in LPL than other regions, they've been reluctant to pick up the likes of a ZZ-Rot portal, which is kind of weird. They're the only region that seem to be doing it, so I expect Vizicsacsi to pick one up the later this game goes.
Doesn't help you in team fights.
Well, that is, I guess, one reason for it.
I know it is one of those like really, really outdated comments, but it is something that is still somewhat true. But regardless.
Used to be true for the Unicorns as well.
Oh, yes. Chaos
Not so much anymore.
Chaos style used to be a thing.
I'm glad that's gone. Take it away. It's gone. I don't want it to come back. We're past it. Unicorns now, they're invisible.
Okay.
They're like
big chunk. Kobbe gets a Sheen proc and Phage onto steal back with the Thunderlords. Clears out the wave. Stress, look at all the vision UL have set up in the top half of the jungle against Splyce. They are making Splyce dance to their beats.
And Splyce aren't fighting it either, is the problem. Now Senkux has to back away mid lane. He's got good timing on it, knows that they could be there, so goes down and out. So it's a good read with the vision that they have, but Splyce aren't contesting the vision control that is being put down by the Unicorns. And Unicorns, honestly, are running into fairly little actual fight here. I do wonder how Splyce will actually look to turn this around.
Well, Unicorns get a tower and no fight. I don't think they'll care.
No. Very clean.
Echo's damage from Lulex just bounces across some of those spiderlings. They take a small chunk from that inner turret, but UOL is one of the squads currently in the top 6. Still maintaining their lead, still maintaining control. Despite giving up a loss to a bottom 4 team, it was to Roccat, the only team that has picked up 2 wins, actually. Against teams above them. It was Vitality all the way back in week 1. But then again, UOL shaded their former selves.
Yeah, they, well, right now, it's pretty much just all shade. There's nothing going on in this game. Everything's taking place in the shadows when you look at the pace of the game. This is one of the slowest paced games I think we've actually had. In general, we've had one mid gank.
1950 something.
Right,
first blood timer.
I guess, but we've had
I believe.
A mid gank that caused the flash, and we had a TP bot lane to get a turret.
But look at the bright side, right? UOL are forcing Splyce to do something, but there's no real reaction that they can make. We've not touched on it yet at all, but it's 76 CS on Wonderwear to 39 CS on Chachi. Charm will find Fox for a big hit. So there's a very big CS advantage that is equated only to 400 gold, thanks to the fact that there is that tower extra.
And some of that lead has been accrued by the fact that the TP out of the lane by Chachi meant he missed, I think it was a cannon wave and a couple more minions coming in, so he did kind of widen the gap himself to trade it for a turret. Also the fact that, I guess, Rammus is fairly tanky naturally once he pops that W as well, so Chachi is not too worried about it. He is down on levels though, and that is could become the key factor here. Kobbe is actually level 8, as is Steelback. So the AD carries have been higher level than the solo laners right now when you look at the top lane. Top lane push is coming on.
Take a look. Barrel roll to clear the wave. Chachi's held onto the Tremors because it's not available. Cooldown was used a little bit earlier. Senkax also holding on to Rush. I didn't see if he initiated with it, but Ignite was used and cleansed away by Fox.
He used the first charge. It's the cooldown of the second and third charges does remain active until the third charge has been used or expires. So.
And Senkax did not tower dive with it, despite getting the cleanse, despite the risk. Didn't want to maybe dive deeper than he needed.
Hylissang was roaming up from bottom side as well, so if you dive too hard, it can become problematic there if Senkax doesn't get out. For the Unicorns, historically having Hylissang on Thresh has been a very good strength. He was always good at roaming, always good at setting up plays on this champion. And it seemed to be one that has dropped off somewhat for him in recent times. It's still one of his most played, but people aren't banning it so much because you have to focus other things in the pick and ban. So Hylissang has been getting a lot more freedom in the draft recently.
Yeah.
Excited to see what he can do with it.
Well, needs to find a target. That time, swing and a miss from the death sentence. UOL crawling ahead ever so slowly. 1,000 gold. The control that they afforded with the pressure in the jungle means they can get some deep vision down. Just using off those trinkets, clearing out some pink wards. They usher a minion wave towards the top inner turret. And the siege is on. I mean, wave clear from Fox, get Chachi, defensive ball curl.
Oh, there's a push on the tower. There is a ward behind the Unicorns here. Wow, Chachi takes so much damage.
He's got armor and he's being chunked down by all of the magic of Kobe and Senkax. We actually have to create a new word for Corki, by the way, because he's not an AD carry.
Well, he's a marksman.
He's a marksman. Okay. There is a word.
Sorry, there is a word.
No, you're 100% right.
I mean, Mordekaiser counts too.
It's one of those things where it's like, it's a legacy term.
Yeah.
Because he plays in the role of marksman, but he is a mixed carry. Is that a thing? Is that like, how do you...
I guess we'd say hybrid carry.
Hybrid carry. Hybrid's a better word.
Normally you'd attribute hybrid damage to like Katarina, Akali, these champions that can scale off both, which is true. It's just Corki builds AD, scales off, and that AD is like transitioned into magic damage. So it's a bit of a weird one. So you could call him hybrid, I guess, but there's been a few
LCS players that have had salty tweets about calling Corki an AD carry.
The nomenclature of champions.
Come on, Chachi, farm that wave with Tremors. I'm a believer.
Oh,
I love it. It's one of my favorite spells. Defensive ball call.
The cow on the armadillo.
That was a great interrupt. Chachi power balls and prevents the pulverized headbutt combo. Barrel from Lulex again to try clear the wave. Explosive cast is then used to split Splyce up. The tower is taken and Splyce. They force their way into an even tower situation.
And this is two teams that do not want to fight each other. All they want to do is take towers, so Unicorns go, okay, fair game, flash into the cocoon.
Yeah, but you're standing right into the gravity field. There was no follow-up from the rest of Splyce. Fox does flash to save his life, and thanks to Lulex using the cast earlier,
coming down the river.
There is no initiation. Ooh. The flame misses, and that's
a rough
something we're used to seeing with Hilly. Splyce managed to make it away, so still even on gold. The outer turret is available. Let's look for a target to get caught out. Barrel roll forward. Wonder where he's gone forward. Wow.
Didn't ult. Nisbet didn't get his ult off.
Nope, he did not. I was so busy watching Wonderwear, I didn't even see Nisbet get turned into steak.
Nisbet, whether he was too low and just didn't feel like the ult would save him, because, I mean, it's all well and good popping it, but if you're on 10 health, then that 10 health is getting taken off you very quickly, but... That was weird. Tower goes down.
First blood to UOL, opens up the tower, and they extend their lead. So, advantage. The way this game started is with UOL pushing the lanes, with UOL getting that sort of minor tempo advantage, and cheekily knocking towers over one by one.
I've just realized, Trevor, something we're going to have to shed a tear over. This could be one of the last European games where we could see a Titanic Hydra, Ravenous Hydra change. Because 6.4 no longer can you change that over for free. This was the fight again. Yeah, okay, Nisbet, when the hook comes through, he's far too low to do anything about in that situation. Chaos. So, hey, look, I've got to get excited over something in this game, Trev. Not a lot has happened.
My eyes were so focused on Wonderway, I couldn't even see Nisbet get caught. Drop. So Splyce down a kill. All outer turrets down. I still am very impressed with the wards that UOL have got inside Splyce's jungle. I'd like to see it lead to a few more objectives or kills. There's a pink ward that I believe has been sitting just behind that red buff for a very long period of time. Whether it's refreshed or just simply staying alive is the question I have for my observers. Maybe not for the team. It's not super important. And
You
you're
like
gonna
the
play
phrase.
Siege game.
You like the phrase "staying alive" this week, don't you?
I know. I don't know why.
You nearly burst out in song earlier.
Yeah.
You did like a remix version. For those of you that don't know,
Oh, failed that one. Nisbet did not combo, but the body slam finds Kobe. There's a disengaged barrel that actually helps Trashy get away, and the teleport from Chachi, as well
They
as
take the
Fate's
turret.
Call, is used. All of Unicorns are grouped and stacked. They've used a lot of their abilities. Charm will connect on Hilly, but it just buys time. Tremors and defensive ball curl just to take down the tower. Nisbet is interrupted once again. Will get stunned by the gravity field, and there is no will strong enough to survive against 5 members of the Unicorns.
Splice still running to the hills for this one, but do not underestimate the potential of Unicorns to push. Not only have they got the likes of the Kalista, the ability to just hit the tower a lot, keep in mind Tremors is one of the very few abilities that works on towers as well. Will deal that damage in the AoE to any structures that are there as well. One of the overlooked things. Not the reason you pick Rammus, but just a nice positive that comes from it.
It is a bonus.
Yeah. Oh, and he farms so quickly. Look at the returning damage.
Clawed up a lot of CS that he was missing, in fact. Still behind Wonderwear, but is effectively ahead in goals, thanks to an assist, thanks to the towers. First Dragon picked up in about 20 minutes for Splice. And Unicorns, I think, I've got it relatively happy. It's slow, it's safe, it's steady, but the objectives are falling. And Splice are falling further and further behind. It's 4,000 gold. It actually surprised me when I looked at that value, thanks to the last kill in tower.
That lead has slowly,
very
slow, patient increase. Only 2 kills on the board as we're about to hit 20 minutes. And you know, for the Unicorns, they're at the top of the standings. I don't know whether I'd be overly happy with such a slow-paced game.
Yeah.
Just from the way that, like, we've seen so much disparity between the top and the bottom teams that some top teams have just crushed others. The problem is today, in the current meta, we've seen H2K take it to 40 minutes against Giants.
Good flash.
Hilly gets himself out. Is the
thing
same going to happen here?
I want to play some devil's advocate.
Okay.
Because I think it's fair. When you look at like top of the table versus bottom of the table, there's all these expectations. They should just crush and they should be so far ahead and yada yada. But what if the game plan was slow and steady? What if the call was safe?
That is
secure.
fair.
Then, in actual fact, UOL are doing exactly what they intended. Now, this is something we can only find out by talking to Sheepy, by talking to the players. Trashy's going to have a lot to talk about because he's going to get taken out. Over eager, no real support, and the vision was shallow, so punished for it.
But you go back to the comments from Yamato earlier. This is your second blue side game. I have you figured out. We know how to play against the Unicorns on their second blue side game on a week. We've got this. I'm not seeing it. I am not seeing the, well, I guess, you know, the proof is normally in the pudding. Seems like somebody didn't finish their main because they're not getting dessert right now, as Splice not really showing up. They're not really doing anything in this game.
Yeah. And that is arguably maybe because UOL have been putting them on the back foot. But they've got this like very pick-oriented style comp. Maybe that's a bit of a stretch, but they've got the ability to find picks. Elise plus Fiora, Elise plus Ahri. But all of that power, especially in the early game where it's maybe the most apparent, was denied by the lane swap. And then UOL take that extra step and teleport for an inner turret. Quite unconventional. But it gives them the lead, right? So kudos to UOL for that one. And again, every time I look down, there are pink wards in the inventory of UOL. The pink ward that was behind the red buff of
gone.
And Splice, it was killed. It did not track exactly where, but more importantly, the jungle is still littered with vision.
Splice do have a fair amount of vision control themselves. You can see, look, there's blue buff ward, then the pink ward. I think Lulex is about to clear it out. Nope. Not attack moving. I mean, I think Lulex should be about to clear it out.
Yeah.
Which is probably what I should say. Just attack move through that bush. No reason not to. That's just for anybody in solo queue that is like, well, you know, I can't be bothered to check the bush. Just attack move, pass through
3 to 5 seconds. So valuable if you take it out. QSS picked up here for Steelback. That will thwart The Grand Challenge, the Charm, the Cocoon. I feel like QSS into Fiora is something we don't see like super often, but it is very, very useful in teamfights.
It was the undoing yesterday of them against
Splice?
Origin. Yeah, Splice played against Origin. Double QSS came out, or the QSS came out, and boom, game so difficult to win in that situation. Not quite as definitive in this setup for the Unicorns. Unicorns are ahead anyway. They are very slowly increasing their lead right now, but Unicorns are looking for the top side play now, maybe looking for that top inner. They've got the vision set up for it. Chachi has his teleport. We're past 20 minutes, so home guard plays are a thing.
Yep, and of course with the vision that they've had around the red buff of Splice, and the fact that they have a tank Rammus and a Kalista AD carry, Baron can go down very quickly and it can be secured relatively safely. Smite plus Rend. So for Unicorns, it may just be a matter of time until they start the Baron dance and the Baron bait.
That waddle always gets me from Rammus. Short, tiny legs, tiny little feet. All of the pros that I'm seeing playing are all using this Rammus skin. Nobody is playing full metal Rammus, though. That's because it actually creates like the axle grinding sound as you roll towards.
We saw one.
Maybe.
We saw one.
I feel like it has so much more impending doom. It sounds like a chainsaw revving up, maybe.
Every action series ever has the damsel in distress tied to a table that leads to a chainsaw or a guillotine that is coming down or something like that, and that's the sound effect.
That is the sound.
That's what I was getting to. It's a very long-winded way of getting there.
I was wondering where we're going.
Full Metal Rammus reminds me of Shredder. Since we're going like with age, throw that one out.
It reminds me of Robot Wars, if I'm being honest. Like as if somebody
That's coming
created
back. Well,
that.
it is a Kickstarter to try to get that back. Right, here's the fight that we talked about right at the beginning of the game. Chachi actually doesn't want it. Grand Challenge comes down, no QSS to get rid of it, and Trashy will come to help out. So even if Chachi could have won, Trashy will finish this off. Kill secured by... Oh! You flashed. What's this
Where's
for?
the Q? Where's the Q?
Baron? Look at the rest of the team.
Yeah, but
look at the
there's
minimap.
the Q.
Chachi's taking him on a run. Teleport is available. The body slam flash! That was very well played by Lulex. Baron was not actually started. There's a kill for Senkux and it's traded for a suicide!
Oh, the length of the lane was long enough. In come the rest of the Unicorns catching out Senkux. And man, Chachi, great flash, kept him alive.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen of Berlin. When we hear a massive crowd erupt for a Powerball execute, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of guys in the crowd with Rammus hats. This is for you.
It may have not been the $1 billion jackpot for Vizichachi, but that one he certainly had the number of Splice to get out of that situation.
He did indeed. Tower number 6 falls, only inhibitors remaining. Chaos Storm is down, Death Sentence finds Trashy and pulls him back in, but Fox is caught by the headbutt pole of Nisbet. It finds a target this time. A flash forward as Fox is trying to siphon power, and another Death Sentence. Kobe flashes over the wall. Here comes Chachi. There's earthquakes aplenty as the tremors and the pulverize go down, but it's Splice that lose 2.
Splice lose 2 off the Unicorns. Coming in aggressive once again, and Splice just seemed to be out of position, not respecting the vision control that the Unicorns already have in this game, and they're just trying to contest when they don't really have the options available to them. The same thing's happening again here. Look at Wonderwear, Nisbet, Senkux all roaming down. Chachi's taunted, it just brings him closer.
That was a great job.
Good hold on the taunt.
Yeah, after a past ends, then Wonderwear gets the puncturing taunt to the face. Fate's Call knocks Nisbet up in the air, and a body slam sends him back to base. Steelback is on a killing spree. Sheepy down in the corner of your screen. He's pretty happy with that performance, I can tell. And yes, we'll have to ask the question. Slow and steady wins the race, boys.
Not working around.
Not anymore. Now let's be fair. In the last 10 minutes, 5 additional kills, 2 additional towers. The threat of Baron now was the tipping point where Splice may not be able to come back from. They will take a reply turret.
Yeah, they have one in the mid lane just because of the way that Unicorns had to back themselves away. Couldn't really afford to take another fight on the health they were in. So it means Splice do manage to strangle back a little bit in this game for themselves, but certainly the Unicorns still in full control.
Yeah, they are. Chachi's grabbed himself that QSS to get to deal with all of the threats available, and look at Steelback. Here's the Baron play. Actually, the vision is not the greatest in terms of the jungle, but Hilly's got full vision on the Splice team. Teleport's available for Wonderway. Blue Ward comes down. Tremors is used. They're trying to rush the Baron. Unicorns of Love should be able to secure this before Splice can even arrive. Smite plus Rain, and it's done so. Hilly's even going to be fighting the rest of Splice, zoning them away. Nisbet goes down shortly thereafter, and there's no flash for Lulex to follow on the body slam, despite having the explosive cask. Now, UOL, they have all of your energy. Why is it crying? As Unicorns now push down through the middle lane with Baron buff.
See, this is why I needed Pulse. Pulse would have been all over that.
Yeah, I
Why
get
is
it now.
he? God.
Yeah.
God, Trevor.
I know, Pulse is shaking.
Showing your age.
I've done that multiple times in this class, actually.
Thunderbirds, what are we
It's
going
a
with
new
next? Stingray?
thing.
Captain Scarlet?
No, probably Kit.
Oh, Knight Rider.
There you see. There
Well, we are
There
in
you go.
Germany.
Exactly,
I mean, if ever there was an idol to be spoken about.
Yeah.
Missed the Hoff himself, but...
Right, so we're going way back. This was...
Trashy getting caught. This was the hook, the seemingly potential almost beyond range hook onto Trashy to catch him out. Here, the Unicorns readjust Lulex in from the side. At this point, you can see, look at where Sandcox is. Nowhere near the fight. In come the rest of the Unicorns to clear this one up. Again, it's another example of Unicorns picking a fight where the numbers are in their favor. Chachi has Flash Taunt available onto Senkox. If he was looking for it, didn't actually want to.
Yeah, the Powerball, Home Guard, TP, Taunt gank worked. Again, look, pink wards are plenty from UOL. They're using the vision well. Minute and a half left on the Baron power play. Plus 2,800 gold over their opponents. That means they're just about 10k up. And with Teleport very shortly available for Chachi, you have to feel he's going to push this bottom lane, while the rest of the team is sieging up top.
One of the most painful things I feel like here for Splice is... I'm remembering correctly, the game against Fnatic. Fnatic got no kills, right?
Yes.
Maybe the opposite happening here.
Yep.
as Unicorns of Love at 8-0, we still got a long way to go. Senkox got blasted apart.
Death sentence from Hilly.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
and Chachi.
Taunt. Flash over the wall. Flash Taunt. Nice predicted
Taunt
into the play as well. And the man that bursts Senkox down, Fox, is the one that secures the kill. 4-0-2. So about those invisible players we talked about, less invisible against Splice.
That's because Splice are invisible in this game. They're really not actually pushing anything against the Unicorns. You know, we've heard that Splice, you know, in practice it's going so well, everything's been better. I'm not seeing. And they have had freedom in this game to make plays. Trashy's gone.
Yeah, he gets caught out. Hylissang finds a death sentence when it counts. After missing just a couple in the mid game, he strung them back to back to back.
Lulex with his 90% kill participation is 3 levels up on Trashy in this jungle matchup. Lulex is so far ahead.
Yeah, plus 50 CS, plus 9 assists. Minion wave pushing its way in.
Disrespect of just running through the base.
There's no minions there. They're about to time out. This was the push in that Unicorn set up about 2 minutes ago. Baron will just time. Plus 5,100 gold in the power play. That was fantastic. They've got an inhibitor. They've got another one exposed. And Wonderware is looking for a target to challenge, but it simply will not be grand enough. Powerball knocks Nisbet up. Tremors goes down. USS is available from Chachi. Nisbet and Wonderware are on the back line, running away with their lives. Kobe's already forced to heal. He's got flash, but won't be needed. There is a kill onto Fox, but he trades his life for Senkox, and Steelback picks up the 4th of the game.
It's going to be Inhibitor right now with a teleport coming through from Bizichachi.
The taunt onto Kobe. He tried to flash away, but it was simply not quick enough. Chachi is now stuck in the middle of the team. Steelback's hopping backwards with that passive. QSS comes out.
He's staying alive.
Doesn't get the kill, and Steelback stays alive. Still unkilled, still undefeated, as finally they take down Wonderware. Hylissang gave his life for that defense, but there's 2 inhibitors down, and it's the 2 best runs that you want.
At that point, what was that? Unicorn, I didn't get what you said there.
I just got confused by the camera cut, and I stalled with it.
It's okay, I was like, I'm going to follow on from whatever Trevor says. And all I go was... It's okay. It's fine. We're in a situation where even Splyce managed to react with something there from Unicorns, overstaying in the top lane. They take out the turret, they take the inhibitor, but at the cost of 3 kills is fine for this Unicorns lineup. They'll be happy taking that inhibitor. And honestly, it seems academic at this point to close out the game. So this was the push on to the turret. Senkux caught early means he can't dive on Fox until Fox steps forward in this fight. Good damage onto Chachi, and Chachi peels back. As soon as that Grand Challenge, not even one of the vitals was procced here. He recalls and teleports back in. At this point, Senkux thought he maybe had the damage onto Fox there. He blew up Fox, but it's Steelback that's really the difficult person to take down here. In comes the teleport. There's the big knockback, and from Steelback here, he gets the inhibitor. Kite's maybe a little too far forward after Cobby, and Nisbeth comes to interrupt. And again, this is Unicorns playing it a bit scrappy. Not really too much more to offer from them here, but it's all on Steelback with the outplay here.
He does so exquisitely. Even Ren's just before the riposte started. Kirill Scimitar to stay alive. Supers finding their way into the base of Splyce, and as if by the numbers, Unicorns now grouped up in this middle lane. The threat of a Powerball is just so great. Flash will be available fairly soon if they want to, and Death Sentence connects onto Wonderwear. Riposte will keep himself alive for a little while. Nisbet knocks up Fox and Hilly. They're deciding to engage. Splicer down 10k, and with Wonderwear on the Death Sentence, that might be his death. It is! The Chaos Storm takes him out. Trashy goes low, but the focus will be the tower. Tremors is ticking away. Chachi Powerball. Hylissang finds Senkux, and Fate's Call knocks him up into the air. A retreat from Splyce as the Unicorns of Love, slow to start, but so strong to finish. They bounce back, take down the Nexus, and Hilly is hitting everything. Oh, they're not done yet.
They want more kills, Trevor. Another one.
Finally, Unicorns of Love take down Splyce. Expected, cool, calm, collected. Gigantic grin there from Lulex. Not a great game yesterday, but 0-1-14, involved in 14 of the 16 kills for his team.
I guess the question of Invisible is kind of answered there by his actual involvement in the game. It's not like it was difficult decisions that needed to be made, but in these games where you have a top-of-the-table team against a bottom-table team, there theoretically shouldn't be that many difficult decisions to be made. And if you can have a cleaner game where you're able to take down a team like Splyce that is just uncontesting, they're not actually putting up a fight.
Good team huddle there from Yamato Cannon and the boys chatting about the game. Tough conversation to have. It's a tough game. Whereas on the other side, Sheepy, ecstatic. We just caught him in the picture-in-picture in-game, grinning ear to ear. But you have to give some credit to Hylissang. Stress, you were talking about his Thresh and the fact that Hilly's got freedom. 6 games played on that man's Thresh. 5 of them are wins. He was involved in every kill but one that match. 1-1-14. Great performance, and UOL, they lose to Rocket yesterday, they bounce back versus Splyce. I think there's something to be said in that, especially in the way that they beat Splyce. Solid is the one that I use. But it's still looking forward, right? So for UOL, there's the possibility they clinch playoffs if Elements lose later today.
There is the possibility, and with it being Coaches Week, I don't want to put too much on this, because we've had many discussions with Yamato, but his words earlier of, we are just aiming to not have regrets. I wonder whether the regret there is dancing to the Unicorns' fiddle.
Yeah.
Like, just playing their game. The entire game was letting them push, take the lane swap, don't really answer anything. It's one game. They can move past it and still look to secure the best spot they can, but it's a tough game to lose like that because, honestly, you didn't offer anything.
Especially when you step back from the team composition and you look at how Elise plus Fiora, Elise plus Ahri, could do so well in standard lanes. they initiate the lane swap by putting their duo up top, and then it all sort of backfires. Maybe they were predicting a lane swap, and it didn't happen. So either way, it's something we will have to talk about more with Unicorns of Live, and to ask some of those questions. Pyro's on stage with their ADC.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. Great cast on the day, guys. Now I am joined by the Unicorns AD carry Steelback, who had a monster game yet again on Kalista. Tell me about this champion. You first picked it this time. You've not gotten your hands on it more than 5 now, but it has been so monumental in your victories. Why do you think it is such a big part to that?
I think Kalista is a very strong champ overall. So I think it's always first pick worthy. Yesterday we made the mistake to not first pick it. But after the loss, I was like, no, today I'm going to get my champion. And since I have a really strong support, Hylissang, which is he's a god on Thresh, it allows him to make plays around the map. So that's why it's really strong for us right now.
Well, I could definitely see the results in there, and it was a fantastic victory, close to flawless. Now, I want to ask you a little bit about your coach. It is Coaches Week here at the European LCS. As a newer member of Unicorns coming on at the start of the split, what are your experiences of Sheepy as his veteran status is kind of regarded him as one of our better coaches?
Sheepy at first, when I arrived in the team, we were missing a lot of stuff, but what impressed me the most about Sheepy is that he improved a lot, and we talk a lot. He always look for improvement, and I really like that because he's very hard worker, so it makes things easier. And I very like him as a coach because he's very close to the players, and he's always looking for what's the problem are, and yeah.
Well, I'm sure he'll be happy to hear it. I mean, so with all that, thanks for that interview. I'm really glad to see that you guys are just getting so well along and very, very close to the playoffs, hoping for that Elements loss, I would imagine. So we're going to send it over to the desk to break down the game a little bit further. Also, we'll see Unicorns coach up there as well.
Thank you, Pyra. Indeed, both Sheepy and Yamato joins here. Thank you very much for that. Obviously, a bit tougher for Yamato to join here on the desk. I quickly want to touch on what Steelback said there. You know, of course, singing your praises. Of course, he knows that you're listening. But it is interesting to me. He says, you know, you've improved as a coach. How do you do that? But it's not like you have a coach's coach to tell you what to do.
I don't know. I feel really happy about all of this. It's, I didn't know that he would say stuff like this, so I'm really happy that I'm seen as a hard worker. And yeah, I'm really thankful. So I don't know. I just work hard. I learn from the stuff that I can, and I always try to improve the people around me. And you know, I have really great players, so it's really great that I can learn so much from them. And yeah, we translate it into a win today.
I want to touch on one more thing he said in the interview, where he says Hylissang is a god on Thresh, therefore we make a lot of plays on the map. But one of the comments I had in the early game is that it felt like Hylissang was sticking to Steelback too much. Maybe Yamato, did you notice that too when you were watching the minimap? Very often the few windows of opportunity that were given Spice were because Kalista and Thresh were so often together in the side lane trying to deal with a few that would then just back off.
Yeah, I felt, you know, I'm just looking at it from our perspective, and it's kind of hard because everything is clouded for me, because in reality, from my perspective, what happened was we just kept getting caught.
Yeah.
And that was the Thresh doing it. But so that is like what sticks out in my memory, right? We getting caught by the Thresh. And of course, it kind of hurts a bit, but in reality, we will just move on. And speaking of the Thresh, I feel we could have punished it more, because we gave up mid lane waves against a solo Kalista when we could have punished it harder.
Yeah, actually, really good eye. And I'm happy that you see this, because there was one time where he's top lane together with Kalista, and then we're pushing, and that was one of their power plays. And yeah, we need to be looking out for this stuff. We had it also yesterday, and that was actually a point we were talking to. Generally, you know, we are fine, but I mean, in this case, he should have definitely helped mid lane, control the center, and then rotate.
Cool. One more thing from yesterday. You guys lost, obviously, to a Rammus pick. Just doing so much zoning towards Steelback in those fights. Was this pick, obviously, you can't go into in depth, but like, was it reactionary? Was it planned? Were you planning on bringing it up, perhaps? Or was it just like, damn, Rammus is OP, we're going to pick that?
Yeah, it was kind of the last, actually. Like, we played it against in scrims, and it did really, really well. And we never really... We prepped it once for IEM, actually, the Rammus. So it's like really old pick for us. When Fiora was even stronger, we thought it does fine, like 2-3 items. So yeah, we picked it up. It was really, really strong. And in the end, you know, it actually worked really well.
How much did it disrupt the game plan you guys had, or you may have foreseen that it would come out?
No, like I was expecting the Ramos. I was surprised by the Nautilus ban because I didn't think it really had any effect because we assumed you guys would take Nautilus again. But after we saw the Ramos, the only adjustment we made was we put Corki on AD carry, made sure we had triple AP, so the Ramos that itemizes full armor will have less effect. But so we were ready for the Ramos.
Yeah, just from our end, that's like the downside from Ramos, right? You have to build so much armor, but it's actually really good against the Fiora because you can go QSS, you have magic resistance, and you beat the Fiora in 1v1.
Speaking about that, Ramos, there's one replay that I want to highlight, and I actually just want both of your opinions. This is in the early game. Basically, what's going to happen here is I want to praise Unicorns of Love on using the Rift Herald to go 3 bot, setting up pressure, and then the expected play I had in mind was that we would see a rotation mid, perhaps. But the TP here, I want to know, if Corki doesn't base their Yamato, don't you guys pull so far ahead in the game?
The thing is, what I thought was the plan, that we're approaching 8 minutes, right? We're getting Corki with the package. If we are less afraid of committing into this, right? As soon as we see Corki basing, we're approaching 7:58, he needs to wait a couple of seconds. I thought we wanted to fight here. Because we have a base on Corki, we can give a tower for a beneficial fight. And I thought that was the thought process coming from my team's perspective. But obviously, Corki staying would also be a good thing because you would eventually get the tower and trade 1-for-1 and we get CS on 2 waves.
Yeah, they need to do one of those plays. Either way, Corki stays topside and they trade the turret.
Don't you think it's risky to have your top laner, and just for your opinion, I'm not going to say, like, 'cause it's so easy for us to spot it here, but that your top laner actually goes TP for that play that's already set up, whereas the enemy actually has a window of opportunity to take that tower for free, get more resources across the map, and because that could have snowballed, because Vizicachi did a phenomenal job coming back into the game, but at one point he was down almost double CS against his lane opponent.
Yeah, that was Fiora freezing on the bottom side, and we didn't do a play on the top side. So transitioning, like, let's go a step back to actually this play. When we were on the bottom side, I don't know the HP of the turret, but I don't know if Corki can get it with 1 or 2 waves. Maybe he had already Sheen, maybe he didn't. Either way, the aggressive play was because we have the Rift Herald, and maybe we can rotate mid-side. We still have Rift Herald, and we forced them to defend on the second turret, so Corki needs to at least recall there. And, you know, from there on out, you can just, you know, choose your own adventure, what works best.
This is some great insight with 2 coaches about the game that just happened. To sum it up, though, for you, Yamato, final question. You mentioned in the beginning of the show about not wanting to have any regrets. It's something Stress touched on as well. In a game like this, I hear you mentioning we were maybe a bit too afraid to pull the trigger or to fight there. Is that your biggest takeaway for the guys here?
I feel like we didn't respect the fact that if we are pushing the mid wave with 3 and we get the mid wave and the enemy team is not showing, we can't just blindly face check, because the way minion waves work, either they're going to lose CS or you're going to get information based off minions. If the enemy team is not showing on the minion waves and we're face checking into the jungle, we're going to lose the game.
Yep.
Well, I really respect both of you coming here, giving your opinion on that. We also invited Twitter to ask you guys a couple of questions. Always dangerous. This one is from Wu-Tang Top saying, at Yamato Mebdi, what has been the hardest part of coaching such a young and inexperienced team? Maybe as a footnote, you yourself are also still a very young guy, so how does that work?
Yeah, despite the beard, he's actually like 5 years younger than me or something.
Well, I think I love the guys. They are very energetic. It's almost like a kindergarten of some sort, but they are very energetic, they learn fast, but I feel like when it comes to how we progress, I feel like compared to other teams that I've been in, the responsibility weighs heavier on my shoulder because, of course, as he said, there is a lack of experience. But I feel like in my approach, I focus on the process and I look on long term, and I feel like we can progress properly. And if I'm going to say one point on what I feel is hardest about the guys is following the same amount of energy they have all the time, right? Sometimes I'm exhausted, but their energy kind of forces me to also be energetic.
You're an old soul.
Is it correct to assume that one of the blockers for Splice right now is translating what I think will happen in scrims to the stage? Because we saw a couple of individual misplays across the season so far. Like, for example, today, Nisplay with the flash combo screwing up. I don't imagine he will actually fail that very often in scrims, but just under the pressure of the stage, it feels like Splice team is just playing a little more passive than they used to, and then I know that I've experienced, things start falling down because you just don't get that extra minion wave pushed out. You don't get that extra step taken that you will do in scrims, that play that you're now too afraid to make. Is that something for Splice, or am I just talking out of my behind?
I think it makes sense, but it's starting to become a little of a meme, you know. Oh, Yamato's team, good in scrims, but bad on stage.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
But in reality, you know, it comes down to the experience thing again. You know, we have had good performances. I think the Fnatic game is a good takeaway of what we can do. But today was indeed, as you say, a game that I don't think was up to par with what I expected from my guys.
All right, something to review, and Sheepy walking away with the win here, but you guys are still staying here to preview the next game, and that'll be Fnatic versus Roccat, who will take to the stage. But first, Reckless tells us how a coach's role goes well beyond Summoner's Rift.
I think Daylor is in general a very funny guy. Me and him are similar in many ways, so I can easily relate to him, and I guess last year it was me, Yellowstar, and Daylor that were kind of on the same, I guess, humor level. So we always had a lot of fun, and then no one was laughing, right, on the other side. And then when the other guys were laughing, we were not laughing. So it was, yeah, quite funny on that one. But I think now with Yellowstar leaving and it's just me and Daylor left, so we kind of just laugh, and then everyone sits quiet, and then the other guy starts laughing, and we just sit quiet. So yeah, it's it's a bit different. It's always nice to have him around because after all, we live together, we eat together, we play together, we basically do everything together, and that includes him as well. And I think he's just as much part of the team as any player in the team.
Welcome back, everyone. As we see the Unicorns of Love meeting some of their fans, but Fnatic and Roccat are gearing up on stage, and both squads need every win they can get if they want a shot at moving forward, going into playoffs, not being in that danger zone. The big storyline coming into this one, obviously, is yesterday Roccat booked a win with their new support, Noxiac, and they're up against Fnatic now, which is, of course, Noxiac's ex-team, and it was yesterday versus the Unicorns of Love. Is that the Noxiac influence you think that you saw yesterday, or is it more you guys
I think we didn't play it well. We've been over this game already, and there was a lot of... We had tempo advantage in the early game with the Nautilus, and we should have translated this easily into a turret, maybe even defend topside, get way more ahead, and then do a TP play. But we didn't know before, we didn't study enough, so in the end, you know, the team working harder won. And I talked with the Rocket coach and with the Rocket's manager, and apparently, you know, this is what they've practiced. So, you know, in this regard, I think they were better prepared.
I feel like I watched the game as well to study you guys before our match, and I felt, looking at it from Rocket's perspective, I felt like they've always had this issue where they have these leads in the early game because Airwax and Bestie seem to play so well in the early game, and then the mid game comes and it collapses.
Yeah, nothing happens.
Boom. And I felt the game against you, well, they had a plan. They had an idea of how to finish the game, which was nice to see.
And for me, that boils down to Freddy actually being on a pick that he seems very comfortable on. Because very often, Freddy will get no assisted in the jungle. He received the man of the hour, obviously. He's always smiling, even after losses, which is cool.
Yeah, and he was so strong. There was one fight, you know, where he two shots, both of our carries, and he had 5 crits in a row.
Yeah.
Can you believe?
I mean, he just did the math, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, wins the fight.
Yeah, and then he didn't have crits for 20 times in a row. You know, this is how it works.
But after that, still the Rammus on Freddy, I think, was key because he was finally split pushing, putting pressure, not being the guy to clear up the wave. And Freddy so often in the early game just gets absolutely no assistance from the jungler. So yeah, he gets unfarmed, then he gets killed a couple of times, he gets demoralized, and he just isn't in the game anymore. And I think that's important for Roccat, especially playing against Gamsu, who has a similar style. Like either of those can tilt into oblivion and do things like split pushing an inhibitor at like 12 minutes in the game.
It's like the one thing I'm thinking about is Rockat's win against Vitality, right? He was the first one that busted out the Zac. Like, he had the mindset of playing tanks already, and already now we can see the meta is shifting towards this tank. We see less Fiora, we see a couple of Quins here and there, but people are starting to play Nautilus, Malphite, and Rammus, and maybe Zac again. And I feel, as you said, that's perfect for Freddy.
Yep.
Yeah, might work in his favor. They're up against Fnatic in this one, as we mentioned already. Noxiac now in the ranks of Roccat, shot calling. We know that Fnatic wanted to change their support because it wasn't gelling entirely. Now they have Klai. Yesterday, their game, though, that shot calling is still suffering, is what we've seen, Krepo.
I feel like the biggest issue.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead, man. No, I just felt really passionate about this replay because where the Baron falls down now, we see Klai later on going with the hook. And for me, Fnatic, they lack like an overarching voice.
It's like, I thought for a second, you know, in my dream world that I was Krepo, but of course I'm not, sadly. What I feel is the biggest issue when it comes to Fnatic is there is no cooperation between the support and the jungler. Yep. Spirit is always farming and doing his own thing, but it is very rare that Fnatic win a game through anything else but team fighting. They're not doing any rotational plays, they're not moving around the map, and that requires good teamwork between the support and the jungle. And that is what is required at this level of play.
The players are ready. I do want to ask your predictions because I feel like it's leaning a bit more towards Roccat for some of you. What do you think?
I have absolutely no clue. I guess it's Fnatic for me.
That's telling enough.
It's Fnatic unless Noxiac gets barred again. And then I want to see the same invade, stop the enemy camp, do that cheese, sprinkle the Parmesan. See, Sheepy's already tired of it. I talked to Yamato earlier about it too. Yeah, Bard or Fnatic?
I'm going to say Fnatic. It's so hard to predict this one because after yesterday, Roccat has shown strength and Fnatic has showed weakness. But I'm going to say Fnatic because it's just better for us in the standings. So.
All right. I think we all understand that. Well, the team's already asset, so we're going to send it over to the casters and see how this one plays out.
Thank you, Sharks. I'm Richard Polscam, taking over the desk with Martin DeFischer along. It's the invasion over here. And as the teams load up, let's look at who's starting for the teams. And first up on Fnatic, it is top lane Gamsu, jungle Spirit, mid lane Featherfin, AD carry Reckless, with support Klai and coach Daylor.
Yeah, and on the other side, we have Roccat, who managed to pick up a very important win for them yesterday. Looking for one more, with Freddy in the top lane, Airwax in the jungle, Betsy, the star in the mid lane, taps the AD carry, Noxiac support. I'm losing my voice, and Grabs is also the coach for the team.
Yeah, talking about the rising star in the mid lane, Betty has really started to turn up over the split at least compared to like last split.
Since week one of the split, basically.
Since week one, and it's really just turned up. And a lot of that weight has been on their shoulders. Also talking about like Freddy in the top lane, did really well last week. The team seems to be coming together now.
Yeah, and it's very telling, as Shock said on the analyst desk, when you have Sheepy, Crepo, and Yamato Cannon getting asked, like, is Fnatic going to win this game over Rocket? You know, Fnatic has been top 6 entire split long. Fnatic has been down at the bottom entire season. And yet they've all been like, I guess Fnatic, but I'm not really too sure. And that's telling a lot because Fnatic's performance, it hasn't been the greatest lately. And Rocket, you know, on the upswing. Noxia coming in, very aggressive play, always prides himself in being very aggressive. One of the reasons he didn't fit with Reckless. Combine Rocket's good early game with now an aggressive support who can make some calls, that could actually lead into some very, very scary snowballing from Rocket.
It'll be super interesting to track, especially because Noxia is playing against his old team. So we'll see how that one pans out as we get into the game. But we are into Champion Select, so let's see how these bans will pan out. You know, we were talking just before we went live about how we think this one's going to go. But the Rammus, Corki, and Nidalee will change some of those dynamics.
Well, Nidalee we expected from Rocket. You don't want to give it the first pick over to Spirit. I think Gragas is going to be super contested for both junglers. I wouldn't even be surprised to see Gragas' first pick in this specific matchup. But the thing Rocket needs to aim for is deny what they lost to last time and the way Fnatic wins games at the moment. Late game, protect Reckless, get him on a scaling carry. So you ban the Lulu, even ban the last component of the Giacomo if you want to. And we talked about this Gragas here. The reason Fnatic are banning Gragas is because they actually said we don't want to first pick it, but we know you will take it in the first rotation. And the last 2 games Rocket has played Gragas, they've been winning them.
Yep.
So far 2-0 for Airwax. He's been good on this champion, so that's why Fnatic banned it.
So let's just straight up take it off the board. I'm wondering if we see a Gangplank ban as the last one here, and we'll see how they'll actually choose to pick that one
I
up.
think you leave Gangplank open.
And then let it go over to Rocket for first rotation?
You tell Fnatic, you can first pick this one and put it in mid lane. We know where it's going. Again, this is what we talked about yesterday. Gamsu hasn't shown a Gangplank at all. He's only been playing tanks over and over and over and over. So by leaving it open, I think Rocket actually has a very good idea here of how Fnatic likes to pick and ban and say, you're not going to first pick it because it goes straight to mid lane. We can now take it if you want to, or we can even still let it go further through because we're not that afraid of Febiven playing the Gangplank.
And there's still power picks available. Like Alistar is still open if they want that for support. Lucian is fine now. They've already picked up the Kalista on Fnatic, so they even need to priority pick the AD carry now.
It's a very good first pick from Fnatic though, because
the Northwest if they lock this in.
Yeah, I like this as well from Rocket, but what Rocket were trying to do with the Thresh ban is they're trying to basically be like, hey, first pick Gangplank, we get Kalista Alistar. Okay, you're not going to do that, fine. First pick Kalista then. We at least get the Alistar, so we get the best support available, and we ban out the comfort pick for Cly, and then also this Nautilus. And this is something we talked about just coming into the game, obviously off air. Nautilus is the pick I think Gamsu wants the most, because it's the strongest early game tank. And Fnatic often needs some early game pressure because they tend to fall behind early on. But every team picks it very early and just steals it away from Gamsu and pushes him to like Maokai or Malphite. And then Fnatic gets this very slow scaling composition where Gamsu has no impact for quite a while. And he has to like make a crazy TP play or great engage to really have an impact in the game.
Yeah, I mean, you simply can't win that matchup as other tanks. Nautilus just clicks E, and if you run away, you take almost double damage because it goes almost up to double the damage if you take hits from every single E-charge. So you just can't win. Got slightly triggered, but yeah, Alistar also being picked up as well for support, and then going over back to Fnatic, Lee Sin and Lissandra. Okay.
So we've seen Lissandra from Febiven quite a few times. Again, we are expecting it to go to the mid lane. I always liked it with Lee Sin. It's an old combo where like level 6, gank mid, get a kill.
Yeah.
We don't see that very often anymore because teams have learned to ward around the mid lanes and like they spot the ganks coming very easily. But it has still been a good pick for Febiven because again, it gives Fnatic some early game tempo where the rest of the team always falls behind. Like Reckless has to farm up for late game on a late game carry. Gamsu needs to farm up on a tank. Febiven is the man in the mid lane who's then creating the plays. Hopefully he can do it together with Spirit. Now it's on a Lee Sin pick. Yeah. That's what we need to see from Fnatic. Because I actually don't think Spirit has shown much synergy with any of his members outside of Gamsu. But that doesn't have any value when Gamsu is just playing a tank. So it's where Spirit has been in kind of a weird place. Not really fitting in with the support. We haven't seen him and Febiven make crazy plays together either too often. he needs to find his place.
I actually think that's a really good point, because we were talking about both of these junglers kind of being very solo queue orientated, and maybe Gragas will help them with that. Lee Sin is just straight up a solo queue type jungler, so that may not help his synergy as we get into this game, but we'll have to see. I'm also wanting to see what Fnatic bring into the top lane as well to also facilitate that early game pressure.
Yeah.
On Roccat, though, we do have Rek'Sai and Kog'Maw being picked up, so we already have a massive front line for that Kog'Maw.
Most likely a Malphite pick or the Maokai if you want their home guard TP engage and then like just point and click on taps to lock him down, but you need some follow-up engage that can follow the Lissandra in to kill taps late game. Because if you guys think back to last time these two teams played, it was the Roccat destroying early game, go late game, and then lose every fight to the Lulu Caitlyn. They are now packing late game punch on the side of Roccat. Big late game team fights, you know, tank jungler, tank support, tank top lane, and then the greatest AD carry in the late game right now. Roccat is saying, if we go 60 minutes again, we win this time.
Kog'Maw does the damage of basically an entire team. But yeah, so Graves is logged in alongside Braum, so we've got the support coming out.
That's for
Gamsu. Yeah, that will be for Gamsu, bringing the Graves into the top lane. So that is actually early game pressure. You can't beat the top lane tank as another tank, so you pick Graves, push him into tower, and you win that way.
And this does enable the Spirit Gamsu synergy that we have seen in the start of the split coming in. Interesting pick and ban phase, Fnatic changing it after it became so predictable yesterday. I feel like H2K was just like, yeah, we know where you're sending every single pick and what your last pick is going to be. Throwing a few curveballs. Roccat still has a very solid lineup with the first 4 picks, and Graves into Nautilus, it's good for Graves. He will push the Nautilus into tower over and over and over. And then it's up to Spirit to invade on Lee Sin, but Lee Sin's 1-5 is not the greatest anymore. He actually wants level 6 before he really comes online. So I think Rek'Sai is going to be fine in that matchup.
Yeah, and there's also the possibility of lane swaps in this one to even maybe avoid that completely, waiting on that final pick, and it is Anivia for Betsy in the mid lane, so...
Jesus.
Yeah.
We're going full team fight here.
Yeah.
And like zoning, protecting tabs, make sure tabs can just stand still. He never has to move, like 3-man front line combined with a wall.
That's such a cool composition.
To protect taps. Only problem for Roccat is if anything gets to taps, only the outside can kind of headbutt you away. Everyone else is going to struggle to kind of disengage it.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of CC. Like every member here outside of taps is running either knock up or stun. So Roccat is basically saying we go late game, we protect our AD carry. He stands still, we kill you. It's on Fnatic now to play aggressive in the mid game. Something the team hasn't done very well before, or at least the last few weeks, where it's been protect Reckless, go 40 minutes, win game.
Right, and I'm even looking at the composition from Fnatic now and seeing what are the options, right? Because you have Lissandra, we've spoken a lot about the pick and being great at jumping into the back line and stalling out the AD carry, and I think that may even be the linchpin of these team fights as we get into it. Because Graves, he's going to be not right in the front lines. He's not going to be on the enemy AD carry. He's going to be fighting the bruises at the front. So I feel like Fevman's going to have to do a lot in this matchup to shut down the Kog'Maw.
I mean, Fnatic is about playing on 3 lanes at once and then create a lot of picks, you know, catch Roccat when they're off guard and you're pushed in every single lane and just take down these towers. That's how you want to win the game.
Well, we're about to get into game, ladies and gentlemen. Fnatic versus Roccat here. We'll see who comes out on top as we get onto the Rift. Lots of crowd chants coming out here in the studio, getting behind the teams. But Fnatic, what are they going to do in early game? We hinted at potentially a lane swap. That's not really a matchup that Nautilus wants to be in. Bot lane, however, Kalista, Braum into Kog'Maw, Alistar.
The tricky thing is also lane swapping on Graves is actually not that effective because he's super fast at killing tower. He's way faster than Nautilus when it comes to killing tower because he can stand at short range with the shotgun, get every hit on the tower. So he does do really well in lane swaps because he's often 5-6 seconds faster than the other team at taking down the first tower, and then you have more tempo to go for next one. So I think standard lanes for Roccat might happen here, also just like to try and actually slow down the game a little bit. Lane swaps tend to speed them up in the sense that it opens up the map a lot. And you're also playing against double teleport. Remember what G2 did earlier today, where we saw Perkz just be like, oh, you guys are pushing a side lane with no tower, instant TP down and kill you. Roccat though, I mean, they can basically decide, do we want to just play it safe, take standard, or take lane swap, push on these towers, don't have the Gamsu pushing in lane? It's what they're choosing. I think they definitely could have gone standard lanes as well if needed. It's mainly the Freddy into Graves or Freddy into Gamsu matchup.
I mean, I definitely feel like this is a game that's going to go on for a while as well. And I kind of wonder who that's going to benefit, because Fnatic have gotten a lot of their victories from going late game, getting really good team fighting, coordinating in that way. Kind of the same for Rocket in some ways. I just saw Noxac actually push away Gamsu from the top side of the map there. Looking at Keystones, I think everything's kind of
very standard.
Kind of standard here.
Further battle for Graves, of course, in the top lane. No real surprise. Windspeaker's Blessing for the Alistar.
Exactly. Bond of Stone for Braum, and then Thunderlords in the mid lane. Yeah, like that's one of the changes, I guess, in terms of what people had at the start of the split for top lane Graves or even jungle Graves. People were going for the Thunderlords for the instant burst, but then people realized you can stack up further extremely quickly with Q. So
I want to highlight what Rocket is doing here in this swap. You guys saw even Noxiac use Q on the wave, and Taps were constantly spamming it. And Freddy only did one camp, and then he helped with the red buff, and then he walked over to join the team. So because they know Graves is faster at pushing, the way to make up, for lost time is by instant rushing in with your top lane as well, and just have him join very quickly and take down the tower equally as fast as Fnatic are doing. So they don't want to risk Fnatic getting super far ahead in the swap. Second wave or third wave is coming in anyway, so it's well timed with the minions. Now you are dead even in time, and you just want these minions to die. So I like that little adaptation for Rocket. We still see teams take their time, do like 4 camps with your jungle top laner, then you go up to you slow push in the wave, but then against the Graves you would have fallen behind in how fast you could take down towers. So very good bounce as well for Freddy.
Yeah, actually another wave here for Fnatic, so they're going to be slightly behind, but I don't think it's really going to matter too much, as we already have the recalls in from Roccat as they head into the bottom lane. Jungles are just swapping up their camps right now, so not too much to mention there. Of course, the mid lane, not really much happens, and that's basically a farming matchup anyway until forever.
It's going to be so much about Febiven making plays with teleport, jumping into a side lane later. We talked about the way Fnatic wants to play that composition. Graves one lane, Febiven in the opposite side lane, Reckless sits in mid lane and clears, or eventually actually you're going to swap. You're going to keep Reckless in side lane first, I guess, technically to push it out, and then you're going to put him mid when he can start wave playing very easily with Hurricane and Blade. And he just keeps pressure mid, and then you have double TP side lanes. And it's just very effective 1-3-1. Rocket is pure team fighting, like 5-on-5. You don't have anyone you want to put in a side lane other than the Nautilus because it's teleport, and then the Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
And that's the standout thing for Rocket and how they like to draft. Airx is the jungler I see split push the most. And it's mainly on Rek'Sai. So they use him to like kind of cover that non-TP lane. Rek'Sai just can't touch the Lissandra. Can't really touch the Graves as well once he gets a few items. So Airx can clear the wave, but he can't really pressure that side lane.
He'll get tanky enough where he'll just be a brick wall, but he won't even be able to absorb most of the farm as well, because he will be constantly pushed into the tower, so he's not going to get the consistent...
Oh, Noxiac.
Noxiac in the middle lane, only level 2 here, and that's going to be the flash out of the head buff there. So actually gets the flash away. Top lane, Gamsu may not be so lucky. Throws out the Q real quick, but Freddy will follow the Drench line. This could very well be a kill. They're slowly killing him, but Spirit's actually coming out there. First blood goes over to Freddy. Now in this 1v2, he should be good to go. Was thinking about going in with the resonating strike there, but decides better of it. First blood to Roccat.
And I know it's very easy now. Oh, let's talk about it after, because Febiven is going to kill Freddy.
He's looking for bloods, and Freddy, not much he can do. He's going to be sinking to the bottom of the ocean there, and a kill traded in return.
So quite a few things happened. Febiven used his claw because he wanted to push the wave and then recall and use his TP back to lane to get a good recall and then try and pressure Betsy to lose minions when he went back to base. That's why he had to flash after using it. But then top lane, it's very easy now to go, oh, Gamsu gave first blood. What a bad play by him. No, this is on Fnatic. Because Fnatic after the lane swap are looking at Freddy freeze the wave up on top, as we always see, because you bounce the wave when you kill a tier 1 tower. You never send your top laner to that lane, ever. You send your top laner, who's the weakest member right now, to the lane where the minions are pushing towards him. So you actually keep him bot side when he kills tower. He farms a little bit, then he recalls and he goes top and joins your team, and you take another tower and he gets that wave as well and the tower goal. Fnatic did the opposite. They told Gamsu to recall, sent him top lane where Freddy was freezing the wave, so he has to overextend with no tower. Of course Airx shows up and kills him in the gank. Like, that's not on Gamsu, this is on Fnatic with very poor lane assignments after the lane swap, and a mistake we saw from teams last year. Not an acceptable mistake anymore because you know the gank is going to happen. You know he's going to die because he's overextended trying to push out the wave.
The knock-on effect of that now is that Gamsu is in that one-on-one still. Freddy's going to hit 6 before him, even have more gank pressure in that lane. And Airwax will be hitting 6 at around the same time because he's basically just been farming the jungle. So they can just put more and more pressure on him. And there's no way they can really clear out those tunnels. So he's always going to have pressure within that size of the map. Airwax is even there right now.
Because Airwax wants to secure Freddy and wants to make sure Freddy can push out the wave so there's no freeze happening for Gamsu. They're basically saying, Gamsu, you're not going to get anything here. This wave is going to get all the way into your tower. Minions are going to die. You're going to try and last hit them. And then it's going to start normally, even out, and then just very, very slowly push back towards Freddy. Once he's done pushing out this wave, Gamsu's not going to sit here and freeze like 2 or 3 waves and deny Freddy any farm. It's just slowly going to build up a big wave for him. So Rocket is doing everything to deny him. Febiven's going in though.
Trying to make a play in the mid lane. Spirit's only level 5. The flash comes out, but the follow of the ultimate in from Febiven might be enough. He drops into egg form, and Febiven's out of mana, out of health. And Spirit, does he quite have the damage? I'm not sure about level 6. That's a lot of damage in return. Misses the flash thrust. That actually would have been enough damage for him with the Glacial Storm.
Oh, so close. He was right next to him. He just stepped a little bit to the side from Spirit. So Fnatic again are putting more focus on Reckless and Febiven than Gamsu. But they're picking Gamsu champion where he wants to do well early to have pressure in lane. Noxiac will be able to escape, or just take a lot of damage.
Yeah, a lot of damage. You saw them walking past him. I'm not entirely sure if Fnatic would have even checked the bush, but he would play it safe, because if they did, then he would have been dead for sure, being only level 3 against a just turning level 6 Reckless and a level 4 Clyde. But Noxiac is good. I saw him struggling, trying to get in range for the headbutt onto that minion. The eternal struggle of Alistar.
And look for Airwax now to stay around his top side again, because Gamsu now has a wave that's close to his tower. Airwax might even try and be sneaky and get it all the way pushed in. But Gamsu with their Graves, unless you stand right next to the minion to last hit it, you will hit other minions. And that means it is going to build up a big wave. Gamsu will catch up in farm, but then once that big wave gets to Freddy, he will obviously then get ahead in farm again, because it's going to be a lot of minions now building up here, coming towards Freddy on his side. And then you can gank Gamsu again, because he's going to overextend one more time, pushing it out.
We mentioned in Champion Select, or just before, about potential synergy between Spirit and Gamsu that we haven't really seen since week 1. Gonna hold our thought as Airwax maybe caught out here, as we can drag in Clyde with the Fate's Call from out there for a bit of CC, trying to get that concussive blows down. The great disengage in from Noxiac and Betsy roaming from the mid lane. Spirit goes extremely deep as the flash comes out from Noxiac. He was hoping maybe they had some CC to layer on top of Spirit as he went into that tower, but Betsy had just used his flash cross and he was out of mana.
Noxiac definitely didn't expect Spirit to follow. You could actually have queued him instantly. I think he had it ready, just checking over on my screen. Yeah, he had it ready.
Pulverize?
Yeah, with Spirit on the tower, just knock him up instantly. But don't think he expected Spirit to follow him all the way.
No one expected Lee Sin to jump from the tower at 9 minutes.
Instead though, Fnatic, because they have put all their focus on the bottom side of the map, so again, sacrificing your top laner, it does give you Dragon, so you get some reward from it. But it means this Graves pick will just lack a lot of impact. Like, you pick him to bully that lane, to push it into tower, to have early pressure. And that gets denied for him, and he's now basically always just gonna sit and catch waves. As long as Fnatic can get kills on the bottom side, it can pay off. So far, it's been a Dragon.
And that was the scary thing, honestly. After that, 1, the first blood onto Gamsu, and 2, like, that's what we were expecting. Spirit to have that synergy with Gamsu, constantly pushing the wave. If anyone tries to contest him, Spirit's there to counter gang, and they win the 2v2. Because they should. They have more damage. They should be able to outplay them, but that's just not what happened. Kog'Maw, one of the best AD carries at clearing out wards with his W. Way better than
Great
Jhin.
skill to have.
Yeah. Jhin is just the most depressing one, because you get to 1 hit left in it, and it's just like, well, gotta reload.
And you waste your crit on a stupid ward. You'll be able to crit wards, by the way. Deal like double damage with it? Yeah, that would be sick.
That would be. Either way, Gamsu's going to be pushing up the top lane. Freddy, he's optimizing the way he's getting back to lane with the dredge line, sick mechanics.
Save like almost no time, but it's fine. Gang in mid.
He's speed running top lane and looking for another gang on the mid lane, and Betsy does not have his passive, and he's just going to go straight down with the Ring of Frost coming out from Febiven. Hey, that's what you said in Champ Select, man. You come mid lane with both your ultimates, and the mid lane's probably dead.
Hey, it's an old play, and it still works, apparently, because Rocket right now, and funny enough, I said the reason it didn't work anymore is because teams have learned to ward around mid lane. Rocket, and this is strange, because they normally love to play around Betsy. Secure Betsy with pink wards, you know, make sure he can farm. They've kind of left him out to dry in this one, at least on the top side of the map. So second gank from Spirit now onto Betsy. Second one gave the kill. First one did not, but at least forced the summoner that was gone for this one. Rocket needs to respect that around mid lane with the ward.
Well, Airwax needs to respect Fly being thrown at him. He'll jump over the wall with a pre-set up tunnel and he is good to go. And that mid lane will be pushed in here. Fnatic just trying to make a rotational play happen. And we're going to see that smooth gap into mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely zero vision on top side. So even though Betsy does connect the stun, Febiven has already queued up his ulti, and it's enough to just kill Anivia, nothing she can do. And this is Rocket as a team kind of leaving Betsy on an island, but also, yeah, even like, almost doesn't matter where Betsy was hovering in the lane, because he was towards the bottom side.
Yeah.
The range of the claw into ulti is just so long for Febiven. I think he could even have flash if needed.
I mean, yeah, the problem is when you're in that situation against the Lissandra Lee, you get hit by 1 CC and you are dead. You are literally locked out from controlling your character until you land again, which is when you were dead. Yeah, just an extremely strong composition.
Once again, though, Fnatic focus around mid lane. It's definitely a change in the game plan for the team, and it's a change I think a lot of fans have looked for, because Febiven is one of these players we know can be the standout carry. I mean, Febiven is still regarded as the best mid lane in Europe. He gets the Lissandra pick where you can actually be a bully after level 6 especially. So I like to see Fnatic adapt a little bit, change it up and say it didn't work what we did the last few weeks. It's very up and down. Get more early game pressure, early game focus or mid game focus composition, Kalista, Graves, Lissandra. And be aggressive in the way you're ganking. Play more with your team if you're Spirit than just farm. I like the ganking Spirit a lot more. I like these Graggers yesterday. Definitely seems like he's going further and further away from the LPL Spirit, with just like I have to solo carry every game, and more like I need to now help my team.
Which is great because he's on Lee Sin as well. We were questioning that in the draft. But yeah, I really like this draft from Fnatic, and I just need to see them be more proactive, which they're doing right now. We have a 3-man invade in the bottom side. Reckless is pushing the bot lane top. We'll start being able to pressure Freddy 1v1 now that they've evened out on levels and farm. In fact, Gamsu's now even ahead of Freddy because of all the farm he's been getting. Spirit just trying to get some more vision in this bottom side of the map. Betsy is being kept in mid lane from the push from Febiven. It's just all being well played by Fnatic right now.
And this massive advantage Freddy had top lane, Rocket completely ignored it. Freddy kept hovering around mid and top lane over and over, allowing Gamsu to push out multiple times, and Gamsu's now hit in farm. So even if Rocket had that great advantage and Fnatic made that big mistake in the swap, Rocket has done absolutely nothing with it, and Fnatic has been rewarded for playing around mid lane and also having a strong 2v2 bot lane with the Kalista constantly pushing. Look at the river around the dragon. Double pink wards. That means Spirit can always gank from the bottom side. He knows he can always just hovering coming from the side. It means Clyde can roam from bot lane when he's getting pushed up by Reckless on him. He can then roam through the jungle and easily, he knows the river is safe for him to always walk into. If he needs to escape, if he needs to gank that way, it's very easy for Fnatic to move around and always punish Betsy for being on a slow scaling mid laner who wants to get Rod of Ages, stack it up. Not the kind of champions Betsy's been doing well on. He's been doing a lot better when he could actually win lane. So changes from both teams. Rocket basically saying we want to go full late game because we lost last time to a late game come from Fnatic, and so far haven't shown that they understand how to play defensive. Because Rocket has always been playing aggressive in the early game, in every other game.
The problem with these type of compositions, though, is they can always find a place in the game to stall. Like, if Fnatic stop being able to push one tower and it stalls for 5 minutes, that's another 5 minutes until Rocket hit their power spike.
I often do feel, though, if that is the situation, it's actually on the offensive team to make the correct play. Because often, if another team is able in this meta to just sit and wave clear for days, you're doing something wrong. Because we never see wave clear in 3 lanes. So whichever lane doesn't have the wave clear, you start playing around that lane a lot more. You push in that lane and you create a dive maybe on that lane. Or you push in the lane, then roam to the enemy jungle and you dive the Nivea who's trying to wave clear mid. You start playing around Baron. You play around Dragon a lot more. Like, Fnatic is taking early Dragon. This is now second Dragon, 15 minutes in. So Fnatic is doing the exact thing we just talked about. Instead of accepting, oh, Rocket might be able to delay the game for like 30 minutes, well, we take early Dragons now. So you have to respect the Dragon 5, that's gonna happen. Stopping you from just wave clearing for days. So I like, again, Fnatic, how after the failed lane swap, they've been adapting.
Yeah.
And punishing Rocket for as we said, not understanding how to play defensive.
I mean, it's a small thing as well, but Second Dragon really helps with the style they're playing. Like 1-3-1, and you're constantly just hitting the tower ones, backing away. Like, you're going to grind those down way faster now. I do want to switch the topic a little to item games, because we saw the call being picked up once again by Kog'Maw. We're seeing this a lot from AD carries. They go back on their first back. And also the Death Stance coming in from Gamsu in the top lane as a first item. Usually seen that as a second one recently, but this is one of the first times I'm seeing it first.
We've seen, so Adam did the same, Death Dance, as his first item coming in, and just like 75 raw AD is obviously very high, and then the extra sustain you get from it is very good, because again, it's just purely on physical damage for you. You don't get any armor penetration, that's the downside of it, but it's still a very strong first item, gives you great wave clear on the Graves as well, with the flat AD you get from it. And the bleed effect is fairly underrated, because if you have a champion who can normally maybe burst you down in a mid-game fight, like say a Nivea connecting stun into E, often kills these targets, the bleed effect is gonna keep you alive in that case, or at least give you a chance to then sustain back up, and then further, it synergizes well with the next items, because you get more, you get Sterix Gauge, so you have all these extra survivability items when you drop low. And that's where it's really good that the bleed can also stop some of that burst coming.
Right, and because most of the damage that Graves does is kind of like in a caster sense. Like if he gets a Q and an ult out just before he dies, he can regen like an extra 200 health. That would actually just keep him alive. So early game and throughout the game, actually quite a nice pickup. Just interesting to see it earlier and earlier on into these item builds. Noxian maybe cutting out in the mid lane. Popsy Unbreakable will, and the rest of the team is behind him. Freddy is coming in from the top side. Reckless drags in the support. Nice knockback from the Fate's Call. Febvin goes deep, hits the ultimate onto 4 people, but he instantly gets blown up. No one is able to touch tabs right now. He has this massive front line in front of him. If the Kog'Maw doesn't die at the start of the fight, you're going to have a bad time.
Still though, 18 minutes in here, Fnatic picking the right time to fight. Noxian was walking around in the river, kind of spotting if Fnatic were on the Rift Herald, and they catch him. Febvin had a great ulti as well, picked up another kill for himself, like he's 3-1 so far. But as you mentioned, that front line is difficult to fight against. Betsy, the zone control he can offer on this Anivia is gonna make it hard for Fnatic. But I still like the fact they took the fight, and they didn't use any teleports on it, so they can actually start playing 1-3-1 now. Betsy's actually out of mana, so just push mid now, as Fnatic is doing, because there's nothing to defend, it's an Alistar. Who cares, that's a mid tower.
Yeah, the tower's already low as well, pre-set up by Fnatic with these small chip damage that they've been putting onto it over several sieges, several rotations. Also, all the kills are being laid onto Febvin as well, and he's going to be the late game alternative, or answer rather, for the Kog'Maw.
It's a bit of a strange call from Rocket moving in, kind of warding alone, spotting Fnatic at the Rift Herald, and then the fight is on. Fly has to be drawn in here, so like frontline is now set up in front of Tap, but this ulti here from Febvin is great. Forcing flashes, Betsy will take him down together with Tap, but Betsy is using its entire mana pool. And when you fight as Anivia early on without blue buff, you're gonna use that mana pool. You're gonna have to go back to base then after, and that's why Fnatic could push tower right after. So again, correct move taking the fight from Fnatic. Yes, you trade 1-for-1, but the follow-up where Nivea's out of mana is where you can take a tower. So I really like the call.
Still, a 1-for-1 and a mid lane turret, so Fnatic do come out ahead and they're starting to open up the goal gap.
And now they deny Betsy the blue buff as well. So again, this mid-game Anivia is going to run out of mana. No Athene's completed yet. Rod of Age is still stacking. So the mana pool is really not enough for Anivia at this point. And I really like Fnatic's focus then on it. But for Rocket, it is, as you talked about, defense. You know, defense, defense, defense. Defensive ward. Set up wave clear for Betsy. Get 2 items on taps. Then you're looking to fight.
Yeah. And even then, you're playing defensive because you're still defending tabs.
Sure, you're kiting and kiting.
So, yeah. I mean, once you get past like 3-4 attack speed as Kog'Maw, you want to just stand still. There's no human way that you can actually get the most out of stutter stepping and also attacking if you have 5 attack speed. But it is kind of possible if you have like 3.5, if you have sick APM, but even for tabs, I know it's difficult when I was talking to him the other week in the interview. So we'll see what Fnatic does from here. I mean, constantly just putting down pressure, as you mentioned, putting down the wards in the opposing jungle, taking away the blue buffs, constantly pushing Roccat back onto their sides of the map.
This is the point where you start using a double TP, and you have Reckless push up bot and then let him go mid lane. You might even be able to go back and get Hurricane. That's why he's farming bot right now. Yeah, he's on 1500 gold, so he's just pushing it out. Get your Hurricane. Now your comp really starts coming online. Put Febvin in a side lane with the TP, and you just play this 1-3-1 game where no matter who's defending against Febvin, he's out of position, and he can't join if Fnatic is forcing a play on the other side of the map. And I think that's very, very good play. Dragon is spawning, so that's obviously going to be the main objective, and then you set up your split push right after, because this is going to be third Dragon in 21 minutes. Fnatic is looking good when it comes to getting 5 Dragons, which is the greatest thing against scaling compositions.
Talking about stall tactics as well, ZZ Rod just picked up by Freddy, so just places that in the top lane, and while Gamsu was able to easily push in the top lane, then now it's going to take a little bit longer with those Voidlings constantly pushing back.
I don't think ZZ Rod is that great against AD carry top laners. It's very easy for them to kill the portal and also just like one-shot the Voidling super quick and just move on. It's very good against tanks because they need so much time to kill that portal over and over, and they have a hard time pushing out minions. Graves is like one hit and a Q, and then like the wave is almost dead, and then just get to that portal and kill it. So don't think it has the same value, but Freddy obviously wants to have it for when the team fight breaks out. He wants that side lane pushing with the portals, and this is third Dragon coming. Rocket wants to fight though.
Yeah, Noxax is looking to try and get a range here. The smite will come out by Spirit, securing that one. The ward jump and the anchor does not connect onto Lee Sin's backside. He's a little bit too slippery for the Nautilus right here. They'll be going into the bottom side of the map before they go back into the mid lane. Gamsu popping the collateral damage, knocks him back to tower. Gets him out of range, the threat range of Roccat, but this will put him back inside it with the wall. The minion wave is disintegrating, Claw comes through, and defensive Flash Frost, which is basically what you have to do really in that situation as Betsy, just in case Lissandra decides to pull the trigger.
Another objective gained by Fnatic without using a summoner. Double TP is still available for this team. Gamsu walked all the way down. If Rocket really wanted to fight that one, they could have moved in so much earlier and started setting up for it. They're trying to siege mid. Wave there from Lissandra here. Hurricane completed for Kalista. You can get a few hits on it, but it's going to take a lot of time before this one is dead, and then someone has to go bot lane and clear it out for Gamsu. Top lane is pushing. Fairburn can grab that one. And I just want to see Fnatic now stall for, half a minute, get this push over, get Betsy's mana pool gone, or out, whatever, and then try and play your 1-3-1. Tower does go down in the end, because they sent Reckless to clear out the wave. Interestingly enough, when you have your, you can't defend it anyway with 3.
Yeah.
Even though, you keep Lissandra for a wave flip, but she can't do anything here against the Nivea wall. So, in my opinion, just put Febiven up there, so you have to TP at least. Because now Reckless is going to have to respect that he's pushing so far up alone. Rocket can force something bot side, and then Reckless can't join.
He's not going to be able to react to it, and Rocket will just be able to take this tower. Fnatic cannot fight them because of the aforementioned reasons.
Freddy should have gone back already, though. As soon as he saw Reckless push, Freddy should have recalled. He wasn't needed to take tower because he had teleport anyway, and he could just defend this one. But they sent Aerox, so it's definitely not bad for them. It just means they can't really push further now.
Yeah.
Had it been Freddy top, then they could have pushed in for another tower down bottom lane and used Freddy's TP to have a 5v4, potentially. Again, we're setting up a lot of options where things can happen because you're putting yourself in a situation that you potentially enable that play.
All I wanted to do was recall, man. I'll be getting out of there, but yeah, Rocket are still identifying these opportunities though. Like Fnatic, they send Reckless into the top lane, and then Rocket are like, well, he doesn't have TP, so let's go bot lane and actually make a rotation, take the tower, boom, and then we've got it. And in terms of the gold difference, there's basically nothing there. It's like 500 gold at 24 minutes in the scaling composition.
Right, if you surrender the mid tower anyway, let your teleport go to the side lane. Because then suddenly you can, again, it's about giving you the option of saying, oh, do we actually want to fight bot lane now? Fine. Go down with our AD carry, go down with the rest of the team, and then use TP from Lissandra, and we fight if they keep pushing, the option of it.
But
Betsy's getting
destroyed.
destroyed.
It could be pretty good here. Here comes the egg, and there's actually no spears coming out because the Rend was already used, but Spirit already has enough damage, especially when Fev the rise, and that's a kill onto Betsy. This will be the mid lane turret being punched in. Tabs is sat in the top lane. He'll have to go for a swift recall. Fnatic might be able to take this inner.
Another situation, though, where Fnatic are moving into the jungle, into the blue side jungle of Rocket, and then Betsy has a very hard time positioning in lane because he doesn't know where they're coming from, and suddenly 2 or 3, 4 guys show up and they kill him again. Now the wave clear is gone, another tower, so Fnatic been getting a lot of objectives by making very simple but smart decisions.
Simple, smart, crisp, and well executed. I think that's the main thing coming out here because it's very reminiscent of like H2K when they're on form, when they roam from lane to lane, warding up the enemy jungle in between lanes, taking a tower, chipping away at it, getting a pick, going to mid lane, chipping away at that tower, going back, picking up both towers in quick succession, and lining up the dominoes, right? And this is what we're seeing from Fnatic that we just haven't really seen as crisp in the last couple of weeks.
And if you look at Rocket's blue side jungle, around where Taps is and where the blue buff was before, there's one ward placed. even though you lost your bot lane tower like such a long time ago, and that blue buff has been a very hot objective. There's one ward in there, so it was very easy for Fnatic to take that route to actually go and jump onto Betsy, and then also a few guys coming up from mid lane. It hurts Rocket so much whenever the main wave clear gets killed, and it's happened a few times.
Well, they are starting to clear out Vision now. 26 minutes into the game, Baron is something that can be rushed by either team, so definitely want to get some vision around there, some information, just in case the opponents decide to do it. We've seen even Rocket, even Giants earlier today rush that one down, so something to keep a track of. As you were talking about earlier, here's the 1-3-1 being commenced. The teleports in the side lanes. Fervent is actually now recalling, but this is the play, this is the setup that Fnatic are looking for with these picks.
Yeah,
we just have to see how effective it is now.
Think back to the last pick. Taps was top lane trying to push out the wave, so he obviously couldn't help, meaning it's very safe for Fnatic to kill Betsy, or just go for the play one more time. And they're looking to do exactly the same. Gamsu can bullet his lane. Febiven is just sitting top of the big wave pushing in. Someone has to go deal with it, or he gets a free tower. And that opens up, you know, for the TP plays around mid lane if you want to. Even go down 2v1 on the bottom side. It gives so many plays. Just gotta kill that portal that Freddy's placing on top side. Spawning all the small voidlings.
I also like the way that Fnatic is playing this, because you'll see Fervent like disappear from the map for a couple seconds, sit and try push, even though there's a minion wave there, because it's just like, because Rocket is being strangled with Vision, they don't know where he is. He could be mid lane, he could be coming in for a flank, he's Lissandra, there could be a claw coming out, and then bam, they just lose a member out of nowhere. So just the mind games coming out from Fnatic, abusing the vision control they have, is really nice to see.
Still want to keep playing aggressive. Definitely do not want to go too late game against what Rocket has been building. Not that the game becomes impossible to win, it just becomes close to impossible. Once you get QSS on taps, Lissandra's value really drops down, and she's like the main engage for Fnatic outside of Spirit trying to insect someone. And that becomes so difficult late game with the protection, you know, QSS coming in, which is already complete now for tap, so it just becomes harder and harder, but that's why these dragons have been so important. Alex is here now trying to steal, but again, Rocket are so late. And they're trying to go for play.
Flash dredge lines, but already behind Clyde's big shield. Spirit should be surviving. He'll have to flash away. There's the kick. Doesn't quite bowling ball the Rek'Sai into the Nautilus and the Alistar. They're still on retreat. Clyde is with his team, and they're just going to get out of here. So that was a dragon in exchange for Spirit's flash and ultimate, which is not the biggest deal. And Fervent's just in the mid lane, chilling, taking out a mini wave. He's fine.
And one more time, the call for Rocket is fight for dragon. Stop them from taking another easy dragon. And just like the last one, they come in super late and end up just getting disengaged on Alex.
Oh, Alex. Maybe caught out and he's good to go, but
risky plays.
Just to put it in perspective, we're 28 minutes now, dawning on the 29-minute mark. 4 dragons for Fnatic. They've been taking it from very early on in the game and on the dot. Every single that dragon spawns, and in 6 minutes from now and just under, we could actually have Aspect.
It is important. It was clearly the decision for Fnatic, saying we sacrifice our top lane in the early game by keeping Kalista on bottom side so she can take early dragon with Rend. And we use that to go 5 dragons. So I'm sure if you talk to Fnatic after the game, they came in and saying like we identified one of the optimal ways to win this game was to get early dragons and then start snowballing with the dragons because we knew we had stronger mid game. And it's been paying off. Also because Gamsu caught up in farm so quickly with Freddy, even though he was so far down.
It's actually really nice because Rocket with the composition, they're putting Fnatic on a timer, and then Fnatic put Rocket on a timer with dragons. So now that this blue is spawning, another one denied from Betsy. Has he actually gotten the blue this game? I feel like maybe one, maybe the first donate, but since then I just feel like I just watch Gamsu. He's just in the jungle taking away the blue buffs.
Over and over, Fnatic was invading in. Did a good job fighting around the Anivia when she was out of mana or pushing in her lanes. Always the annoying thing, so you gotta use that mana to clear out the waves. Fnatic is gonna push up mid, get Baron control. At this point, you're 30 minutes in, you have Kalista. Baron is very easy to take down for you. You just gotta get that deep vision behind the Baron pit first, and that's what Fnatic is setting up now. And then if you force an Anivia comp, and like a comp where Taps is on a low mobility AD carry to face check towards you, oh, then getting the flanks are so easy for Lee Sin and Lissandra. Problem is still that QSS. Febiven has to go in and ult himself just to kind of zone and buy time and make it hard for Taps to find a target. And then try and single him out after. Or buy enough time for Rekkles to take down a tank. But that's difficult against Alistar, Rek'Sai, and Nautilus. Like this late game for Rocket is so good. And they're only 2,000 gold behind. With this tower down, only 1,000 gold. A little bit more, 1,500 gold. Feven is also going to trade top, so actually that evens the tower trade. But Rocket are still looking fine outside of the 4 dragons for Fnatic. That's the big problem. They got to be able to stop number 5.
For sure, and while the 1-3-1 kind of has a shelf life here from now until they get Baron, because, well, there's no more towers to take unless you get to the inhibitor towers. Roccat still make the brute force play down middle lane. They make the right play, but of course, as you mentioned, those towers were traded. Both inners go down. Baron is still an objective on the board, which is important for both teams. Wrong for Roccat to stall out the game, and then Fnatic to actually stop them from stalling out the game and actually punish them. Dragon is going to be coming up in maybe 3 minutes from now, which is something that Roccat need to contest absolutely, and they've been slow to the punch every single time. Airwax, mate, you're being hit there by Gamsu. You might have to run away. There you go.
This is going to be, if Fnatic gets 5 dragons, it's going to be the earliest we've seen so far in the split. 2 other games had 5 dragons, and that was like over 40 minutes. They got it. So with Fnatic getting so many early ones. So Rocket, I mean, they're making the call now. Only issue is that Fnatic technically can bait you into stopping the dragon and then have members already starting a Baron. Because you're investing all 5, to stop the dragon. And if Fnatic is just around the mid lane, forcing you to go into dragon, they can rush the Baron. Or once you start the dragon, they rush to the Baron. Like, you can trade it. You have Dragon 4 anyway. You just take the next one, and you get a Baron before it with the Kalista. So it's funny with all these trades that can happen. Dragon 145. Rocket is around Baron.
Oh, man.
They're just going to rush down. Gamsu is pushing ass. Teleport. Feven is coming in. This is super risky and not a great call in my opinion.
But they carry on with it. Tabs is wearing off with his W. He's now down in DPS, and this will be coming back up again. Spirit's going to have to come out for the steal to make it happen, and he comes over the wall and actually gets it. Now with Gamsu heading into the pit, this is a bloodbath for both teams. We just have to see who emerges out on top after this brawl. Noxia's going to be falling here. Spirit, Feven, Cry all die, and Spreckless is trying to cut around. But that's the Quadra kill coming out for Tabs, looking to kill the entire team. He finally gets shut down, and Freddy and Airwax trying to take out Gamsu, but Graves, he's got all this damage. He's ticking down the blink. And finally, Airwax finishes off the fight. The last man standing after that fight is Airwax.
So Rocket saw Gamsu pushing on bottom and saying it's too late to go stop him right now without giving up some of the Baron pressure. Let's start the Baron. If Fnatic shows up, we can fight them. We want a team fight. We are the team fighting team right now. Baron ends up actually going all the way down and Spirit steals it. Then the fight breaks out. Feven was teleporting in. Gamsu teleported in extremely late. He joined when like the Baron was already dead. That's when he started teleporting. But still, like, Rocket's basically investing everything into saying we want to fight. Now let's look at death timers because Dragon is alive in 20 seconds. Gamsu is the last man. He's gonna respawn. Betsy is here. Freddy's there with teleport. So Rocket is gonna rush straight down towards this Dragon. Because now that's the next Baron. You do not want to give up Dragon 5 at 34 minutes.
Yeah, we might just get all that craziness all over again in a couple of seconds here to Fisher. 3 seconds remaining on that Dragon. It is now spawning, just coming around the pit there, and is now spawned. Airwax has started it. I'm not sure if he entirely wanted to, but now Tabs not activating his W just yet. Fnatic around the area, Spirit looking for maybe another miracle steal. Betsy in the mid lane, actually finding it hard to rotate to his team, just in case Fnatic decide to cut them off in the rotation. Now Noxac is still zoning, so is Freddy. Clyde coming in here, trying to get that smite in range, but they'll go for the full-blown fight with the Fate's Call coming down onto Tabs, but now he's completely untouched. People need to start cutting away from him, but great ultimate in there by Spirit to zone him away. M from Rocket is so low, and that is Aspect out for Fnatic, chasing down Airwax. He's still in range of the kick. He'll follow through. Nice knock-up as he comes in there, but Airwax just trying to delay the time on Fnatic. Spirit will take him down eventually, but it will take some time. That's all Airwax is looking for.
So what a team fight again here. Fnatic ends up winning it. A big part of that fight was actually a change that happened to Lee Sin some time ago, where if he kicks a big, beefy tank, it does extra damage. He kicked Freddy right in the face of Taps, and Taps took like 50% of the HP, instantly gone from kicking in a tank. So great fight there for Spirit, and they're going in again.
Feven jumps in with the Glacial Path. There comes the W. Everyone's being locked down. Taps already taken out by Reckless and Gamsu combined. what an exceptional engage there from Fnatic. Now taking down the inhibitor. That's 4 people down. Noxtech is the only one alive. And just like that, at 35 minutes into the game with all of this lead up, Fnatic may just close out the game. They have Aspect. These towers are like paper. And Fnatic completely destroy Rocket in that one after 2 big team fights. Be closing in on this Nexus and be taking the win over Rocket.
Hey, we talked about the 5 dragons being built up by Fnatic. Rocket couldn't win the last team fight. And that's it. Like, that's the issue when you build so much late game scaling. Yes, you might hit a point where you're technically strong enough to win, but you're often so far behind if you make one mistake, the game is over then. So Rocket lost that last crucial team fight. Dragon 5 for Fnatic. Next push is easy.
That's what we need to do. Starting on 3? 1, 2, 3.
Fnatic! Fnatic just being content with that win. I mean, they exposed some weaknesses, they forced the fights, they were faster to those objectives before Rocket could punish. And that was basically the game. We knew it was going to go late, and we knew we were going to have an ending like that in some way.
Yeah, I mean, there was less focus on split pushing from Fnatic than I expected, but we did see Febiven sit in that side lane from time to time. Again, it was more the lane swap strategy, where maybe I was too quick to call out being like, this is super bad, because like technically it is bad because you are sacrificing Gamsu, and like you are forcing him, either forcing him to lose CS or push up a lane, he's gonna get ganked and killed, and that's what happened. But Fnatic made that sacrifice, saying we wanted an early dragon, like as early as possible we want to take a dragon. So we keep Reckless and Braum, so Reckless and Fly on the bottom side, Lee Sin plus Kalista, that's fairly easy then taking the early dragon. Into the second one came at like 14, 15 minutes.
Yep.
And then at 35 minutes we got Dragon 5. Rocket's comp had hit the point where it was gonna become really, really strong. And then that last team fight, when you guys get a replay in the analyst desk, just look at the kick from Spirit. A big, massive tank. Like Spirit right now, he's like writing to the designer saying, thank you very much for that buff to Lee Sin.
Yep.
We don't see it very often.
Fight?
Yeah, we don't see it very often in action, but when you then smack a tank into a squishy, it's like 50, 60% HP just gone from Tabs, and he was out of the fight.
I mean, Tabs is one of the easiest ones to do it on, specifically Kog'Maw, because you have to stand still as an AD carry. You're not like a Kalista, you're not kiting around. So you just line up the shot, take it, and then there's the bowling ball. And it was so much damage, and absolutely it did lock down that final fight. Because in the one before, Baron, like Tabs literally quadred them. He just sat in the pit and just killed everyone because he had a front line there. So yeah, I mean, well played by Fnatic. Of course, what you were saying at the start, like it could have been more clean. You know, he could have not died, that being Gamsu in the top lane. But at the same time, if Rocket take the bait and then the rest of your map win and just close it out like that, well, maybe that was the right play.
So it's a somewhat strange game in a way to watch, because both teams did something we didn't expect from them. Again, Fnatic going a lot more mid-game focused compared to the let's try and build comps around Reckless, also because teams are banning out Lulu and so on. But Rocket going full late game. Saying, oh, we normally lose late game. What if we build a full late game comp with like pure scaling, you know, tank top, control scaling, mage in the mid lane, you know, hyper carry, AD carry. Like we will sacrifice the early game to just go full late. Problem is, Rocket is so used to playing aggressive early on, they didn't have proper defensive vision, especially around the mid lane with Betsy. So you got ganked by that Lissandra Lee Sin combo we talked about. Get level 6, boom, instant kill.
Well, we'll see if that was the game plan coming out from Fnatic, because we are going to send it stage side with Pyrotechnics, who is going to talk up to Reckless about that win.
Thank you very much, Pulse. I am joined by Reckless, the AD carry from Fnatic. Congratulations on your victory today. You guys are creeping closer to the playoffs, but there has definitely been some inconsistency for a team who has kind of had a lot of ups and downs in the recent times, and you've talked about looking to the future. Where do you think Fnatic is at right now as a team?
Well, I guess the standings talks for itself in some ways. We're, I guess, below the top teams and ahead of the bottom teams. But then again, we also dropped the game to Spice, so it's kind of hard to tell where we're at. But at the same time, I feel like we're improving on a weekly basis. Therefore, I'm not sure what state we're going to be in for playoffs, but I think we'll be as ready as we can possibly be. And I'm pretty excited to see what also IEM can bring for us as a team, and perhaps tighten us as a group and make us more cohesive, perhaps, as a unit.
Absolutely. This isn't even your final form. I'm excited to see how you do that tournament next week and going forward towards those playoffs. So I want to ask a little bit about Dalar, since he is your coach. He's the most decorated coach we have here in Europe. What, in your opinion, we've heard from a lot of people singing his praises, what, in your opinion, is the biggest thing, what makes Dalar such an impactful coach on your team?
For me, the biggest thing about Dalar is how he managed to click it on and off between like practice times and whatnot. Like, he is a very, very good friend of mine outside of our practice schedules. But while we're actually practicing, he's 110%, giving it 110% every time, trying to improve us as a team, improve us as individuals, and really looking at all times to just improve on a global scale. And I think the difference in between outside of practice and inside practice is really, really great to have, because it just makes it a more friendly atmosphere in many ways.
I'm glad he's able to be your friend as well as your coach and mentor. Really quick last question for you too. You said that you have time to sit down and talk to him. Does he make a point to seek out every single player and just sit down with each one of them and pinpoint every little thing they can do to improve, or is it mostly just sitting together as a team?
Well, during practice times, we're mostly focused on ourselves as a team, obviously. I think solo queue and whatnot is mostly for individual practice, but I think how he schedules it and how we have like individual meetings at many times, it makes it very personal in many ways. And I think that's really, really important to have and not only be work partners, right? We're also friends in the end of things, and I think that's just makes it feel so much better in general.
It's good to hear. It's a positive environment, it sounds like. Well, once again, congratulations on your victory, and we will go ahead and send it over to the analyst desk to further break that one down and get a few words in with Fnatic's coach.
Thank you very much, Pyra. Indeed, joined here by Daylor. Congratulations, of course, first off with that victory. A lot of kind words from one of your players, Reckless there. The first
thing he has to kind of though.
He has to. He knows.
I don't know a rhyme, but yeah, no kind words, no food, or like.
Yeah, we still don't have that sentence, but of course they know.
The first thing I want to ask you about, Daylor, is of course Clyde coming into the lineup. We knew from you guys that it was to improve faster, and we hear that you have a lot of individual feedback with the players. How do you think he's been adjusting, and how do you think Fnatic has been adjusting with him?
I think he's adjusting pretty good. Like, when we got Clyde, we were not looking for a guy that was going to have a massive impact from the beginning. It's more like we're trying to build a project, and we felt that he could mesh really well with the team, both gameplay and personality-wise, and I think he's doing his job and he's improving from week to week, and he's working really hard, so I think he's doing good.
Well, we hear this a lot from you guys as a team from Fnatic, that you want the players to click outside of the game as well, personality-wise, and that's something that other teams might not put as much emphasis on. Is this something that comes from you or from the players, and why is that?
From my point of view, if you want to have a long-term project, the way it's going to work is if the team meshes. Of course, you can have a long-term project where there's conflicts all the time, but this just makes everything so much more difficult. So maybe, let's say that you have 5 players that are really good, and you have a really conflictive player. This is going to create the atmosphere that at some point it can explode. So if you're all the time winning, it's not going to have impact, but if it's kind of shaky at some point, this could be really difficult.
Obviously, you need to trade that off long-term success with at least some short-term successes as well, because obviously you don't want to be doing very poorly at the start, only to always look at the long-term. Has Fnatic, or have you ever at any point gotten worried about we're not doing that well just yet, or is it just still going according to timeline?
I actually don't know what's according to the timeline, because I cannot say, okay, we're going to get this player, so in 1 month we're going to be beating everyone.
Yeah.
I cannot really do this. So I can see the potential in a player, and I try to work with him, and I can have an estimation. But even though at the beginning of the split, many people ask me, like, how do you think you're going to do? I thought that it was going to be really rough, and it's actually just being as more or less as expected. We did a player swap, and I think that player swap was really beneficial for our team dynamic. And even though the results are not showing, I see the growth of the team from week to week. And also it has happened that some teams from the beginning have a team identity. So when you find your team identity, it's kind of easier to grow. Yep. It's like you find your team identity, and from there you start growing on the rest. I think what has happened with us, it's kind of, we reach a point, we hit a wall, okay, this is not the correct way, and then we repeat the process. So every time that you do this, you improve in an area, but you don't excel at that area. So let's say I'm going to talk about a team that has a particular style. G2 they remind me to how we played last year, that they were going ham. We were going ham all the time. They played this way. So because they have an identity, they can start from that point. But at the same time, this is kind of double-edged, because you have your identity, you're really strong from the beginning, but then because you're so one-dimensional this way, it's so much more difficult to evolve. And then the coaching staff comes in, and then you start growing. So in our case, because we've been trying something, hit the wall, go back to the starting point, trying something. So we're learning a lot of stuff, but we're not mastering yet. But what I think that it will happen is that at some point, all this will come up together, and then we will show what we've been learning. So at that point that we reach
we find our identity, then everything will show. And I think we are working properly in that direction. How long it will take, I'm not completely sure, but I think we're in the good pace, and I think for playoff we will be ready.
Cool.
Oh, I thought you had a...
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on that. Looking towards the race for playoffs, we obviously have Katowice coming up. Some teams have a break or they will scream. You guys are obviously playing that tournament. What's the goal? Is the goal to do well at Katowice, or is this just another step in that building phase towards playoffs?
Of course, the goal is always to. It's part of the goals to do good. But from my point of view, we're still a team that is growing, is building. And for example, I think that this is going to be a really good experience for, let's say, Clyde, that he's a new player. Also, it's going to help us continue improving. Screen with teams from outside of Europe is going to give us other perspectives, and this will help us grow. So, of course, my idea is let's do the best we can, but at the same time, I want to win. But I know that this is a learning experience, that this is going to help us be even stronger in the future.
Wow. Well, thank you very much for that insight. We, of course, had the feature of you earlier, and congratulations for that win. Good
And a
luck.
very clean gaming house. I can't stress this enough. I want to live in that gaming house. It's way better than everything I've been in my life.
All right, and good luck in Katowice as well,
Thank you very
Daylor.
much.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have Vitality versus Elements to close out our week here. Keep it tuned right here. Our coverage of the European LCS. We'll be right back.
That was good.
Why is no one in this team singing on stage? It usually always the guy sings.
Because we don't even care about mic checks, you know?
Ooh.
We are too toxic.
Reckless drags in the support. Nice knockback from the Fate's call. Thevrin goes deep, hits the ult onto 4 people, but he instantly gets blown up. Spirit's gonna have to come out for the steal to make it happen, and he comes over the wall and actually gets it.
Oh, pentakill! Go pentakill! Go pentakill! You got this! You got this! You got this!
Continue.
You got this! Yeah! Good job!
And they're going in again. Thevrin jumps in with the glacial path. There comes the W. Everyone's being locked down. Taps already taken out by Reckless and Gamsu combined. But after 2 big team fights, will be taking the win over Rocket.
Hey, Pyrotechnics here, joined by Nif, coach of Elements. Thank you for taking the time to join me today. I wanted to ask you a little bit about Elements as an organization before I get into coaching, because you've been one of the longest standing players turned coaches, and you've experienced a lot of changes with this org. Elements last year was a lot more chaotic. This year it seems very stable. Despite your losses, you guys seem upbeat. What can you tell me about the differences and how things have changed in the last year?
I think the main difference is that last year we came in to the New Year season after we won the 2014 summer split, so we had really high expectations. So like getting the 7th place was really not what we expected coming into it, and we were kind of desperate. Like we really were desperately looking for a fix, and it just didn't work out. Like no matter what we did. So I think it's a really good thing that we changed completely now and had a fresh start. I mean, unluckily, we are still on the 7th place, but I think things are going pretty well, and we will see how it keeps going.
Absolutely. There's always, room to even go up further than there, and I think everyone has a very good attitude about it. For yourself, as a player that has become a coach, what is one of the biggest lessons, the biggest takeaways you've had in this transition from player on stage to the coach presiding over these now, younger players that are coming together?
I think the biggest thing that I learned is that you need to have a game plan, and you need to know at every stage of the game what you want to do. And when I started playing, we just played for fun, and we had an idea of what we want to do, but we got lost a lot of times. And I think once I transitioned to a coach, I really understood how the game should be played, and you could do so much on the map. And then when I looked back on all the games, I was just looking and kind of face-falling. Oh, I did so many mistakes. And I think that's the biggest thing.
Bird's eye view gives you a lot more perspective. Very true. And for other coaches, generally speaking, just all across the board, what do you think is the most important value, important quality that a coach in the European LCS has to have?
I think the biggest thing is that you need authority. That's also, I think, one thing I might have lacked last season. But I think now it's really good. So I think you need authority, and you need to keep the team together so that the team atmosphere is really good, and that's the most important thing.
Atmosphere very good, and just keeping it together, however that is, if you're doing it in a friendly way or if you're baking the lasagna, doing anything else, right? So thank you for taking the time to join me, Nif, and good luck ahead of your game today. So that's it for us.
Hey, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, with our next contest moments away. Let's take a look at the two teams and their lineups. On the blue end of Summoner's Rift, it is Vitality. Top lane Cabashard, jungle Shook, mid lane Nuke Duck, AD carry Hyanan, support Kasing, and coach Shawns.
Elements on the red side, Pulse saying hey as well. Steve in the top lane, Gilius in the jungle, ICAS mid laner, Rallis, AD carry, Sprattle support, and we just heard from Nif, a good interview with him. Learning more about his transition as a player coming into coaching, then actually went back to playing, and now he's then back to being a coach, probably for full time.
Yeah, I always like saying Shook and Nuke Duck. I feel like a rap god, but anyway, let's talk about these teams real quick. Elements, they always seem to come in prepared, right? Like they almost seem like
say so.
They say so, but to me, they're almost like the rock out of like last split, right? Like they're always so good in scrims, and then they go on stage, and it doesn't really happen.
Right. I mean, every week, Gilius is tweeting, "Oh, we were great in scrims this week. It was awesome. I'm so ready for the LCS." And then when they get on stage, it's a very different team, clearly, because they don't have the same success when they are here. A lot of it probably comes from how they have some super aggressive members, in terms of playstyle, like Gilius is a guy who's never afraid to make a big play, but when you get on stage, it's just so different compared to scrimming. And every coach talks about it, every player talks about it. You start hesitating more and being like, should I do it? And then just by thinking that, you lose like that 1 second you were supposed to do that sick, jump to a ward and flash and kick someone back. It's already gone if you just delayed 1 second. And that's what happens super often for Elements. The macro game suffers, and then the individual aggressive plays suffer. I talked to Gilius yesterday while we were getting makeup, and he was just like, I'm just going to tell my team to just go crazy, man. We just got to run forward. We have to play aggressive now because we're not winning playing full late game and playing super passive. We need to try and make some plays. And I want to see that from Elements, because they have to do it if they want to take down Vitality. I mean, this is the best team in Europe right now.
I mean, at some point, you've got to start tempering that, but I mean, before you start tempering, you need to make it happen in the first place, right?
Yeah, sure.
So yeah, that's what I want to see from Elements this game. Maybe we can see a big change up in their picks and bans as well that we saw from Fnatic. Like, they completely shifted, which completely threw Rocket off. So maybe Elements will change up their picks and ban style. We're going to see as we get these bans coming out. Alistair and the Lees coming in from Vitality, Gangplank and Kalista in from Elements.
And if any team is going to leave Nidalee open, I think it is a team like Elements, because Gilius is a very strong Lee Sin player. And Lee Sin is one of the picks who can do okay into Nidalee, especially at level 6. You actually will have some kill pressure. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Elements leave it open, bait it as a first pick, and then take the Lee Sin as not the counter, but the pick into it from Gilius, and say, like, we're okay sacrificing that first pick. Also, I don't think Shook yesterday utilized Nidalee 100%, but he actually did what was needed from his team. Like, he didn't necessarily win the game alone, but he by no means played poorly.
Found a ban of Lulu coming out from Elements, and last ban of Lux coming in.
But that's a good Braves as well. Like, they have done that before, but this is the Nidalee we talked about, and Gilius is going to play either say, I'm going to take the matchup, skill matchup, you can get Lee Sin, get level 6, and then try and beat you. Or he's just going to go Gragas and be like, let's team fight, boys.
Well, Kavashar did wink at the camera, so maybe Graves is on the way. We'll see.
I think it's coming because we know Steve plays it as well. And it would be fun to watch Kavashar lose to the pick he introduced himself to the European LCS with the Graves top.
Well, we'll see if that comes to light. First pick was Nidalee, taking that away from Gilius in the early game. You already mentioned Lee Sin as a potential pick from Gilius. Can pick that later on here, get the priority of Lucian, and also the Thresh for Spraddle.
Yeah. Thresh is a very good early pick against Vitality. Not only is it the main pick for Kasing, it also stops the Zilean Bard combo, because the way that it works with the Lantern from Thresh, if you get ulted by the Bard and then a double bomb from Zilean comes on, normally you would then get stunned right after the Bard ulti is gone and then you die. Lantern actually works the way you can click the Lantern. I don't know why, but you can. And then you actually get pulled out and you don't get stunned and you don't die. So he stops that combo, and that's why Vitality's not going to run it. They learned that during the H2K game, and they were surprised.
We were surprised. Everyone was surprised. It was crazy. We were wondering if it was like a frame-perfect thing that you had to do, but it was getting consistently done against them. So, yeah, we're not going to see that combo come out today. Tahm Kench will be picked up, however. Most likely going to the top lane, but we've seen it flexed into support in recent days. Corki also picked up.
And let's get Lissandra Lee Sin. I would like it from Elements, because I want to see them make plays. Help Iken that mid lane if he's playing the Lissandra. He's been struggling. We saw it from Fnatic in the last game. Once you get level 6, like, you can set up some very, very good plays, and it's still a flex pick. So you're not showing your both your soul laners by taking early Lissandra here. I like the pick. Yes, you're gonna get poked down by the Corki in lane, but you get level 6 and then you play aggressive. Gilius not taking the matchup though, and I
don't know, man.
Now I feel like Elements jump into the let's go late game again.
I mean, it's very much like a team pick coming out from the Gragas, but like Gilius is one of those junglers. I'm like, if you can go Lee Sin here, go for it, man. Like,
especially because Gragas loses so hard to Nidalee in the early game, and you have Corki most likely mid lane for Nuke Dog, so you have a pushing lane for Vitality that enables the Nidalee to play very aggressive towards the enemy jungle and actually punish Gragas, especially pre-level 6, and try and deny him a lot of farm and spot him all the time. Making it a very passive early game suddenly for Elements, because you're kind of surrendering some of the pressure in mid lane. Victor needs to get his first Hex Core upgrade before he can start pushing back against the Corki. So I would like to see Elements kind of maybe go to what they're playing in streams. We don't actually know what they're playing, but I would assume very aggressive comps and doing well early on. Can of course still put their Corki as an AD carry and then get the Quinn for Nuke Dog mid. And it's the same. Pressure early game. Pressure in the lane. Allow Nidalee to roam in. Nautilus, what does he do? He pushes the lane from level 1 because his E does, I don't know how much crazy damage.
A lot.
A lot. That's a crazy a lot damage, you know? You guys can check the number. He has very high base damage on his E, and then you can very easily clear the wave. So you have 2 solo laners now that's going to early push for Vitality. And then Nidalee says, oh, thank you very much. I'm now going to invade into the enemy jungle because my soul laners can follow.
So what are we going to see now? Is it going to be Graves drafted into the Northless, and then Kavashar actually gets to play up against the Graves in the top lane from Steve? Because it's going to be a top lane pick coming out here. Unless the Graves flex to the top lane, we've seen in Challenger, but Zatoris is the only guy I've seen ever really do that recently. So
yeah. I mean, Graves would be fine when it comes to just playing the laning phase and try and push back against the Nautilus. So I think that's going to be the pick as well for Steve, just again to avoid having 2 solo laners losing early on. Bot lane, Lucian Thresh is a good lane, especially against Tahm Kench Corki. So very high chance Vitality will opt into a lane swap now.
Yeah.
Which, funny enough, is actually a good thing for the Gragas, because it means he doesn't get invaded by Nidalee 1v1. So Elements with their lane assignments are kind of saying, if you get standard lanes, we have a good 2v2 bot lane and we have the Graves top. Great. Now we just got to worry about mid lane and then Nidalee. If it's a lane swap, fine. Our Gragas now gets to farm to level 6. He's more than fine with that as well.
So probably going to see that in the early game. We'll see which team decides to initiate it, but we'll be getting into this game very shortly. So very interesting compositions. Quinn mid has been very fun to watch. I mean, it's very explosive and actually has a lot of kill pressure in lane versus a lot of mid laners right now who are just like kind of farm mids. You've got like Lissandra and Victor, and it's like, we're going to farm waves for like 20 minutes and I'm going to join the team.
Quinn is definitely very different. You know, as soon as you can get out of the lane, you do, and you start going to the side lanes and you just ward up your river with pinks and then push it out with Quinn, and she then pops her ulti and like roams around the map crazily. Crazily, is that a word?
Yeah, you can use that in that context. Absolutely.
There you go.
Artificial.
English lessons.
There we go. And jump on Twitter and teach us some English. And also vote on this game. Hashtag VITWin and hashtag ELWin to get in your votes for this matchup. We'll see how this one will turn out. And ultimately, that was actually Northless swapping back up. You saw them at the 22nd mark where they have to swap it around. And then Cabochard will be taking that one to the Rift. But it's the final match of Week 7 here at the European LCS ahead of Katowice. So we'll see how this all shakes out as we get onto the Rift with Vitality and Elements.
And it's a crazy world we're living in when Cabochard the last 2 weeks have been playing more utility and carries. Lulu top lane, Nautilus top lane twice now.
It's a mad world.
It is crazy, but it has been one of the things about Vitality. Going from the strong individual players everyone wants to carry to building comps like a team, playing like a team, good macro strategy coming in for them. So it's definitely been some very good weeks for Vitality. The team will start a little bit up and down. 5 new members being put together. I guess 4 because Shuk and Yanin and Kising obviously have played together. And yeah, it took a bit of time, but they've been really, really performing the last few weeks.
Definitely on the upswing. Very interesting to kind of track the teams who are doing very well at the start of the split and kind of hit the ground running.
So the setup for Vitality here, it looks a bit weird, but they're actually hoping for Elements to invade in on top side with like Rallis and Sprattle to stop a potential blue buff start from Vitality. So they're waiting around the corner and having Cabochard bait being like, oh, I'm just a top laner who's scouting on top side. You know, nothing is going on here. They would invade in, Cabochard would move over to the blue buff then. They would follow him in to stop him and push him away from the jungle into the lane swap. And then they would stand around the corner and just destroy him. But Elements said, we're not really going to invade today. And it doesn't give anything for Vitality, but they don't really lose anything either.
So we will actually get standard lanes here. So we're going to see the 2v2 in bot lane, taking like a Keystones. Anything really jumping out at you here, Deficient? Nothing's really jumping out to me. Strength of the Ages for the junglers, which is fairly standard nowadays. Strength of the Ages so good for that early health. Bot lane, Bond of Stone. Top lane, Fervor, which is basically what we're seeing on every Graves nowadays in top lane. And the Grass for Nautilus. So, yeah, pretty much standard.
All checks out. And we just saw a quick trade in mid lane with their Thunderlords from Nukeduck. It's one of the big things about Quinn and why she's so good at level 1. Is because it's very easy to get the 3 attacks to proc the Thunderlords, and then of course like proc your own passive as well. So like your level 1 trade is super strong, and Ika took a big hit from it, and that often means you have to step a bit further back in lane, surrendering how fast you can auto-attack minions, and that means Nukeduck can auto-attack himself and then push the wave in and get that early pressure.
That's actually the worst when you have to move away from your minions, though, because as soon as you get hit by Blinding Assault, you've just lost the trade. I mean, like, a lot of the trades revolve around not getting hit by Blinding Assault. Once you do, well, I can't see them, so I can't hit skill shots, I can't even auto-attack them, so then you have to run away or just try and sidestep and just guess where the skill shot's going.
And Ika running Teleport in this game on Victor. We don't see it often, because Victor doesn't really have any side lane pressure. Obviously, when it comes to him just porting back to mid lane in lane, it works, but it does leave you fairly weak in this 1v1. Not having exhaust against a Quinn trying to all-in you as an example. It's going to be more like trying to push it out, and then if you get poked down, you can then recall and TP back to lane and keep the pressure going, because Nukeduck is obviously not going to stack potions. He's starting only with 1 because of the Dawn's Blade. So you actually want to trade quite a lot early. If you're Ika, use your double potion, and then you have TP advantage, where Nukeduck has to recall and run back to lane. Problem is, Quinn is trading so effectively early on, Ika is getting pushed back to the tower, and then you can't trade because now you're using your spells and your auto attacks on last hitting on the tower instead of hitting the enemy champion.
Well, it's kind of like a declaration of intent, right, from Icarus. It's like, look, I'm probably not going to win this mid lane matchup. I'll go for teleport so I can port back to lane. I can farm up against it. Yes, I'm going to lose some minions early game before I get my Hextech upgrade coming into E, but if I actually die in lane, that actually would suck a lot. He's ticking down from the Ignite, but he should be good to go. He popped a potion, and now he'll go back to base. That was the flash burn for the Ignite, so massive win for Nukeduck.
Just flashing in between the auto attack timers of Nukeduck, and Nukeduck didn't want to follow on straight flashes for the kill, and that's where we get the TP back. But again, the issue is you haven't actually forced a potion from Nukeduck. So now you end up TPing back, and you're down a summoner in terms of combat because you have teleport. And Nukeduck didn't lose anything because he can now just shove in the wave and recall, and then he gets a good back. So it's very good trading from Nukeduck, and it's something he's been doing more and more in this Quinn, and why he really likes the pick. One of the few players in Europe playing it mid lane.
Yeah, Nukeduck's definitely been bringing a couple funky things to the mid lane, like was one of the first to bring Zilean in there, now with the Quinn as well. Looks like he's going back to base. Talking about this bottom lane, Hyanan and Kasing. That's just Tahm Kench versus Tahm Kench and Corki, so not too much to talk about. There'll be even on farm out of his laning phase. Shook, he's in his own jungle, so not too much going on. He will definitely be faster farming through his jungle though, I would, and should be getting into Gillis's jungle at some point, especially with mid lane winning and Capuchard now pushing.
Well, it is harder because of their Graves pick, who can at least push back against the Nautilus, so you don't have that easy path from the top laner to help you invade. And also in the bottom lane, Tahm Kench Corki is mainly just looking to farm. They're not really looking to out-trade you and out-push you. So if we have to invade from Shook, it is technically only Nukeduck who's winning his lane in terms of early pressure. And he's the only guy who can then follow. So it's not, I don't think it's enough for Shook to say, okay, I'm just going to fully invest denying the Gragas. It's still going to happen more now that we're going to start seeing the Nidalee like team up with the Quinn when she gets to tower, heal her, get a few hits on tower. Then, you know, you start going down to the bottom lane, because when you have a Tahm Kench, you can set up some dives where Tahm Kench can then eat you. Whoever's tanking the tower, Tahm Kench can eat that guy, and then pull him out, of course, of the tower aggro. So you can start making plays on the bottom side, like around level 6 and 7, and set up a dive with TP from Capuchard. Vitality are fine farming for now, and just kind of wait for a few more levels, and then we can start seeing the more aggressive plays with Shook.
Yeah, when people hit level 6, Capuchard just getting there now. Nukeduck also just hitting at level 6 mark. Gilius waiting, of course, for that level 6 for the explosive camp. Very big for the Gragas play. But he's kind of just done his job. Like, surviving until level 6 is really big for Gragas, because usually if you're in like a Nidalee matchup or an aggressive early jungler, and you get found in the jungle, you're just going to get dunked and they're going to take your lunch money. But so far, 6 minutes into the game, this is the first time Shook's really set foot in that opposing jungle.
And you can see Nukeduck. This is again what we talk about. He's the man who's pushing his lane. Instantly, he's moving into the jungle. He doesn't have to follow Shook, but he needs to be around. He needs to be a threat. So the elements know, okay, if we take a fight against Shook now, Nukeduck will be the first one to react, and he's going to show up a lot faster than Ica. And therefore, we can't take that trade. We have to just let Shook dance around, sit down whatever wards. If there was a camp, he could steal it. Actually ends up going into the jungle where Gilius was, so he didn't gain anything. Nice little hook from Spraddle, just sending a message.
Yep. Not so much of a death sentence, but they'll back away there. Just get a few more pieces of farm before they back off, and they should resolve as Hyanan picks that up against the turret. In terms of item builds, Sheen just being picked up by Hyanan there, BS Sword picked up by Ralez. I mean, there's been no real pressure in the bottom lane, so they're just going to hit the normal spikes.
It was actually an interesting timing for Shook's invade, because Ralez and Spraddle obviously did a camp level 1. So most junglers want to start on top side because your dual lane is going to do a camp on bottom side. So Shook should have known when the red buff would respawn. And he decided to invade a minute before, when there was no camps to take and no red buff to contest. And therefore he actually hasn't really done anything against Gilius. Gilius then walked back and be like, okay, my red is up and you've now left my jungle. Take my red buff for free, that's fine. Go in towards my blue buff now, and at least the Gragas is level 6, so he can actually fight. And he can set up a potential kill on Shook if he goes in with other members roaming from elements. So timing a little bit off in the invade, but Vitality playing it very, very safe in the laning phase.
Yeah, paying elements a lot of respect, and that's something that they maybe didn't really show Giants the other day. Kasing was saying they definitely disrespected them as he got into like mid-game, late game, and that's why
5-6k gold ahead as well.
They kind of stalled out. They lost a bunch of fights because they were just like, we can just close out the game, and then Giants definitely stalled it out. And Giants were looking pretty good today as well, definitely on the upswing, but still, Vitality is a superior team. They just need to, you know, not let it slip when they have the advantage against like the lower tier teams.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's hard to like blame a team for saying we have 5,000-6,000 gold ahead We're playing against one of the weaker teams. We have full control. Personally, I don't have an issue with it. People can call it like Clown Fiesta, whatever they want. Obviously, Vitality, as Kasing said, it's kind of playing it fairly relaxed in that sense.
Yeah.
But you don't start the game that way. That's the big one. That's the disrespect you don't want to happen. You start the game, when you play out first 25 minutes, you play super serious. And then you see where you are after 20, 25 minutes that you can start relaxing a little bit. Spraddle looking for another hook. Gillis gonna gank him, and oh, he's surprising Vitality going for Kasing.
He pops the box as well. Kasing is dropping low, but he's instantly going to gobble up the Thresh. He's dropping low coming out from the E, and Kasing may actually just go down here. First blood over to Ralles. That's a really nice setup by Spraddle.
Yeah, really like it, because he goes in, and like normally you always aim to hook the AD carry, but in this case, Kasing can just eat that AD carry then and like take him out with him. So Kasing clearly got surprised, ends up getting hooked and dies. Steve on top lane though.
Lining him up for the Javelin coming out from Shook. He's actually carrying around this tower, and Shook should be able to take him down. Gets the flash away from the tower. Ica responds, but it's just a couple seconds too late to really capitalize on them underneath the tower.
And this again was part of the game plan for Vitality. Just play it fairly safe, get a few more levels, and then you can still use that Nidalee to set up these aggressive dives. You can still start invading into the jungle because you are still very strong. Super easy dive for them. They get another teleport from Ica. First one used back to lane. Second one used top lane now. Too late to actually do anything, and could probably have cancelled it when he saw Steve was gonna die. Because now again, he has no summoners he can use in this fight against Nukdog.
Pops the ultimate down onto him. Kasing's in the mid lane.
Looks at the tower.
The Tongue Lash goes wide onto the tower. Unfortunately, does not do damage. Now Rift Herald will be going over to Vitality as well. It's interesting in the top lane because we're like, okay, only mid lane's going to have that pressure, and Shook may not be able to invade because of that, and Cabochard will be pushed in by Graves. Cabochar's been pushing for this entire game into the Graves with his E alone, and actually getting a farm differential even before that game happened.
Well, so two things have been happening in that lane. Early on, we actually saw Steve push it in, but then what always happens if you have the early push, you want to push it all the way into the enemy tower, so you start bouncing back slowly.
Yeah.
And then if you are a lot stronger, you can start zoning them off from CS, but obviously Nautilus is so good in the early game himself that you're never going to be able to like zone him completely. So Cabochard has been playing very aggressive in the minion waves, as you talked about. Once you get Balmy Cinder plus your E, you can just like kill these waves so quickly. And that's just made it very difficult for Steve to really do anything against him. And again, we talked about that Nidalee, just set up dives. TP was used from Ica. Steve has his, but no flash. You can potentially make a play on bottom side now with Cabochard TP coming in. And then have Nukdog roam first. Like Nukdog pushes in the lane now, in mid. He roams into river. And then you start setting up a play on bottom side because best case, it's 5 versus 4 for you because Nukdog is going to react a lot faster than their Victor who has to run. There's a TP, there's a ward, sorry, right behind Elements as well.
For the TP.
For the TP. There's even one just above Shook on the other side of the wall. Cabochard has a lot of options if he wants to go in for this one. They might want to push him on the tower though, so they can actually dive them. You see Nukdog was already on the bottom side. Just having that threat, and Ica can't do anything against him.
The perfect combo, jumping in with the vulnerable, then hitting with the Q as well, meaning that Ica can't return damage, and that also makes them vulnerable once again. Then you hit them, and then you back away. There's zero counterplay.
Shook should just go mid now. You don't have to go for that dive bot lane. It's still a good option, but just take mid tower here. Poke it down with it. Spraddle going in though.
Flash hook onto Kasing once again. Gilius is here for the gang, but there's TPs coming in for reaction. Kasing actually just goes down, doesn't even pop the Greyhound. Cabochard now comes into the mix, instantly exhausted out as the Riptide comes through. And Steve was already there, so a nice pickup by Elements. That's another nice 1 for 0 as the push comes in. Vitality can't take this down.
So instead of Elements just waiting for that play to happen, that Vitality could pull off, they say, we're gonna go aggressive then. Nukdog was still sitting in mid, so that roam hadn't been set up, where Vitality normally would have him moving, and then the play happened, so he could join in very quickly. I think Vitality could honestly just abandon that bottom lane and say, mid tower is open, because Ica's back in base, just go push it with Shook, and then get a lot of free damage. Elements, as was mentioned, they say, we're gonna go aggressive. TP in, it's a 4v4. Nukdog is sitting in mid lane still. So that's how you can prevent that 5 vs 4. And I like the play from Elements, but also Vitality should just have left that bot lane and said, it was a fine play before, it didn't happen because we couldn't push it in fast enough. Go mid instead.
Great setups by Spraddle though. Like those are 2 hooks now that have just been like out of nowhere. The first one actually just swapping what he was going for. The second one also you can argue the same as he flashed forward. You know, Hjarnan was there ready to be hooked. He was waiting to try and sidestep or even jump out of the way with Valkyrie. And again, it's on Kasing who at this stage is actually just not that tanky. So well played by Elements at this stage in the game. Top lane still being pushed in. Just to touch on this matchup again, like, I actually feel once you have Sunfire Cape, oh no, Steve. That's not where you want to be. And take extra damage from the Javelin as they jump in. Flash staggering blow, follows up with the Titan's Wrath damage. Shook just raining down the auto attacks and Javelin's coming out, waiting for the takedown. Cabochard even just waits there, takes another tower shot, as clean as it can be.
I think the crowd went shook as he picked up the kill. Sadly for Steve, I mean, we talked about it before. We've seen this. You push it in, Nidalee comes up, Gragas can't really respond, you pick up the kill. Normally you would have to mirror the play, so Gilius would then have to rush bot lane. They're already doing fine in 2v2, so they're getting a tower anyway. I guess this has been happening a few times.
Ticking down. Whoa, that was actually enough damage. I think that was the last tick. I was not expecting him to die there. Perfectly calculated by Nukeduck. That's gotta feel bad.
We've been there a few times where it's been very close.
Yeah.
Finally, Nukeduck gets it down, level 11
I mean,
for him.
there's a situations where he could tick down and you'd have full health remaining, but that was just one of the times when you just died. It happens.
I mean, Nukeduck knowing his damage, and Ica constantly under pressure in this lane. When this all-in is very easy also when there's no exhaust in the matchup. Because like, Nukeduck is not afraid of dying, he has a Mortal Morgus. He's never gonna die 1v1. And he just has way more damage than I can. Taking down, gets the kill. Top tower went down as well, and now this mid tower is open.
Oh no.
Oh no.
This is the darkest time. Oh. Ica though. Bible thump. Whoop. Doesn't quite connect. Cabochard maybe still under attack by Sprout. He's good to go. His pink ward's all over the map. All right there, Deficio.
Yeah, sorry, the throat is not really with me today, but I feel like his teleport has hurt Ica more than it's helped him, because every time he has to use the teleport, he's actually lost something from it.
Yeah. Whoop. Nice dredge line there, forcing the flash from Ralez. Even if he popped the heal there, the movement speed would not have helped him to get out of the... Actually, he didn't even have the heal, so the argument is completely invalid. So forcing the flash, bottom tower will be going down to Vitality. And now the map is opening up, and we see this so much from Vitality, where the early game is like a couple kills, traded back and forth, you know, not very bloody. And then one small mistake, and then it's like tower after tower after tower after kill, and it's just mental.
Yeah, so much comes from just Vitality punishing elements by getting kills in different lanes. And as soon as, again, it breaks this very stale laning phase, as soon as like one guy dies in whatever lane it is, you can just apply pressure on the map because you know you're 5 members and they're only 4. Vitality picked up the kill top, Instant took top tower. Nukeduck picks up a kill mid. They pressure mid tower. It's not dead yet, but like it's down to
basically dead.
15-20% now, so it's one more
gold.
push. And then the bottom lane, it's been on the way a few times. Cabochard had TP ready if needed, and once you start picking up these kills, it's just so easy to apply more pressure and start taking down towers. And now you can start roaming. Because Quinn is level 12, she's 2-0, super strong at this point. Rallis, oh, he doesn't want to go too close to this one.
No, he does not. He doesn't know Nukeduck's there. And with behind enemy lines, that is a fast Quinn. Kissing over the wall, he's been spotted by that ward. Actually, I think he saw it being placed down as well. A lot of people around this top side. Just Gilius maybe trying to make a play happen. He still doesn't know Quinn's there. Nukeduck moves up into the next bush with the minion wave vision out of there. Tongue Lash doesn't connect once again onto Gilius. Lots of posturing, lots of pushing, but Vitality now back up, secure another small objective, gradually get ahead, we'll give this to a carry.
And with these side lane towers down, you get these very long lanes. I mean, look at what Vitality has here to fight in long lanes. Gilius wants to try and steal it, gets the lantern out. But Tahm Kench ulti, package from Corki, Nukeduck's own ulti on Quinn, obviously Nidalee who can constantly jump, and then the ulti from Cabochard to connect from pretty far away and then making sure it hits. If you're standing in a long lane, there's a very high chance you get caught out. Because so many members from Vitality can really close some distance. I want to see that package into Tahm Kench ulti, into Quinn coming up, and just like destroying someone, even outside of our screen. We just don't even get to see it, we just know they're engaging on them. Because they can really punish you if you're pushing side lanes. Cabochard though needs to be a bit careful.
There's the ult, knocks Cabochard against the wall. Titan Draft will block a lot of that damage. Riptide for the side step and slow down onto Gilius. Pops the ultimate in return. Nice flash out of the way of the hook from Spraddle. Yeah, I should have held it, man.
Yeah, so many good plays from him. Then getting a little bit greedy on the hook. You know the only way for Cabochard to escape is by flashing away. Save it then. Because there's only one place he can really flash at this point. He's close to the wall. Got a Mad Life in there.
Steve, though, Nukeduck.
Ah, we almost saw it.
There we go. I mean, it was close enough, and that was a nice rotation into the bottom lane. Steve, kind of more of a drone than a cheer there from the crowd. Yeah.
They gave up.
Feels bad. But yeah, Vitality now pushing down the bottom. There we go. There we got the Steve chance.
I mean, it's been a tough game for him. In that lane, pushed in, dove a few times, tower goes down.
Yeah.
This is the game we talked about, the Tahm Kench. It's so easy when you see 3-man on top side. Like, oh, one guy's defending bot, instant Tahm Kench ult in. Couple shot.
Get over here. Get out of here. Gilius is out. So he'll body slam away. Fairly nimble for his size. 2-0 and 2 Shook. Been putting a lot of pressure in this game. Kind of what we expected, honestly, from Champions League draft. Mid lane now being pushed in Vitality. Like, I liken their play a lot to just setting up dominoes, you know? They just, like, set up one lane, set up every lane, just rotate, knock them all over, and you get this, like, 5-minute period in the game that I see, like, every single time where they just expand this huge gold lead.
And I feel like it's just the same, again, from Elements, where, you know, they want to try and do what they do in scrims, and they want to try and be more aggressive in the way they're playing. And then they draft like this Victor with teleport, which is a very slow pick. Like Victor kind of forces a slow game because of his wave clear, and he doesn't roam from his lane. He kind of sits there, and mid laners who can roam speed up the game. They speed up, they create tempo in the game. That's why Quinn is a good mid lane pick, because once she's out of lane, she can so quickly move to other lanes, and therefore she can force a lot of fights, which normally wouldn't happen. It was a Victor sitting there being like, I just cleared my wave, and now kind of waiting around on my tower. Like he's obviously not gonna force fights. So again, it kind of slows down Elements, and it makes it tricky for Ica, because he's also losing lane very often. I mean, he's definitely, looking at the mid laners we have in Europe right now, I think, looking at even the other bottom teams, Peppy is a better mid laner, you know, Betsy's been playing super well. So Ica's been struggling, he's been down at the bottom of the rankings, and it's been something that's been hurting Elements and how fast they want to play. Always getting pushed into these slow games.
And it's funny, right? Because he took teleport, almost saying that, like, okay, I'm probably going to lose lane here, so I'm going to teleport back to lane. I'm going to teleport to side lanes and just, you know, become that wave clear, despite them wanting to speed up the game. But then again, they drafted the Gragas versus the Lee Sin when they have the opportunities. So, you know, it's not like they're saying, let's just, you know, play loose and fast, kind of like how we saw early G2 pickup wins. So it doesn't look like Gilius is following through with what he was talking about, right?
I mean, yeah, Gragas is a good pick right now, but does he really fit what it is you're trying to do as a team? Not really, because we know Gilius on Lee Sin can make big plays. He can surprise. You're not going to beat Vitality playing Vitality's game. You're not really going to aim to go full late game against Vitality, or like say like, yeah, we're definitely not going to fall behind early game if you pick a scaling comp. Versus a team like Vitality, like right now, 5k gold difference, 21 minutes in, 5 kills, pushing on mid tower. Ica is here and he's getting jumped on instantly.
Depth charge. Takes the javelin as well. He'll go back into lane because he's still able to offer the death ray at long range. Gilius comes in for the engage. Nice flash E and the ultimate, but he's being bursted so quickly. He'll take the lantern, but he still goes down. That was still a death sentence for him. 1-0. Nice pick by Vitality. They should be able to convert this into a tower. Culling use, but Kasing's going to block it, so they have these 2 minions remaining. So they're able to keep up the damage on the tower. Not going to happen just yet. And I think they may even back away. Big wave in the top lane for someone to collect.
Fun to see how they force the wave clear away. Nuktak jumps in, instant ulti from Capo Shot, and then Shook just shows up, throws a spear just to chunk down Ica. So like, okay, wave clear is now gone. Can we stay and keep pushing? In this case, because Elements forced a fight, it was hard for Vitality. Kasing just saved Shook in the end. I mean, it's a kill. More for Vitality, mid tower is now super low. Top tower is another objective coming in for you, and then you start working around Baron. So let's see the fight again. Notice how instant to see Ica, they're like, go for him, he's the wave clear, poke him down, but don't overcommit. No one here is diving past the tower. They just chunk him down and say now Ica has a hard time joining the fight. Teamfight breaks out. Fine engage from Gilius getting onto Shook, but that's where the Tahm Kench can then save him at the very end. Pick up a kill, get a bit more damage on tower, then back away. So no overcommitting from Vitality. And Shook only got really far into the backline because Gilius shot him in there.
Do you think like Gilius and Elements actually need to carry on making these plays in mid game, because they are far behind right now? So with playing the hand that they're dealt, is this the best way to play out the game, or do they need to look at something else? Because it seems like the options are extremely limited in this game. Oh, that feels bad.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it comes down to the boring talk of like, hey, keep visioning your own jungle around Baron, so you can always move in and stop a potential Baron from Vitality, and then like farm for another 10-15 minutes. But I think you're right. I don't think that's necessarily like the best option, because you know Vitality knows how to play around Baron. Like, they buy so many pink wards as a team. Every time they go back, pink wards, pink wards, pink wards. Like, look at it, Baron now. There's like 4 pink wards around it. So it's just a matter of time before they force it. Might even get it.
Oh no.
Pick onto Ica here, they get mid tower.
Tower goes down, maybe a pick up.
I like this.
That could be good. There's the culling. Body blocked by Shukla. And Kasing was on the front line, so he wouldn't be able to save him, but still they push away. And in the end, Vitality come up with another tower.
I think you're right though still. If Vitality ever do go too aggressive, Elements just gotta be ready to fight. Like, you can't just say, no, wave clear for not 10 minutes, then we fight. Because you're gonna lose Baron by then. You're not gonna get control of it. So I actually like the fact they're ready to engage on them and try and do something a little bit different.
Well, Ica in the mid lane has picked up the Rylai's now, so definitely more of a defensive build. Picked up the Augment on E, of course, so he can clear out those waves just a little bit better as Victor. Right now, when you have it unupgraded before that, it's very difficult to clear out the minion waves. The back line survives with a little bit of health. You have to weaken the front line. It's just not enough. So definitely something you want to pick up very early on into the game. On the opposite side, picked up the Ghost Blade with the more Mortius and just more penetration coming out from Nukeduck right now. Look at all those pink wards, by the way, on Vitality. Like, they're just setting up. They already have pink wards on the map, but when they start increasing their line of vision, they'll place down more. And this is one of like the hallmarks of like a good team from what we've been seeing. Like we spoke about so much. And just Kasing as a single player, but now the team's coming in with it as well.
I mean, it's almost what every top team around the world is doing a lot of. Is understanding that you don't need to wait for your pink ward to die to place a new one. It's fine to move it further in because you just keep moving that line forward and forward. So they have now at Baron, they have one behind the Baron. They're just making sure Elements can't TP flank them. Not that you want to do that with a Graves and a Victor, but like you are completely safe in the river. And if Elements gets pushed too far back, you walk into the jungle and you start threatening the Baron. Because that forces Elements to start face checking in towards you. You can start getting a nice engagement to them, or if they're too slow to react, you just burn down the Baron. We have seen that so many times in the EULC as the team is like running around mid lane, not really doing a whole lot. Baron dies. Because if you are just 2-3 seconds too late on a Baron call, on stopping a Baron, it's dead. There's enough damage on the side of Vitality.
Can very easily burn it down. Top lane Kavashot not opting towards the ZZ Rot or even the banner, just going straight up for those combat stats. Top lane, Steve went for that first Depth's Dance, and basically nothing really Steve can do now.
No, and I agree with not going ZZ Rot. We talked about it last game. It's not that great against like Graves and some of these top or 80 carry top laners. Too easy for them to push it back and kill the portal. Just go full tank, you know, aim for team fights. Go full tank. ZZ Rot is a tank item, but just get the stronger tank items for team fights.
The dedicated tank items for team fights, absolutely. I think the caveat in that is if you're being pushed in as the Nautilus and you place it far back, it's hard for the AD carry top to take it down. In a situation like this, though, where you're pushing constantly, then yes, ZZ Rot will die very quickly to an AD carry. Last game, I think it was okay, but this time, definitely this is the right choice for Kavashot to make. Right now, Jungler just able to take away the dragon by himself because there's zero pressure and they have all of this vision control, all of this map control. To harken back to just a very small point in top lane, I feel like now with the nerfs to Grave Q with 90 less damage at maximum rank, or even a little bit more than that, once you get Sunfire Cape on the opposing top laner, I'm never going to get talked about it, but yeah, you actually outpush it. Like, he actually just doesn't do as much damage as you do anymore. Your Q doesn't insta-clear a wave. You actually have to hit it a couple times, so that actually really hurts him from the early game, because one, it's not enough, and then when you hit max ranked, it's still not enough against the Nautilus, who will actually just out-wave you with the high base damages in from Riptides and Sunfire.
I think it's one of the big reasons Death's Dance gets built as a first item instead of like Ghostblade now.
Yeah.
Again, as we talked about, just more base AD coming in for your wave clear, compared to some of the stats Ghostblade will give you that doesn't really impact the wave clear. Still, we have Elements just kind of trying their best to farm what they can, wait for a few cooldowns. They have flash rated for Gillis now, so look for Flash Body Slam as an engage. Vitality has allowed them to do it as well, because they just want to complete the third item. Yarnan, super strong on Corki at this point. Kavashot becomes very hard to kill, also when he has a time kinch. Worst case, obviously you don't want to use that on Nautilus, and he's sitting ready, because now we start getting that Baron bait. We're getting far enough into the game where Baron is in. Fine option, wait for overextension from Elements, and then TP in behind them, and that's it. Yes?
Yeah, the package is ready as well from Yana. He's just waiting for someone to come near the Baron pit. Maybe like Gilius. Here comes the teleport from both top laners. Kavashot comes in. There's the depth charge. And Steve is right there tanking up the damage. But instantly Kasing gets all those stacks, spits him out into the team. He'll go over the wall. That depth stance did not help him right there. Now Vitality are being chunked back as Ica comes in. There comes the Death Ray, but Hyunan's already out of the fray. Sproul turns around trying to connect that Q, and Nuketook is falling over for sustained damage. Good disengage by Gilead, but now Elements just kind of want to get out of it. Ica will definitely take this Dark Patches back to the safety of his team, or relative safety. Now that Vitality go to the top lane, but with all that pressure generated and the kill onto Steve, this will result in yet another tower.
Yeah, and because Elements hasn't been able to push past their own river, or the river itself, at any point almost the last 10 minutes. Vitality had a wave coming topside, just grab it right after the fight. Only one kill for them, would have loved more, but they continue the domination. Big goal lead, almost 10,000 here to get top tower for it. This is what we mentioned, you know, set up that Baron. Elements will walk in to try and stop you, then you TP in with the home guards and you force that team fight. You don't even want the Baron specifically, you just want to fight. Steve does go down, but it's also tough for Vitality to move further in against the Victor. The damage he can deal in these small areas here in the jungle. And therefore it only ends in one kill, but then you have the wave on top that can just grab and get more.
Really right now it's just looking really bad for Elements because they wanted these type of fights earlier on into the game where they have these team fighting compositions, but then Vitality who have more of this skirmish and, you know, obviously the Quinn better in like those 3-3 for example in like bot lane or in the jungle. Now when you're in a situation with your team fighting composition where Vitality with the skirmish composition is beating you 5v5 in places where you should be coming out on top, these small corridors, you know, with like Ica ultimate, it's just, what can you do as Elements? Like, you are so far behind. You're almost 10,000 gold down in this game.
Yeah, again, either you try and stall for like 30 minutes and think that's a viable strategy, or again, you do the unexpected. You try and take a fight where it's Gilead trying to engage in and like catch someone out of position, and you play aggressive, but it's what you build with your composition. It's how you played your early game. It's the issue for Elements. And they obviously haven't found a solution yet, then they would start picking up more wins.
So let's reset to the draft and say they picked up Lee Sin in the jungle, they picked up Lissandra instead of Victor, and they actually tried to be proactive in the early game. Do you think that was the better way to play out this game, despite the Vitality composition? Does it go back even further to bans? Like, what should have happened for Elements?
I think the Lissandra Lee Sin was a fine option. Doesn't have to be Lissandra specifically, but I would have liked the Lee Sin pick. Just because, again, we have seen Elements time and time again play late game versus better teams, and they fall too far behind to execute the comp. Because as you said, if the team fighting late game comp is losing because they're 10,000 gold behind, the comp doesn't work.
Yep.
So, again, it's about like changing up some things. If you've been losing and losing and losing, you change. You don't just keep doing the same thing over and over and over.
Hey, we saw it from Fnatic. Like, even middle of the table teams, like, everyone needs to adapt when things aren't working anymore and before teams start figuring out. Like even G2, they've been playing a lot slower now.
And this is where we have the moment where you start the Baron and the other team is now not ready because you've constantly been around that Baron. It's just a matter of time before they mess up. Sprout was recalling here, rest of Elements were kind of running around mid and in the entrance to the jungle, and then you burn down that Baron. So it's been a long way coming, yes, but it was something we kind of saw coming because it's so hard to keep that defensive vision lineup to always spot the Baron over and over, and at some point it just breaks. It's so hard when you're so far down. And now with the Baron buff, Vitality are looking to really push into the base.
I mean, the only way that was really going to go well was with Gilius somehow managing to get a steal. Sprout wasn't even ranged to save him once he goes in, but Camper Shot over the wall, they have the vision control, just clicks R on him, and he just couldn't get over the wall. So he was instantly pushed away. Like, this is just getting strangled out by Vitality, playing it perfectly, pushing in from all lanes, taking the jungle control. It's really just difficult as a team to play against this, especially from behind. You feel like you're being suffocated out of the game. Just taking a look at top lane, I wanted to mention it earlier, like, Last Whisper was picked up as a third item from Steve, now going towards Lord Dominik's Regard. Do you feel like that is the right option to go? Because most of the armor and the tankiness is coming from Cabashard in the 1v1, but now we're starting to group up into these 5v5 fights, and a lot of the damage threats, right, are just all these squishy people in the back lines.
It's still that new build we see, where again, you don't get that early armor penetration, and you need some to deal with some of the tanks in the side lanes, because you are trying to have side lane pressure because of your teleport as as Graves. So you need to get a Last Whisper earlier to get some armor penetration in, because you go for a raw DPS or damage item, not DPS, but like a raw AD item as your first one, and then Steric's Gauge or more as the second one. So it is just a natural course of the build, and a lot of top lanes in Europe have been building it this week, on Graves specifically. We haven't really seen it shine, I want to say. I haven't felt like Graves have been super dominating today.
I mean, it's definitely good for when you're ahead because, I mean, even when Steve completes this item build, he's not going to be able to dual camper shot still because of the massive gold deficit, because of how far he is behind in this game. If he was ahead and had it, then yes, I mean, we'd see, you know, explosive stuff, but when it's behind, you don't really see many things shine.
No, and now Vitality with the Baron buff. Slowly pushing up. You want to make sure that top lane is pushing in as well, so you can go catch the wave and buff it up with minions. At this point, really, for Vitality, you still got to keep in mind, hey, you don't want to wait 20 minutes because you don't want to give Elements the comeback mechanics.
Sure.
But that's definitely not, obviously, the case for Vitality. They just don't want to overcommit either against a Gragas ulti into like a Victor AoE combo on the tower. That can still hurt you. I mean, we're 34 minutes in, so yes, you might be really far ahead, but never really want to overextend there. Definitely not doing what they did yesterday. I think Sean's had a bit of a word with him because we talked to him on the desk as well. He's like, he wasn't too happy with the random people dying against Giants in the end, even though they were so far ahead. Definitely a different players. Mentality, play mentality, form Vitality. Going well, you know, last game of the day.
Last game of the day, last game of the week. Before we go next week on to Katowice, top lane is being pushed in, mid lane there's the 4-1. Nukeduck is going to win against literally anyone. He's picked up the Duskblade as well on top of his item build, so he's on 3 items versus Steve's also 3 items, but right now he's just kind of a band-aid in the bottom lane. Steve! Yeah, it's not a positive chant today, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, Sparrow.
More of a Lament. Mid lane. Just poking them down. Just a lot of damage from Binding Assault just by itself. His tower's slowly going down. One auto tag ticks down from the Dragon.
Remember Dragon 2, yeah. Getting that slow burn, which is super good when you just get 1 or 2 hits on tower and you just let it burn out. Obviously, it helps a lot. Vitality is losing the Baron though, and they said, we do not apparently want to just finish this tower. I think they should just stay finish tower. Okay, they are, because Capucha is just going to have his Hope Guard.
TP.
And TP.
Bam. That was like 1 auto attack.
I was about to say, it would have been really weird if they just backed away, be like, nah.
That's the fastest Nautilus I've ever seen. Man. Crazy. Now they just back away. I mean, they don't need to finish this game super fast. Like, when you put a kind of later game composition behind, the time where they really start spiking gets pushed further and further and further back in the game time.
Still, like, you just don't want to get short.
You don't want to give them the option, but if you take another 5 minutes to close, it's not really going to matter. It means we're going to be standing here talking about them doing it for another 5 minutes, but it's slow, it's methodical, it's strangling out your opponents and just making sure you pick up the win. Definitely seems like an adaptation from when they played Giants, you know, where they start disrespecting and
Big
like,
difference.
You know what? We're just gonna siege this mid lane, we're gonna take this town, we're gonna back away, we're gonna take every camp you own, the wolves, everything is being swept right now out of that jungle, and we're gonna just play it out slow. 2 minutes on Baron. Let's just clear out our jungle.
That's the hype moment.
That's the hype.
2 minutes.
A whole 2 minutes. The tick down, Doomsday device is ready to go, but I mean, I don't even know if Elements can contest it. Like, they have vision in the top side. They're still
they have to.
They have to contest it, but last time when we saw them, as you mentioned, the vision line broke, and it's so difficult to keep up against Vitality in this situation. I feel like the same thing is going to happen once again for Elements.
Yeah, Vitality's not going to allow them to walk in and ward up the Baron. They're just going to push up mid, and then obviously you also have the option of going Dragon if needed. Because you can potentially go for 5 dragons. I don't think they will, because again, that would take too long. But just stop Elements from ever getting to Baron, pressure mid, Baron respawns, then that's your second option. Just go back and take the Baron and force a fight again like you did before.
I just want to see Nautilus hit someone. There we go. Consecutive normal punches. Get him. All right, cool. Inhibitor goes down over to Vitality. And they'll just keep poking away at the front line. And Gillis, he's just taking so much damage. But there goes the Inhibitor. Now there's pressure in the mid lane. ZZ Rot Height into the top side. It's like, if you're not going to build a counter shot, I'm going to build it. We need some minions in this game.
The ZZ Rot.
All right,
not going to do a whole lot.
Onto Ica. I feel like this is going to go too well for Elements. Sparrow's now being chased down. He's got the Duskblade on top of him, but Shook is actually the first casualty of the fight. Nukeduck getting a little bit of damage onto Steve. He's going to get licked, though. There's the ultimate backing away. He's going to be flashing out of this fight, and Ica gets blown up by Nukeduck on the sidelines of the fight. Now Gliss comes in once again. This might be the rallying call for Elements, or the rallying call to go back to base. And Sproul taking more damage from Hyun, and these long-range carries taking so much damage onto the enemy team, dealing so much of it rather. Steve also getting blinded. He can't run forward. He doesn't know what's going on. He's got a bird in his face. Now it's a 1-for-1 trade. Another inhibitor comes out. Vitality, the Baron is live. They can go back to base. They can pressure it. They can do whatever they want. The Rift is their oyster, Deficio.
I think the only play for Elements now is like hard push out mid and go in and like try and control River near Baron and take a fight there. Your base is now obviously destroyed. Super Minions are gonna come in. Shook does go down. Kasing ends up eating a couple shot. A little bigger champion size. He didn't click on the icon down on the right corner. Steve doesn't go down. Ike gets popped. Didn't flash away in time because of the extra burst coming. But like now for Elements, you push out mid because the Super Minions are already there. And then you're going towards the Baron, and like you have TP from Ica, so he's gonna respawn and be able to join, and you just take a 5-on-5. You can see they've been trying to do it. Gilles had put a ward in a small bush outside the Baron, one is inside, so they did actually push out and got something. But like, you gotta, honestly, you have to move out and just try and force a fight, take the Baron, recall, and then clear out the Super Minions. Like, that's almost your only way back in the game.
You can keep yelling Steve, but it's not gonna make it any better. 0-4-1. He's been farming a lot this game and is starting to itemize now, but even though he was starting to sting in that last team fight,
has to be a steal right here.
Too far ahead. Gilius, I mean, what are you going to do? Like, there's so much single target CC. Now we're going to have a fight in the backline. Nuke Jux is just going Rambo. He's just going it happens to the best of us.
To be fair, he was blinded.
That is true. He could have jumped behind him.
Yeah, you never know.
But you don't know. It's just it's literally a shot in the dark, or in this case, 30. Now Sproul's going to be absolutely just blasted off the face of the earth. Steve, he's pretty tanky and is actually going to be following over Ica. They might be able to pick up a shot. Nope.
Kasing again.
Kasing exists in this game with Tahm Kench. He's going to just do a little victory dance. Nuke Duck, speeding down the middle lane. Got to go fast.
Revenge.
Get onto Rales. Take him out. Oh, that was dirty. That was a lot of damage coming out from the Dust Blade. Now Ica is not quite the right place to place down the gravity field. Now is not a time to use that. Pop. Got him.
That was the Dust Blade. I mean, the other one he just destroyed.
No, he died. Basically, if you get a kill while it's ticking down,
sure,
it
resets still. So, I'm not even sure that was the damage.
So
it doesn't matter.
But Vitality strangle out Elements out of this game, and Vitality come up with a win here. They're going to dive for Nexus as well, because why not? Pad those fancy stats, make it happen. Good job, Shook. Didn't even die. Vitality, what a win.
Control by Vitality. Elements coming in, playing the same style. Elements has been playing for a lot of the games. Vitality getting that pick in mid lane with Nuke Dog on Quinn. We've seen it time and time again. Gives mid lane control against his control mages. Mid lane control against control mages. Shouldn't happen technically, but that's how it goes. Of course it should when you play Quinn into Victor.
Very true. Ignite into TP as well. And Nuke just played the mid lane matchup perfectly. Like, they abused the weak points on the team. But for me, I've got to go back into Elements, right? Like, we're expecting them to play faster, looser, out of the gates, maybe play a different, faster composition. But for me, it boils down to champion select.
Yeah, it's hard to say, like, what to expect from Elements. You just expect a change, I guess, and like kind of doing the same over and over and then expecting a different result.
It's called insanity.
Is not really gonna give you anything when you play against the top teams. But then again, as we talk about so often, it's not about beating Vitality and H2K and G2 if you are Elements right now. You want to beat the teams around you and then see maybe against like Fnatic, Origin, Unicorns if you can pull an upset. So definitely not the game Elements were looking to win. But again, it's annoying when you pick up another loss.
Sure.
Luckily, the teams around them also lost. Spice lost
but
earlier
also
today.
went down with them.
So they're kind of staying in the same, and they're just all four teams are fighting for number 7 to avoid going to the promotion tournament. Like, that's basically what you're fighting for at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, just take the battles that you can really fight, you know, in this one.
Right.
So we'll see in future weeks how they do. There's going to be a break now, of course, with the next week. But Vitality, like, another great game from them, you know. And this time they actually just shored up some of those issues. Even if that was an issue, you know, in the last game against Giants, like, they played a little bit disrespectful. They got into late game. But still, in the early game, they didn't play disrespectful against them. They got that lead, and they could afford to screw around for a couple of minutes and still close out. In this one, they just played it super slow. It's like, we'll take an inhib, we'll chip away at the towers, we'll take Barons, we'll take absolutely everything away from them and make sure there is no chance of coming back into the game, and you can't fault them for it.
No, I mean, wait for the second Baron. 40 minutes in, just looking at items, and also why Vitality knew that so much time. Ica and the Victor had 3 items completed at 40 minutes. You know, so we're not even close to a super late game Victor who can start really destroying everyone. every other member from Vitality had almost stacked out fully on the items, and they were just so far ahead.
Well, we're going to hear more from Vitality's win as we send it stateside with Pyrotechnics.
Thank you very much. I am on stage with the jungler for Vitality's, in fact, Shook. So congratulations on your victory. Although you'd already locked up playoffs, you now know 4 of the teams that will be in playoffs, aside from yourselves, of course, G2 Esports, Unicorns of Love were able to secure it up today, and H2K. Now, who are you looking forward to facing off against in those playoffs, and I suppose why?
Like, we're Team Vitality. Like, we have to beat everyone to be #1. Like, this team was built to be #1, so of course we're not afraid of facing anyone. Like, we have to beat everyone. If we don't beat everyone, like, we just don't see it as our team. Like, we're made for winning, so it doesn't really matter who we face.
I like it. Very, very confident, but also noting that you have to just beat absolutely everybody. So fantastic. Looking forward to seeing how it plays out. You've now got a week off as well with IEM coming up. Only Origin Fnatic are going to be going representing EU. How are you going to spend that week? How important is it for a team playoff bound that you now are to have that week to kind of not have to worry about more matches on the table?
Like, some of our team are going home. Like, just have a little break. Of course, we're gonna keep on playing League. Maybe scrim some teams that go here for the event that's coming up, and yeah, just have a little break, practice against good teams, and yeah, we're still gonna practice, but we're looking forward to a little break.
Well, you've definitely earned it. So once again, congratulations on that win. Looking forward to seeing you guys in future weeks and in the playoffs. And for now, we are going to send it back to the analyst desk to wrap up that game and break it all down to end the week.
Thank you so much, Pyra. I always love listening to Shook because we were like, is this the super team in the beginning? And he always goes like, we are made for winning. We got to win everything. We got to beat everyone. We are the super team. And they are 6-0 over their last 6 games. Obviously, they are peaking at the right time. This break that's coming in now, will it actually do them good or not? Maybe if they get to scrim the likes of SKT, it could, of course, be even better for them.
Could do. I think if I was scrimming teams right now, I'd be like, give me QG. Just I want those scrims against QG because they're forcing early games. But honestly, for Vitality right now, gone seem to be the days of the first week where they lost to Roccat. I think all of those fears seem to have been quelled recently. So I think that Vitality are in a very good spot.
I actually don't. I don't know, man. If Vitality scrim QG, I think the game ends at 12 minutes because Vitality will just lane swap and then QG will be like, yeah, what is this? Teams actually know how to play this game in the early game? Wow, okay. We can't endlessly team fight?
We're going to have a lot of fun with the LPL teams at IEM. It's going to be fun to watch.
We'll talk about that in a minute. Let's take a look at the standings actually to see where we are because playoff spots are being locked in. So let's take a look. Of course, we said already that G2, Vitality, and H2K have locked their spot in playoffs. With this Elements loss, also the Unicorns of Love have booked their spot. That means that there are only 2 spots left. And unfortunately, Giants are eliminated from playoffs. That's getting tight now. The UOL made it, and obviously Origin and Fnatic are within reaching distance.
But it's so likely that it's going to be Origin and Fnatic, obviously.
Spoiler.
So
He's playing it safe.
LCS confirmed scripted, but no, the teams that are right below Fnatic and Origin, they're improving, but at such marginal rates that it's not enough to even bridge that gap. Maybe they can pick up one surprise victory, but it's like a 3-game difference right there. If literally my 30-second memory is correct, and I mean, you're not going to bridge that.
We need one of the bottom 4 teams to enter week 8, go 2-0, and then go into week 9, go 2-0 as well. And we haven't seen any of these teams really show they could do anything against most of the top 6 teams. There's been like one upset here and there, and that's been about it. Even when the team is like, oh my God, they're winning this game, you know, they are so close to winning. And then in the end,
Giants today,
you know, they were so close. And then when it matters with the very last call you have to make, where everyone is kind of panic and also a little bit hype, you know, everyone is kind of yelling. Those calls goes wrong and they end up losing anyway. And again, that's just a mark of the top teams and the bottom teams.
Yeah, let's talk about that most recent lock-in for the playoffs. The Unicorns of Love, again, hopeful today, actually. Sheepy was on the desk. We got to talk to him. He was very, very confident. We had Vishishashi doing well, which Vishu always likes.
I mean, we know Chachi's going to do well, even on a Ramos pick. Small moves, he wasn't even that impactful in this game, actually, the rest of Unicorns.
I still want to stress that, like that one macro play they did where they did the early TP when they were using the whole Rift Herald setup. I don't know, man. If you do that against a good team, I think you straight up, like, you lose so much momentum there.
But I think the thing is they didn't have to fully commit to it. They could have pushed up the wave.
I agree.
And then, you know, moved to mid lane and kept Chachi bot lane to farm because he actually fell pretty far behind from also TPing because he got 0 CS. That could definitely have been a change in that game. They got a tower, though, for it because Splice is like, they didn't want to mirror. They didn't want to mirror it.
They did. They
Corki is like,
They were just like, recall with the Corki. It's fine. We'll try and fight this. But honestly, the biggest thing today for the Unicorns was they just didn't get challenged. at all by Splyce. Like, Splyce didn't want to make active plays on the map, didn't want to challenge any objectives, and I don't know where that leaves us with the Unicorns right now, because it's very difficult to have that read on a team when they are almost facing no opposition in a game.
Right, and I think also just for Unicorns, we're expecting them to beat those teams down there.
Yeah.
It's very important for them to keep doing it, because they want to lock in that 4th spot at the moment. You don't want to risk dropping down to being number 6, because if you are number 6 right now, as Origin are, you will face either G2, HJK, or Vitality in that quarterfinal match. So we have seen the clear top 3 teams, and we now see the middle of the pack with Unicorns, Origin, Fnatic. You definitely do not want to face one of those top 3 teams if you want to make it to the semifinal. So Unicorns have got to stay up there in number 4 or 5, avoid obviously going down to 6.
Not only that, 6 actually has the hardest road anyway. Even if you were to make it past that first team, there is a reseeding after the first round. So you then face the highest seeded team. So you then face number 1. Whoever you get, that's what bracket you end up in, if you're placed 6.
I mean, that will likely just be Vitality, the way the season's playing out.
Yeah.
I mean, unfortunate events with H2K, G2, one-dimensional, still struggling in the macro mid-game. Vitality, they just look clean. Yes, their win against Elements, I think, was needlessly slow. But I don't think...
They're super safe.
Well, yesterday they maybe were a little too aggressive, and maybe they had a little talk with the
Sean
coach.
told them. He was sitting here being like, "Oh man, we gave over those 2 kills."
He found that belt over in the Gambit house. He brought it with him. It's like, hey guys, this time behave.
No, but I think we can all agree that Vitality looks the cleanest at this point. Of course, Youngbuck yesterday said about G2, we have more up our sleeve. We are learning more. There are different picks coming in.
But it's not the picks, it's just the approach to the mid-game for me, for G2.
So, my question is, do you see that happening? And do you think that G2 can adopt 1 or 2 more styles and then rise above by playoffs?
Well, it's ironic, because Perk's comments was, if you can only play one style, you're a bad team. Basically, it was the TLDR. And if they can't, then it's kind of going up against what they said earlier.
Well, again, with G2... It's not the pick and ban phase. I don't even think it's about specifically only playing one style of composition, because they have like 3-4 different comps they've been showing, some poke comps here and there and whatever. Perks on Lissandra now, very aggressive. Yeah. It's more just the team needs that kind of guy who's saying, like, what's the next play and how do we set up for the next play? Once you get into mid-game, once you get that goal lead. So like, okay, guys, remember to buy pings. When Vitality's playing, every back, there's like 4 or 5 pink wards. Every back. That's something I feel like is very easy to teach a team, also very easy to learn as a team. It's actually just start thinking about it. So some of the issues G2 does have, I feel like are fairly small, but if you don't fix them, it looks bigger in game.
It also trickles down. I mean, you initially have that one little part where, you need to pick up 5 pink wards. That sounds easy. And then you need to communicate with your support. Like, how many side wards do you have? Like, let's look at the map. Where do we want our wards? Plan ahead instead of just walking in, placing 2 wards and like, the side stone, it's empty. Let's set that up again. So, especially as we get far into the season, G2 came out swinging. Very few teams really understood the vision game, but as we progress, we see teams finding optimal play patterns. I mean, how often do we not see Kasing just base, refill side stone, come out? Vander does the same thing. So that is something where G2, regardless of what style they're playing, whether it's poke siege, whether it's skirmish, whether it's split push, they need to perfect that mid game so they can actually play from even. I think, because very often they were so good in the early game that they played from ahead, and that creates nasty habits.
And I think it's really good they have lost a few games, because they're still setting that tide for first. Because when they were winning, everything was awesome. Just keep playing the way you're playing.
Everything was awesome.
Yeah, again, keep picking the same champions, because it's going well. You don't really have that wake-up call where, why did we lose? We didn't do this and this in the mid-game that other teams are doing. Now they've been losing a few, been struggling a little bit against some of the other teams. It's healthy. Learn from it this week. Again, I'm sure Youngbuck is going to talk to the players and make sure they have it ready for week 8 and week 9 or for playoffs.
I think one thing that has been pleasantly surprising for G2, though, is that overall our expectations of Kikis coming into the split were like, he'll only play tanks, he'll only succeed against top laners on tanks. At least against the majority of the top laners, he's able to play more than just tanks. I don't think he's ready for that against like a Cabo or perhaps an Odo, somebody that is going to fight you very, tough in that top lane. But he's been doing well.
Yeah, it doesn't have to though, because the meta is completely shifting towards tanks top right now. Somebody said it on the desk today.
Yeah.
Coach.
Who
said? I don't know. I can't
they
remember.
said it about Freddy specifically.
Yeah,
also,
but I think it was Yamato probably because
literally 30 seconds.
Yeah.
ago.
It's just like the meta is shifting towards tanks, and then some of these pure tank players like Untara as well that we were saying, why is he only playing tank tops? He's like laughing right now because predicted the meta game. So it should be all right for Kikis going into playoffs.
Yeah. interesting. G2, you say, well, they were winning a lot, then they kind of had to pick up the slack when they started losing and made some adjustments. H2K, good from the beginning. Vitality, good from the beginning, great right now. Then we have those teams.
They lost in Rocket day one.
That's true.
Shaky beginning.
Shaky beginning.
After week
Shaky.
1. But then like week 2 was better, and then
I
it was
think everything
good.
but week 1, day 1.
Day 1. Remove that one, and then it's been pretty good.
Good. And then we had Daylor here on the desk, and it was really interesting that he said, it's not about going like this for us. It's about looking where we can go for Fnatic then. Looking where we can go. If it doesn't work out, we go back to square one, and we look what can work for us. We go up again, and that's why it's a long-term project.
Eventually, it has to start working, though. And I feel Fnatic is really lacking that same thing that G2 is lacking, that one guy, the overarching voice, because you can be like, okay, Reckless, you give it a shot. Yeah, not really working out. Let's replace our support. This guy who's still working on it. Maybe Feven start shot calling. But eventually, like, if you don't find that guy that can actually take control of a full roster and move these little chess pieces around on the board, then you will be very stunted in your growth.
Yeah, and I think one of the problems is, now it's a good point, you know, we try and expand into certain things. If it doesn't work, we go back to basics. I don't feel like the basics have even been there for Fnatic in all the games. I think that's been one of the main issues, is that some of their very normal things we see from professional teams in terms of, you know, buying blue wards, you know, like blue trinkets and like vision control, lane swaps, don't split push to enemy inhib at like minute 12 when you're level 8 or 7 or whatever. Like those basics, those are basics to me, and there have been some issues Fnatic have struggled with. They've actually been doing well when they get kind of pushed out of the comfort zone and then got in super tricky situations where they're down like 10k gold almost at 20 minutes. That's when this Fnatic lineup has kind of come online, and they've had some crazy comebacks. We need to see more from Fnatic, but again, we are also very harsh on them because they are Fnatic. Had this been another team with these 5 players, we wouldn't have been so critical on this team. So, hey, they are currently sitting as number 5. They're in the playoffs or almost in the playoffs. Need to win like one more game. I think Fnatic is happy enough with the current performance.
Indeed, they need to win one more game. Of course, they're going to Katowice next week. Let's talk a little bit about that together with OG. It was quite interesting to me that when the Clyde change came, we heard, hey, IEM Katowice is coming up, so we had to make a change. Now we asked Daylor here, you asked him what is the goal, and he said, we will see, you know, first pick up some practice and then see where we go. So that has definitely changed. How do you think our teams are going into that?
For Fnatic in particular, they're going to have such a rough. So for people that are unaware, they're in Group B. Their first match is against Jiaogu Reapers, who, if you're not aware with that team, very poor in the early macro. They kind of fall a little bit behind early, but then their team fights are on point. They're just really good at forcing those team fights and seemingly forcing your opponents to kind of opt into that style. And I don't think Fnatic is as crisp just yet in that regard, and I feel they will have kind of an impossible mismatch because the counter to Jiaogu Reapers is good macro play, and Fnatic doesn't offer that.
For clarity, we'll bring up the groups first, so people who may not have seen them yet can know, because of course next week, week 8, will be in Katowice for Fnatic and Origin. We're going to start by taking a look at Group A, which has Ever, TSM, Royal, Never Give Up, and...
Best name ever, by the way. Royal, Never Give Up.
And then in Group B, we will have SKT, Fnatic, CLG, and the QG Reapers, and it is double elimination in each bracket as well. Yeah, it looks tough for the European teams in that one, for sure.
I do want to say, though, when it comes to Fnatic versus QG, if Fnatic plays what we saw like last week, that kind of style where you're trying to go late game and you try and team fight your way out, they will lose, because QG is so good at late game team fighting. But Fnatic today changed a lot. Actually surprised us in the pick and ban phase. It was a lot more focused on mid-game. The Lee Sin, Lissandra combo between Febiven and Spirit was absolutely fantastic to watch how they could camp the mid lane and also set up picks further in. Okay, Rocket didn't put up any wards to spot them, but I think if that is a test or an example of how Fnatic might approach IEM and a team like QG, then I think Fnatic can actually hurt them quite a bit, especially in the early to mid-game, because that was a fairly clean game by Fnatic, this one. I like that style.
It was clean, but there was a massive overextension repetitively from Betsy.
I'm not saying they weren't mistakes, but QG makes those mistakes. Like today, they lost to Royal Never Give Up 2-0.
Yeah, that kind of screws everything. Because
randomly just running out mid lane and dying multiple times.
Yeah, coming in today, we're like, yeah, Royal Never Give Up, you know, kind of slouching, just not that good. But QG, you know, they're team to watch, and then they lose, and then everything goes out the window. So just like China does every time.
Fnatic's playstyle today, Fnatic's playstyle today is what they need to have for IEM. Not the let's go 60 minutes and just try and like late game team fight against SKT and QG and so on.
But you look at some of the tougher competition Fnatic have faced, like the G2 game. If they end up in that situation, I don't think teams are going to make the mistakes that G2 did against Fnatic to let them back in the game, as you said. I think Fnatic were fairly gifted that game. I think, yes, they will make mistakes, but I think especially in the scenario of the last couple of games for Fnatic where they've really had to fight back into a game, I feel like the game is likely to close by that.
So play today's style.
Right, but can they get that? That's the real question is how can they manage when they maybe don't know the team so well?
And provided they lose, obviously double elimination, under the assumption that CLG loses to SKT, we actually have a cool matchup there too. CLG playing...
What are you assuming here?
Yeah, just bold assumption here that the reigning world champions will knock out any team. But yeah, CLG playing there. I like what they bring to the table because they seem to play more macro-oriented, very split push with Darshan there in the top lane. And I want to see how Fnatic can deal with that, how they can react with that, because I think that's just a really cool stylistic matchup. So I kind of hope to see that matchup. Either in winner bracket if they both surprise, but more likely in the loser bracket for both.
Yeah, we definitely have 2 EU teams going into IEM not being favorites by any means.
No.
Like, there's honestly almost no pressure on Fnatic and Origin because nobody expects anything from them here. You have QG, who was the best team in China coming into this week.
Yep.
You have Royal Never Give Up, who just beat QG, so I guess we can put them top now. They're leading their group in the LPL as well. SKT has been slumping, but it is SKT still, and they've been playing against some very tough competition over in Korea. Okay, the Africa loss they had was super weird, but still. There are a lot of other teams we're looking at, ranking above OG and Fnatic, which should mean you're here to learn stuff if you are Europe.
And that was going to be my point for you guys, because obviously having played on at least the European, if not bigger stage, how much experience for a new team like Fnatic will they be able to take from an event like this, just from having more stage time against varied opponents?
Stage time, I don't think is the most important part. I think it's the scrimming part, because I think one thing is looking at a VOD of like SKT.
Yep.
And you're like, oh, I understand the play they're making. Let's try and do the same. You don't get all the small details that often happens, also because the camera can only follow so many things. When you play against them yourself and a play happens against you, you have that VOD you can go over. And that's where you learn some of the small details you then bring back to Europe. And other teams don't do that. And that's where you can learn quite a lot.
Yeah, that is the cool thing. Like, in a scrim environment, especially centralized within a region that you then don't get any access to other regions, you get so many gentlemen's agreements almost. Like, Europe, every season, the lane swaps will eventually come to a certain way that they get played out. Or early games get assumed to get played out. When you watch SKT, the camera isn't always on Faker, but that doesn't mean you like the matchup will play out the way it does, because if you play against Faker, you can guarantee that he will walk up on every CS. Suddenly your mid laner in a matchup that you think in your strategy in Europe generally goes even, might suddenly lose, and that shifts everything around. So the experience of just playing these very strong teams from other regions with different scrim habits, with different play patterns is invaluable, because if you can take one of their plays and save that up, that's something you can use somewhere in playoffs.
Sadly, we don't have the Rocks Tigers here.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's where you can learn stuff right now, and not really the way SKT's been
across
playing.
the board, we may not have some teams that we would say are the strongest in the respective regions. I think that's a valid point that you bring up, and something I personally overlooked. It's not just Fnatic and OG that get access to those special scrims, but people here who've made the connections in our teams also have the opportunity to scrim those teams
More
that are
likely,
finally in Europe.
even because they're not even in the tournament. You know, if you're coming in here as QG, I think you can get your pick of the litter of any European team. SKT as well. I mean, yes, SKT is slumping, but who's gonna say no to scrim with SKT?
I mean, Rio is just gonna ask them, and H2K is playing them.
Yeah. Probably.
Right there.
If we end up seeing, funnily enough, the QG Vitality scrims, do you think QG could learn something from Vitality about your lane stops at the beginning? In that situation, do you then have a fearsome QG that can do both?
I mean, looking at Worlds historically, it's taken China a while to adapt to Western lane swap or at one point the Korean lane swap, because they always look really strong in certain aspects, but it just seems like nobody in that region actually adapts to the lane swap meta very well, and they make peculiar choices there, and that kind of shifts our perspective whenever we watch a game. Like, oh, they're doing this wrong, they're doing that wrong. If they can learn in a week's time, I'll be very impressed though.
So, who wins IEM Katowice?
Cool. That's a...
I mean...
No sounds, just...
Normally you could very easily just say SKT,
yeah.
but like with the way SKT's been playing coming into the tournament, it's not been looking that great. I was looking at China in many ways in this, both QG and RNG, and kind of saying like this was the tournament where China had to kind of bounce back on the international stage after what happened at Worlds, where obviously the teams disappointed so much. RNG, after the 2-0 win today, might look like they're the favorite, honestly, coming in, but they are a team who relies so much on snowballing early game with Mata, putting them deep vision, and they make some stupid mistakes. But so does Fnatic and Origin. Like, obviously, a lot of the teams at IM will do that. RNG can really punish you if you are a slow early game team, and that could make them one of the favorites.
Yeah, definitely one of the favorites, especially like Xiaohu and MLXG, jungle mid combo. Just the first few weeks when I watched Royal Never Give Up, they just had impressive synergy. Like, really, really fun to watch what they could actually do in terms of destroying the enemy mid laners. And they went up against like some really solid mid laners there. So for me, the tier 1 teams coming in here are, QG, RNG, and then SKT, because I think with the Gragas being reintroduced in the meta, it relieves some pressure off Bengi. SKT, you can never count them out from an offline tournament. It's still always just that little bit different. Obviously, they're so used to traveling as well, because China will fly over here. Maybe jet lag will influence them again. SKT is such a seasoned team in terms of just international travel.
It's always the safe one to pick. You know, like, oh, SKT is going to do well.
So for me, actually, I will just say SKT will win it.
Okay.
I think for me, I honestly feel like QG in a week can pick up phase 1 and most of phase 2 of the lane swap that's done here. I actually think if they can just solidify that, then they should be able to fight, because we're not sending the top teams from Europe. It's not the top teams from the LCK. It's not the top North American teams. So as long as you don't lose too much in the early game, their team fighting, I think, can hold them through.
Obviously, Ever. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I have no idea.
Ever is going to be super dark horse coming in, because yes, they look very good in the off season. They're in
players back.
They're in Korean Challenger. Got Key back, one of the star players on this lineup. His Bard is fantastic, by the way. You're gonna
you don't have to convince me.
You're going to love it. But it's hard to judge Ever, because, again, they are playing in Korean Challenger. Currently second place, if my memory serves me right.
Yeah, they should be
They're
second.
tied for first on points.
Tied for first, right. Okay. I think Ever is going to be a good team, but I don't want to put them in the tier 1 among the other teams, because it's been such a long time we've seen them against other top teams.
My problem for me is they're playing some weird stuff. They've played like Malzahar in 2 games, lost 1, won 1, played like Ryze after the nerf. I don't really have a good measuring stick on where they are from their weird pick and ban phase.
One more thing. Out of Group B, SKT, Fnatic, CLG, QG, Reapers, who can Fnatic beat 100%? And out of Ever, TSM, Royal, OG, who can OG beat 100%?
No one.
And put the money on?
Oh...
There is no one these teams can beat 100%.
100% is a tough one. But I'd say it's favored OG in the TSM matchup.
Ha! Forgot about that one. It's in there again. I don't know how it always keeps happening. Oh, even there?
Even there?
They're looking rough, man.
I think both teams are looking super rough.
The one cornerstone for Origin, Sven, he's actually starting to go down as well. So as a complete coin flip. It's like heads we win, tails we lose. And TSM at least is on the up and up, I feel. A tiny bit.
TSM just keep doing this thing where their early game is okay, and then they're just like, okay, well, we don't know how to control side lanes, so let's just go to the mid lane and try and 5v5 again and again and again.
I mean,
I don't know.
It doesn't matter because they won't make it out of group. I think Ever and RNG will make it out of that group.
It's the kind of matchup where you can by no means already point out a favorite to that one. So, like, there's no team or Origin and Fnatic 100% favorites to win in this tournament.
Cool. Thanks for answering my question. And now for a look at the week's standout performances here in Berlin.
No, I feel bad.
Yeah, we got to go to Quick Shot.
We're shooting down Europe now.
We got to go to Quick Shot.
Thank you guys very much. Nobody over there is a favorite for now, but I know somebody who is a favorite. I am Katowice. We'll have to wait just a second. Your favorite fantasy LCS player for the week is G2 Esports Emperor. He managed to pick up 37 fantasy points, playing 2 games of Lucian, 11 kills, 7 assists. Making my life difficult. I actually pieced out of fantasy about 2 weeks ago when Deficio took me down. And as we're getting closer and closer to playoffs, you guys keep fiddling with your fantasy rosters, we need to award some OP5 players. And we're going to kick this one off with somebody who landed a plethora of death sentences. It is Hylissang from the Unicorns of Love. 92% kill participation today, 14 out of the 16 kills. And if we just look at some of the hooks, he literally swung, wound up, and connected against so many players all day long. There we go. The clip's finally lining up at the end. And just finding key targets over and over. And for a team like UOL, who really started to struggle, picked up a loss yesterday, I think it's important for their morale and their team spirit, especially as he's one of the shot callers. I'm going to move on to the second OP5. It is, of course, the frontman for Fnatic. It is Febiven. He picks up 28% of his team's damage. He played Gangplank and Lissandra. And despite a challenging game against H2K yesterday, really turned it back around today with Lissandra. And it was partially because he was enabled by another Fnatic member, Spirit, of course. Gragas and Lee Sin, 6, 3, and 12 on the week. And Spirit really had a great impact in terms of the game, helping out his team, picking up a multitude of ganks, and of course, who's going to forget the Baron steal right at the end there with the Lee Sin. So Fnatic end up picking up a win against Roccat. That's 3 down, 2 to go. Next up, we have to talk about Betsy. He is our Statsman Spellsy's favorite player in the European LCS. He went 7, 2, and 3 yesterday as Corki. Played in Navia today, which wasn't great, but I was a big fan of how he uses the package to pick up that win. And finally, rounding out the OP5 for the week is a man that was lobbied for very heavily by Deficio. It is Kasing. Going to give you some interesting stats for him. He places on average 12.5 pink wards per game. That's an average of around 940 gold, which is 10% of his total gold per game. That is a whole lot of money just on pink wards, not including sight stones, not including Eye of the Watchers or anything similar. And over the 14 games, he spent 14,000 gold just on pink wards. That's it for the OP5. There's one award left to hand out. It is the MVP. We're going to head over to the analyst desk for that one.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. Indeed, still one award to give out. Let's give it away right now. Looking to make the biggest impact on his team in their last 4 matches of the Spring Split. Today's Fantasy Leader, as well as MVP for us. Emperor of G2, 14 kills, 13 assists over 2 games as Lucian. He's our Week 7 MVP, and you know, as it often goes, for instance, with Vitality, you always look at Cabochard doing well and a lot of players, and Emperor is one of those guys who's been really doing well steadily in the entire season so far for G2, and a nice MVP.
I think what I like about him recently is that he's making a lot of plays with aggressive gap closers. So we had that phase, I think, where he was Ezreal shifting over the wall to clean up a fight against the team last week, I think. Then this week, just aggressive Lucian dashes constantly. He's not afraid to go in. And more importantly, what impressed me in the early parts of the season, obviously that doesn't get you an award, is just combined with Hybrid, the ability to play losing matchups and go even. I think that's actually something that's very underrated, because very often the camera would pan to Kikis, you know, or Perkz making plays, or jungle just AFK farming and getting ahead there, tricking the jungle, but then Emperor and Hybrid would be on an island and they would play a losing matchup, but still go even.
He plays a style G2 likes to play. Like, that fits him perfectly. Very aggressive, sometimes a little bit too aggressive, but if you are ahead in gold, you can often pull it off anyway, and he fits the team extremely well. Another guy that also like Trick, it's the same deal. You know, both Koreans on this lineup, they like to play in the enemy jungle, in the face of the enemy, often not thinking too much about what could potentially happen when they make the plays. So like, he also had a great week, of course, but Emperor gets the MVP.
Yep, and they get a week to go on cooldown, as the European LCS will as well, so the teams can compete over in Katowice. But the Spring Split continues on Thursday, March 10th, with a clash between Fnatic and the Giants. Unicorns of Love will square off against Origin, and Vitality will take on G2 in our match of the week. Wow, super stacked coming back there. Vitality G2, of course, as well. And very important, they have locked in their spot in the playoffs, but they will not want to let down.
Exactly.
What you were like?
No, I wanted to admit,
he was
like,
pointing with his pen.
I was basically like the thing about this matchup that is so important now is fighting for top 2, because it automatically gets you top 4. You are locked in to go to Rotterdam and everything. So losing this matchup is probably the deciding thing for who gets that top 2. And I don't know, all these pens here.
I think the matchup right after that is interesting too. Splice versus Elements. Both teams in 4 wins. It's the race for 7th place.
Yeah,
and may not be very exciting for you guys at home. But
not as shiny as for top 2. But
if you're in one of those teams, you really do not want to go to relegation.
It's the worst ever.
Yeah, definitely. Don't recommend it. If you can avoid that, it's just such a relief off your shoulders, and you can take a well-needed break, and then kind of beat the other teams to the punch when it comes to preparing for summer.
Yep, that's a break for those teams, but Week 7 isn't over yet. Across the Atlantic, the North American LCS has their match of the week this Sunday between CLG and Cloud9. And aside from that, the action gets started tomorrow with Team Impulse versus Team Liquid. What of those other matches are you guys looking forward? Of course, that marquee matchup looks good as well.
I'm also looking at Immortal CLG. CLG have got the toughest North American week possible. Immortals and C9 before Katowice. If ever there was a warm-up for then stronger competition on an international stage, CLG could come out of this with a lot of momentum. It could also backfire.
I'm just going to look at Froggen. He just came back swinging, opening well in a couple of Corki games there, and just
has looked great so far. We saw one on Nivea today on Betsy. I mean, there's no reason it can't come back. And yeah.
I like how it's still Froggen. It's like Betsy's pick. You know, we always highlight the Nivea.
I've just been playing so much Nivea in solo queue, and I'm just in love with the pick overall. I really love the Rod of Ages Athene CDR boots build. I think it's fantastic.
Betsy didn't do it though.
No, that
he delayed his build with it.
He also went late Roa, and then he went Honey Guys. Unlucky. But I really just want to see more Froggen, more Nivea.
I'm joining Stress. I want to see CLG Immortals, and then also CLG, of course, against C9, because we also need it for prep. When it comes to IEM, we want to see what CLG is doing in these tough matches, and if they can do exactly the same, or if there's any weaknesses we can highlight, obviously, and other teams can highlight.
That's why they play, so we can have some prep.
Exactly, that's the only reason they play.
Indeed. Anyway, for us here in Europe, it is time to look towards Poland and then week 8 of the Spring Split. I want to give a huge thank you to all the coaches that helped out here on the desk. We got some amazing insight, and thank you all of you guys at home for tuning in as well. Until next time, good night and GG.
Esports are already in the playoffs, and Origin are fighting for their chance to prove their worth.
Origin aren't done yet.
No, they're not, but the inhibitor will be. 1 or 2 more autos is all it needs. Oh! Shockwave secures a triple kill. Oh, let's see, can they find Spin? Death Sentence! Hybrid follows it with a flash, and Death Sentence. Spin is pulled into the middle of the team and taken out. G2 may have just won the game, and G2 pick up their 11th win. Baron did not reset. In actual fact, it's going very low. HCK decide to re-engage. Baron's picked up by Giants.
Too much fight now. I will Corki.
Kick to me. That's 2 more kills for H2K. The Nexus turrets fall. Forgiven continues to prove why he's one of the best AD carries in Europe.
Not the what do you mean one? The other one.
Love yourself?
Love yourself, yeah.
Okay, so. My mama don't like you and she likes everyone. This one?
Yeah, keep going. I'm getting hyped.
Wait,
that's Justin Bieber? Yeah. I actually did not know. Yeah, it's good.
A flash forward as Fox is trying to siphon power, and another Death Sentence. Kobe flashes over the wall. Here comes Chachi. The Unicorns of Blood take down Splice.
Spirit's gonna have to go out for the steal to make it happen, and he comes over the wall and actually gets it.
Oh, pentakill! Go pentakill! Go pentakill! You got this! You got this! You got this!
Continue!
You got this!
Yeah! Good job! They're going in again. Urban jumps in with the glacial path. There comes the W. Everyone's being locked down. Are we taking the win over Rocket? Gillis comes in for the engage. Nice flash E and the ultimate, but he's being bursted so quickly. Nukedog speeding down the middle lane. Gotta move fast. Revenge! Get onto Rales. Take him out. Whoa, that was dirty. But Vitality strangle out elements out of this game.